Hey guys, welcome to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, day 3. And you guys know I'm going to bring up my illustrious co-host today. We will be missing Larry Poncho Brown, but you know, me and Corinthia will be holding it down. I guess it serves me right because I bounced out on them a lot yesterday. So let's bring Miss Corinthia. Hello, Miss Corinthia, up into the screen. And we have a fantastic show for you guys today. Yesterday was phenomenal. Being able to watch it, even with all of the hiccups and outages.
So we still managed to do an outstanding job. We got to give ourselves a hand clap.
Big hand clap. We had a phenomenal time. Trust me, you guys have no idea the juggling that is behind the scenes during the beauty of it. I feel like my hair is just all a wreck, right?
You look great.
The juggling that goes behind the scenes to put this show together and to do all of what we do. And I am grateful for Corinthia and Poncho yesterday for holding it down for me, because I feel like they really held it down, because I was definitely missing in action on part of yesterday. Getting
so many shoes to fill, Louise. Oh my God, you are juggling. We got to give you an A+ for the juggling game, honey. It was the shoes.
That was some juggling yesterday, especially trying to do juggling that whole reception, the gallery thing, internet acting like the internet does. Okay. You had gone the whole entire week with it being fine. And then I get a call from my tech guy before we get over there. And he's like, the internet's bouncing off and on. I was like, no, not today. But you know what? We made it all work. You guys did get to see a little bit of footage from the reception. And it was wonderful. It was very well attended. We did a nice job. We did do some sales at the reception, which was wonderful. And so I just want to make sure, people that make sure that you purchase what you're looking for, because things are being sold. And these are one of a kind items at the show. There might be one or two here and there with some of the jewelry items and some of the cups, but all the cups also from Karen Clark, they are one of a kind, but there are different ones. So there are several different cups that you can buy, but all of the cups are one of a kind. So if you see one that you like, make sure you grab that up. I'm just so excited about what is happening. I feel like we've turned another corner with the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and just really excited about it. Also, if you are here, make sure you like the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Follow us on Instagram. Follow us on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. All of those kind of things. And we're going to walk you through some of the schedule, because we did have some schedule changes. So we're going to walk you through some of the schedule changes we had today, which is, we might as well be like, I'm going to show up and there's going to be a schedule change. Yes. So we're going to walk you through some of the schedule changes, and then we're going to bring up the store, because I want to definitely reiterate how you can make your purchase. So Corinthia is going to share with you guys some of the schedule changes that we had today.
Okay. So good morning. Well, afternoon in some places. I'm on the Pacific Standard Time. I'm on the West Coast. So it's still morning time here. But on the West Coast, what you are too, it's still 11 there, where you are in Colorado.
Big time morning.
Big time morning. But for some of you, it's afternoon. So good morning and good afternoon. This great technology got us traveling through time zones.
And if you're out of the country, good evening.
Good evening. Exactly. Technology is a beast. I love it. So I'm going to go through some of the schedules so everybody knows what's going to happen today, We have an awesome, awesome show in store for you. Awesome artists are coming back into the room, into the space, onto the screen to share more visual art, wearable art, textile art, digital art. This is just art, 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 which is absolute reflection of truth. Okay? So the schedule for today, the third day of the show, September 4th, 2001. So we will have our featured artist, which is LaShawn Beal. He'll be up at 11:30 Mountain Time. So all the times that I'm going to say is on Mountain Time. So do the math for where you are in your time zone. So at 11:30 Mountain Time, we have LaShawn Beal. At 12 noon, we have True Africa. Big ups to them making it through, being resilient from New York in the hurricanes and things that they had to overcome obstacles. But that's what we do with obstacles. We overcome them. Right?
Exactly.
We don't let them get us down. So I big up True Africa for pushing through, and they'll join us at 12 noon Mountain Time. Then we're going to have Patricia Colbert. She's going to be up at 12:30 Mountain Time. Louise at 1 o'clock. She's going to, our illustrious host, she's going to grace us with her arts. She's going to bring her art to the screen at 1 o'clock. And then 1:30, yours truly, I'm going to be showing some collections that's going to be numbered. So we're going to do a few things in the store, but mostly they're going to be numbered. I'm going to give you really great instructions on how to acquire jewelry pieces from me doing the numbered system. So you'll have to use the feed. We're going to have fun doing that. At 2 o'clock, Philip Cutler is going to come to the screen and grace us with all his glass blowing art. So you guys can purchase some of that. And then at 2:30, we're going to bring Deborah Shedrick, 2:30 Mountain Time. She's going to share with us more of her art and her processes of how she creates. Then after Deborah Shedrick, we got Kabibi. Kabibi with the indigo textiles. She gave us a wonderful presentation yesterday. I am looking forward to what she's going to show us today in her processes and her art. And then after Kabibi, we'll have Craig at 3:30 Mountain Time. Craig did some great illustrations yesterday, Louise. You were in the gallery. Craig
always is amazing. I love watching what Craig does.
Yes, he really gave some tips on how to work some digital art, and his finished pieces were just incredible. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Craig's going to bring back to the screen today. Then after Craig, everyone, we have Karen Clark with that great, her cups, her plates, her vases. She showed us the Black Angel series yesterday from her collection. So I am so looking forward to seeing what she is going to bring to the screen today as well, honey. Grab up her art. You can find all our arts on the www.thebeautyofblackness.com. Click on shop. All the artists are listed there. You're able to shop away. Okay. Louise have made it really simple for you to shop, for your checkout system to be nice and smooth. So please indulge in art. After Karen, we'll have a little surprise for you in that little slot there. And then at 5 o'clock, Diana Shannon Young will grace us with her presence. She did an incredible job. She has some great footage of her in her studio and her artwork and how she labels them and talks about her inspiration and their titles. Love her presentation. And then we have Virginia Coleman at 5:30 Mountain Time. That's going to be gracing the screen with us. And then last but not least,
definitely not least,
Lockhart.
Hey, Lockhart in the house.
Yes.
We're going
So
to get a serious history lesson in art. History lesson with Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas is a historian and an artist. Well, all of us as artists are historians, really, because that's how we tell the story. And Thomas does bring the knowledge and history. So that's going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to what he has, because yesterday his stream cut out.
Yeah.
So Luis, today he's going to be in a better situation. Is he going to be at the gallery again?
No,
today?
he's going to be he'll be at his place. So he'll be in a better online networking environment.
Good. Yes, because he has to make up for tomorrow. So we got to give him some extra time.
Right. Be like, Thomas, you got to make up.
Yes, from yesterday. So so that will be our lineup for today.
Nice.
You have me and Louise all day. We're your hosts.
Yes.
For this wonderful Saturday.
The hostess with the mostest.
The hostess with the most.
So we are going to definitely be bringing in the live and just doing our thing while we're here. So we're going to talk a little bit about, and Corinthia did kind of hit up on it, which is great. We're just going to talk a little bit about the store. That's what we're going to share. A little bit about the store, because what I want you guys to realize is, you guys, the great thing about it is we've been dropping things in the comment section. We've been posting things on Facebook. There is so many ways that you can make purchases with the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and that is the cool part. Corinthia, take one of those T's out of my name. So there's several different ways that you guys can purchase with us. And one of them is on our website. We want you guys to be able to just go to the website. You can see right here, as soon as you put in the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, it will take you to our store. We've linked it so you don't have to do that extra click into the store. This is the store. As soon as you hit that you can literally click on any of these images and it will take you into that artist's store, and you'll be able to make those purchases that you see right here on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. You can click on those and you can go directly into that artist store, and you can go ahead and make those purchases and buy those different items that you're looking for. If you're looking for Philip's glass, you can just click on him right here, Philip Cutler. Just click on his store link, which I'm doing. And that should take you right over to Philip Cutler's store. And that's the whole thing. It's like, we want to take some of the effort and the work out of you trying to find the stores and the different things like that. We can click on Miss Virginia, or you can click on any of these images, and I can see I obviously don't have Philip's link connected, so it will be connected today. So any of you guys that have been looking for Philip's work, you could definitely still scroll down and find his work. And if you go up to the store, and you can also scroll down to find the artist, you can go to that, and then the drop down menu will take you to those particular artist pieces so that you can go into their store and see what they have available. The other way that you can make purchases with these artists, you can also go to, we're also posting things on Facebook Live. If you're on Facebook, you'll see products pop up in front of the artist. You can click on those, or you'll see some things pop up on the side over the comment section. You can click on those too. You'll see the store icon. Click on that. If you're on the phone, you'll see a little shopping bag. You can click on that on your phone and it'll take you right to the store. So there's tons of ways that we are making this available for you to make purchases. So we're hoping that you are taking advantage of those. And I can't go around, I can't do this with at least not showing the illustrious Corinthia Peoples page as well. So you guys know Corinthia's been selling some of her art, some of her wear. I'm going to call it her wear because you wear it, and some of her wear on our on the show, but she's also selling it via the number system. So just pay attention and watch out for that. But like I said, there are so many ways for you guys to purchase from us. And also I want to show you guys our product page, anything that you buy from our products store goes directly to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So when you purchase, whether it's one of our t-shirts or one of our cups, or even the poster that we have, when you purchase any of these particular items, all of these purchases, the financial portions of it go directly to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So you guys know we have an absolutely amazing poster. So we are going to bring up our poster. We're going to bring up our poster one because we want you guys to know how amazing this poster is and who has created it. Right there. All right, so that is our poster. So you can get our poster if you go on the website. You can get it in 2 sizes. We do have a smaller size as well. So our large size is $20 today, and we also have a smaller size that's $15. So if you say, "Oh, I need a smaller size, not so big," we do have a smaller size. We also have our amazing "You Are Beautiful, I Am Beautiful, We Are Beautiful" t-shirts. Yep. So you can make a purchase of one of those, and those are absolutely amazing t-shirts. The message on those shirts, like Corinthia was saying, just has so much to say, And we would love to have you get one of those and be able to continually perpetuate that message to
because you are beautiful.
Mm-hmm. We are beautiful, Corinthia.
Yes. And that's the message of the t-shirt.
Exactly.
You are beautiful. I am beautiful. We
are beautiful.
Are beautiful.
So definitely pick you up one of those t-shirts. You can go right to the website and get one of those in whatever size you would like. We have them in small, medium, large, and we also have some extra larges available. And we also, if you say, "Well, I don't want to do a shirt," we have the cup as well. So we would love for you to pick up one of those cups so that you can just perpetuate the message in your drink. You know, I got my drink and I'm showing it to the world that everybody's
drinking beautiful.
There you go. What you say? We just gonna drink beautifully. There you go. So go ahead and drink. I'm drinking beautiful. So there you go. And you know, I like it because this, you know, it when you're holding your right hand, it's like you're just speaking to yourself.
That's right. It reminds you how beautiful you are.
Beautiful you are. And that's what I love about it. It looks like
only $18.
It's only $18. It looks like we got LaShawn's in the house down there holding it down.
We're shipping, right? We're shipping. So of course, so grab it and we'll ship you. We'll ship.
Right. We ship the cups. We ship all of those different things. So you guys had an idea. That's what the website. Go to the website. We have so many amazing things on the website for you, not just in the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show store, but the art is absolutely phenomenal. All of the art is phenomenal. And when I say art, I mean all of the art, whether it's jewelries, whether it's the sculpted bowls of Karen, whether it's the paintings, the fabric art of Kabibi, all of those, the printmaking of Patricia. There's just so many phenomenal things. So definitely go by and check those things out. And we are looking forward to this show today. I think it's going to be a fabulous show today, Corinthia.
It'll be awesome. It's already awesome. So it's just going to be even better.
I think LaShawn's over there trying to manipulate his camera. Are you okay over there, LaShawn? I'm going to bring him up.
I am just chilling. That's all I am doing. I am chilling. I just finished signing the posters for the show. Still a little tired there. Just
All
finished
that work. All that
signing the posters. So hey, that's out the way, and I'm chilling. There's been people up here today already checking out the show. It is a beautiful show. I am going to pan around so you guys can see what's going on here. For those that aren't in Colorado and want to see what's happening with this particular show.
Okay. All right, we're gonna put you up. We're gonna put you up so you can let the world see what's going on. Okay, there we go.
Alrighty. I'm trying to see how to flip this camera here. I'm not seeing the usual here. All right, so I just turned it around.
Okay.
So these are some of the pieces here today. And it's a beautiful show. A lot of great artwork from nationally and some internationally known artists. These are a few pieces from Larry Poncho Brown.
That's Patricia.
That's Patricia.
Can you see both of them? I'm not looking.
Yeah, no, you're doing great. You're doing great.
Okay. All right. Here's some Louise Cutler's work.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Whoop, whoop.
Color in the house.
Yes.
My girl, Deborah Cedric.
Deborah.
Oh, God. Beautiful. This art just is, that's what she used as tissue that she described yesterday. Yes.
Yes. So if you really want to understand her tissue technique, this is it right here. I'm going to pull up close. All this is tissue. Everything in this piece is tissue, with the exception of her name and the features in the lady's face here, the girl's face. Everything else is tissue. It is phenomenal.
Fabric. Yeah. She was telling us that she used fabrics as well as tissue on those. Oh, my God. It's gorgeous.
Yes. Let me clarify that. Yes, it is fabric and tissue. And it is phenomenal what she's doing with this.
Wow. And for those who are in Fort Collins, go on over down to, what is it called, Louise?
It is the Merchant Room at the Walnut Creek. That's 222 Walnut Street. Go ahead and head down there. There is, let me take the reception. It's not the reception anymore because that was last night. So if you missed that, that's okay. But you can still, this exhibit will be up until September. This exhibit will be up until September 8th. So you could definitely go down there. It's at the Merchant Room, Fort Collins. You know what? Let me go ahead and put the address because it doesn't have the address.
Yeah,
so we're gonna put 222 Walnut Street in Fort Collins, Colorado.
Yes, that's Diana Hammond Young.
Yes.
Those are Diana's pieces. Absolutely beautiful pieces.
Blackheart, the hair going up to the sun.
That was very interesting how he
and the hands in there.
Yeah.
All the hands are standing from the
Oh my God, that is amazing. And he's so right because my hair sticks up all the time. Straight up to the sun. Oh my God.
Straight up to the sun.
Oh my, how beautiful.
He does a lot of mixed media. You know, he has real rings in this piece, real chain. And he's phenomenal. Thomas is a great storyteller.
Oh, wow.
He has rings in her garment as well.
In her
I don't know if you can see that.
earrings. Oh my. That is phenomenal. So exquisite.
Mr. Larry Poncho Brown.
That's Poncho.
We're gonna go to the other side of the room.
Oh, Louise, you did such a great job with curating the show. This is great. And this is you, Mr. LaShawn.
That is Mr. LaShawn Bill.
Those are phenomenal, LaShawn. Phenomenal.
Thank you. Well, thank you.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes.
And it looks shadowy, but there's really good light on them.
That's more of LaShawn.
There's some more LaShawn. You see LaShawn's over there selling.
LaShawn, your work reminds me so much of stories, you know, of flowers and cooking, like food for chocolate, and just this whole womanness, flower we feed the people kind of. It's just so rich.
That kind of vibe.
Let me explain to you some of the symbolism in my work. Okay,
Please.
Let's start with the top one. This piece is entitled "All These Blessings." All right, there's a woman with a basket of fruit there, but what you're not getting is the meaning behind it is the fruits are the fruits of the spirit, and the fruits of her labor. It's not the physical fruit itself, but what the fruit represents.
Wow.
And in this piece called this is entitled "A Flower for All Seasons." The flowers represent woman. And women come in all beautiful shapes, sizes, colors.
Yes.
And just like flowers.
Thank you, LaShawn, for that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I feel like a flower.
Look at her over there feeling like a flower today.
You are a flower.
Oh wow. Who is this? Who is that?
This is
that's Kabibi.
Kabibi's work.
That's Kabibi. Oh.
That is some beautiful. Yeah, that's Kabibi's work.
So Kabibi is also a collage artist. She's using a lot of fabric in her pieces.
Wow.
Yeah, she does a lot of.
I think that's all fabric.
Wow. Yeah, Kabibi's. That's a lot of. Yeah, most of those are fabrics in Kabibi's pieces. And I'll be posting little things as LaShawn walks around, so you guys can click on those links and make purchases as LaShawn walks around and show you the artwork that is in the show.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah, the fabrics around right, and that's Kabibi's work.
No, this right here is Deborah Cedric's work right here.
Yeah, that's Deborah. I love that piece. That's one of my favorite pieces.
So let me explain a little bit about this piece. I'm sure Deborah may have covered some of this stuff, but in this particular one, these strips are strips of paper, and they're all hand-painted paper. They're all this randomly painted paper, and she does assemble it, she puts this all together, and this is what you get as a result of that.
I know, and she did that during creative quarantine, so it was fun to watch her do that particular piece.
Yes.
Yeah, she said that behind the stars represented the universe and the stars.
This is another piece by Thomas Lockhart right here.
Of course. Wow, he has the flag. Oh yeah, a lot of symbolism in that. A lot of symbolism.
So, without knowing his exact meaning behind it, I'm going to say this represents our journey as a people from Africa through slavery, out of slavery, protesting,
Jim Crow,
the first black president. So that's what this represents right here.
That's a timeline in piece of art.
Yes.
Beautiful.
And the flames represent the flames of time. So, yes.
Louise was like, yes, it does. This artwork makes you say,
Yes. Another one of his pieces.
Yeah, that's representation of the slave ship on the Americas.
Right. Yeah, he spoke about this. I know he spoke about this one. doing one of his presentations. So.
Wow.
Another one of his pieces.
Wow.
And we're entering the poncho zone.
The poncho zone. Yeah. Is that what we're going to call it now? The poncho zone?
The poncho zone. We've entered it. These are some beautiful collage pieces, assemblages that Mr. Larry Thompson Brown put together. Just awesome. I love his creativity.
I love those pieces are absolutely phenomenal in person. So if you are in Fort Collins, definitely head down and see that exhibit because those pieces are absolutely phenomenal in person.
They are. I'm going to try to zoom in on this so you can get
the texture. It's just like LaShawn has a lot of texture on his pieces too, but these have texture of, there's just different variety of texture.
Exactly. Down here you have burlap. Over here you have strings from the burlap. So I'm just going to assume he pulled some of these strings away over here and then used them over here. Really interesting. Oh, everything
there's
is
leaves and just all kinds of. It's like there's leaves. Bring it down some, LaShawn, because you're at the very top. Yeah, there's like leaves in there, and it's just so much in that piece. There's just so much in those pieces. So you are in Fort Collins. Definitely
one of my favorite ones right here. And the reason this is my favorite, I love the pose. I love what he did, the burlap head wrap up there. That just did it for me right there. I like that.
Okay.
Go bring it up. Let's see the head wrap.
Can you see it?
Oh, wow. Yes. Oh, yes. Popping off of the canvas. Yes.
Yeah. So, and these are some of the Louise Cutler pieces right here.
Oh, beautiful, Louise.
Thank you.
She can explain this to you since she's right there. Tell us what's going on here, Louise. What's going on?
That particular piece is called A Journey Revealed. And I did that during the creative quarantine process. And it has like these ribbons, paper, watercolor paper ribbons. And the colors that are on the face is representative of every nation and tribe and things like that. And it's just talking about our journey. It even has the African colors and it's just talking about our journey. And a lot of times we can see our journey in our faces. Oh, you could see things that we struggle with. And then on the side, you have the America colors, like the red, white, and blue, just kind of talking about our journey from one to another and how when we see each other and we look at each other, we can literally see our struggles, our journeys, and all of those kind of things in our faces. And that's one of the things that I love about this particular piece. And that's why I named it The Journey Revealed, because journeys and struggles and all of that kind of stuff is seen through our face.
And what is this one right here, Louise? What's going on here?
Which one? I can't see because you have it on Poncho's piece.
It's still I can't see what's going on here. So there we go.
Because if you turn your camera the other way, you can tell. You can see.
Well, but turn it the other way. Then I didn't want it to come out distorted on.
Right. Oh, okay. No. I would say okay. Oh, you're talking about the little one, the mask in the box.
Yes, I thought this is all together. Isn't this all together?
Which one? Piece? Which one? Oh, no. The crown. You're talking about the crown. The crown is actually called Take Me to the King. And it's a piece, that crown, I found that in, not this one, the crown above it. I actually found that I was walking along the creek and I found this beautiful piece of wood and it was shaped like a crown. And so I took it home and I was like, this is really cool. So I let the wood dry out. I wasn't sure what I was going to do with it until I got it home. And I was like, and then I start working on it. And then if you look within the crown, like there's gold and there's blue water and there's purple of royalty, and it actually has all the symbolisms of Christ within it. So there's red that represents his blood, and water that poured out of his side when his side was pierced. So it has all of these different color representations of the royalty was because he was the king. He was and that's just it. He is our king. And the gold just represents the purity. So there's so many things about that particular piece that just represents. And so when I was working on it, and I was actually listening to the song, Take Me to the King. And that just resonated so much with that piece. And so, and that's what I ended up naming it. And I was holding it and I was like, oh my gosh, this is such an amazing piece. So, and that particular piece that you're looking at, we're supposed to be talking about LaShawn's pieces, not Louis' pieces. And so
we're talking about the show. This is about the show. It's not about me.
It's not about you. It's not about you.
I'm part of the show, so I'm already
you. We were highlighting you today.
We're highlighting the beautiful art. We're letting people see what they aren't able to see because they're not here in Colorado.
Right.
This is another piece by Poncho.
You should be showing the butkins. That's what you should be showing.
Well, the bumpkins, they fell off the table, so.
No, you. The butkins. I like the butkins. Show the butkins. So that's one of Poncho's pieces. One of Poncho pieces. So definitely, you guys, if you're in the Fort Collins, Denver, any Colorado period, you definitely want to go down and check out this show. There is some amazing work there. And the beauty of part of it, it's all for sale. You may not make it to the show, but you can go online and order these pieces right now. They're all online. All of these pieces are right on.
Oh my God, what is that? Who is that?
That is Poncho. That is one of Poncho's pieces. Absolutely phenomenal piece.
No, this right here?
Which one? Oh, are you talking about the wood piece? I thought you were on that black piece.
Yeah, whose is that?
The wood piece, that's my piece. That's one of my pieces. That is called Vibe. That one,
LaShawn.
Sorry?
Wood piece. Would you zoom in on that, please?
It's like, zoom on that, please.
Oh, wow, Louise.
That piece is called A Vibe. I started working on that. What was it? Last year or this year? I think I started working on that piece last year. I started getting into these awesome wood pieces and just fell in love with it and using resin. And by the time I was done, there was such a great vibe from it until I'm like, okay, this piece is definitely named Vibe.
Oh, well, you got the babies in here.
It just has so many. There's so much in that piece, and basically what I did was I was just trying to find the flow of the wood, letting the grain show and just allowing the wood to tell me what was in it and what it was, what it needed to be, what the images were to become. And so just allow the piece to share that, And so, but it's a phenomenal, absolutely amazing piece. So that piece will be on the website. It's not on the website right now, but it is on the website. So if you click that button, I just posted that as one of the features if you're on Facebook. And I'll drop some of my stuff in the comment section. So if you see some of the pieces that are on my page and you like them, go ahead and make that purchase. Like he said, LaShawn said, these are all on the website. I think Vibe goes for $3,500. So if that's something you like, go ahead and click that page and you can purchase Vibe from the Beauty Blackness Fine Art Show.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Is that yours as well, Louise?
No, this is Larry Poncho Brown's.
That's Poncho's piece. He has some phenomenal pieces. Craig Scrivens. Craig, beautiful curated. Thank you so much, Craig. And thank you. Look, he says, thanks, LaShawn, for touring the gallery. Thank you, Craig. Okay, I'm gonna just drop
So
that
let
in.
me give a little background about this piece right here. This is a assemblage by Larry Poncho Brown,
Mhm.
and right, it's one of his resin mass pieces that he has here. But I'm going to talk about this right here. This right here is, and these in the background, which are doilies that he had gotten from Louise Cutler, and he used them to in this artistic way.
Right, that is some very nice vintage lace. Very nice vintage lace. I am a huge fan of vintage lace and napkins and tablecloths and all those kind of things. So I'm actually a collector of them. And Pancho asked me to send him some of my vintage lace, and Pancho's just gonna create whatever from. If you send it to him, he's gonna create from it. So
This is
that is one of Pat's pieces. Patricia, yeah, that's one of Pat's pieces. She'll be on at 12:30, correct? Yeah, Patricia will be on at 12:30 today. So,
So this is an artist proof piece, and I'm not sure what medium she used to print this.
that's a linoleum block, and
Linoleum block.
that particular piece is also in the Smithsonian. And that right there, what you're looking at, is the last one of that run. It was only 100 in that run. Portions of them went to the Smithsonian. Some of them went to other museums, and then they went to the artist. And then that is the last piece of that particular one. So that one, trust me, gone.
So is that a quilt on the bed? Did you take the bed in the gallery, Louise?
No. That what I love about this space is that it is such a fun space. It had a bed there, and they were like, Louise, do you want because you have to understand, this is actually a store that has a gallery above it. And so they sell all kinds of vintage items, just things. And so the bed was in the gallery, and photographers use this space as well. And so the bed was in the gallery, and they were like, Louise, you want us to take this brass bed down? I was like, no way, this brass bed is awesome. And so we decided to just use the brass bed in the display. So we moved it under Thomas's piece, and another young man, Nomino, he brought in this gorgeous bed quilt that his grandmother or great grandmother had done, and he kind of put that together, and it looks phenomenal. What I want you guys to know is that a lot of people from the community has added to this particular show, and that's what I really love, is allowing people from the community to be a part of this whole thing, be a part of the whole Beauty of Blackness Fine Art show, and adding their touches to it. And that's what has been the most amazing thing about this particular show, is by allowing people to add their own personal touch, and allowing people from the community to come in and add their own personal touch to the show. So this has been absolutely phenomenal, and I have absolutely loved every bit of this, and just enjoy participating and having so many people in the community come and add their own touch to it.
And that's a Louise Cutler.
A Louise Cutler floral. A Louise Cutler floral piece. So I wanted to.
But what does that mean? What does that mean, Louise? What is going on in this background? What's all that stuff back there?
That's all metal leaf. I do a lot of metal leafing.
Okay, metal leaf. Is it gold leafing?
It is. It is a lot of. I do a lot of gold leafing because I enjoy gold leafing so much.
This is acrylic painting gilded in gold.
Mm-hmm. It's gilded in gold. I love gold leafing. So you'll see a lot of metal leafing in my pieces, because I do a lot of that. I do a lot of gold leafing in my pieces. So, in
case y'all forgot who that is, this is who works you're about to look at. All right, these are some of my pieces here.
LaShawn. Finally, we get to LaShawn's pieces. We get to view some of LaShawn's pieces. He is the man of the hour right now.
Wow, this red piece. Tell us about it. Tell us about this woman and her laying and
Woman in red. What is it?
Girl is chilling. She's in extreme chill mode. She's pampering herself. She's lounging and got a beautiful little outfit on. She's got our flowers happening. She's got a cup of tea or coffee. She's sipping on, and she's just taking in the day. Oh. She's living in the moment. So much time we concentrate on the past or the future, and we forget about living for the moment. This is entitled Me Time.
Oh, I love it. I love it. And she's a woman who's okay with her cleavage and all her womanness.
Oh yeah, she's okay with herself. She's good with her, period. Yes. Hey, how you doing? This is bass player number 2. Am I getting that? I'm not sure because again, I'm not looking at
the. Yeah, you are.
Mm-hmm.
This is
beautiful.
One of my red.
Or tell us about this one down at the bottom.
Okay, I have a series of women that are have red skin. And red skin represents red bones. We know what that means in our culture. So
I don't. What does red bones mean in our culture?
It means black skin.
A red bone woman is one, it's almost a cross between what y'all call high yellow.
Oh.
High yellow. Or she's got that sun tan skin. She's red bone.
Okay. You see, I'm learning something new.
Right. I don't think we would be considered red bone, Louise. It's a.
Oh no, I'm not. It's just interesting. I've never heard that particular saying. Is that a regional saying or?
I think it's more southern.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. It's more of a southern
okay.
Midwest kind of saying.
Okay. Okay. All right.
I'm surprised you haven't heard it from Chicago.
I'm from Chicago, but we just call people high yellow.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, now tell us about these ones here. We have one in the hat, and one has her hair out. I like how you bring the sensuality of the woman to your work, LaShawn.
Yeah, thank you. So we have a tribute to actually, red's one of my favorite colors to use in outfits. White being my primary one. But these are really a tribute to the ladies of Delta.
Oh, okay.
The red and white. Okay. Oh, yeah, especially that one with the hat, because they do a lot. They do pearls. I think it's pearls, right?
Well, I think they both do, them and the AKAs. But what they're putting up on is the symbol right here.
Ah.
On the earring.
Okay. Little hidden symbol in there. Oh, and look at this. I would see the one up top where you have, I think that's grapes, and it looks like a pear and watermelon or pomegranate. That would be a kitchen picture. Did you did? Is that?
No, he doesn't do anything that's food related. It's all symbolism.
Right. Okay. But you
it's a piece for your kitchen. It's definitely a dining room piece or kitchen piece.
Beautiful.
Tell us about it.
About the fruit one?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Oh, so you have and that is music and fruit. So it's just a collage of the two. And in the flowers, of course. So these are things that we love. We love to eat. We love to listen to music. We love the sense of smell. So that's something just to excite your senses.
Oh, okay. So you actually did do one just the food, because normally, LaShawn be having all these meanings behind stuff. Okay, so there you go. You did one of food. It's a beautiful piece.
Oh, now she's blue. LaShawn, go in on her.
Oh yeah, I think you talked about that yesterday. I think I love that one. I love all his blue women.
Now she's asleep. Is she resting?
No, she's not asleep. No, not in that position.
We can't.
Hand up like that.
I'm not saying something different. Wait, I can't see it all the way.
What's that? It's not in view, or what?
He said not in that position.
I must not be seeing it the right way then, because she looks like she's laying down.
She is laying down, but her head is up. She's not. Her head's not resting on it.
Oh, it looked like her arm. Her head is resting on her arm.
Okay, but now this is for
I can't see the whole thing though, LaShawn.
Huh?
I can't see the whole thing. Her head is cut off. Go over to the right a little bit. My right.
Well, I'm not sure where you're sitting.
Right. So LaShawn, go ahead. Tell us where we can make the purchase for these amazing pieces.
Well, y'all been here the whole show. Just go to the Beauty of Black.
Did the sound go off? LaShawn. Okay, so you guys can make all of these purchases at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show on our website. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Hey, there goes Miss Corinthia over there. Woo! Did we lose the sound? Did we lose LaShawn's sound?
I think we did lose LaShawn.
Okay. I see we have True Africa in the room. They're all ready to go. They're like, hey, hey, hey. So I think we might have lost LaShawn's sound. He might have be experiencing some technical difficulties.
Okay, well let's take a little pause for this little break.
All right. I think we're going to thank LaShawn. LaShawn, did you come back in? I'm just going to check. So we're going to thank LaShawn. We're going to take him down. Thank LaShawn for that amazing, wonderful presentation. You know, I stuck LaShawn in the, I stuck LaShawn over there. He's right, like Louise stuck me over here, over in our, the gallery, early this morning, because LaShawn will be.
Did you leave him with breakfast? As long as you left him with breakfast, Louise.
You know, he did not. We were going to have breakfast this morning, and LaShawn did not want to have breakfast. He was like, no, I'm good. But then we got over to the gallery, and there is a wonderful restaurant right next door with some amazing, they have some amazing, what are they? Cinnabons. They have some amazing Cinnabons. And so I told LaShawn, I said, oh, do you want a Cinnabon? And he goes, and like the line was literally out the door.
Wow.
For this particular restaurant. And so I asked LaShawn, I said, should we get a Cinnabon? And he was like, oh yeah, let's get a Cinnabon. So I went and got LaShawn one of those amazing Cinnabons from this place. But I wanted to show you guys LaShawn at the gallery because I left him over there because I said I'm a slave driver, so it's like work, LaShawn, work. So here he is.
Oh, that's him signing the posters.
He's over there.
We probably like half the posters.
I'm like, no, I want to go home. I want to go home. I'm tired of signing prints. No more prints.
We have lots and lots of boxes of those for you.
No.
So that's LaShawn over there signing prints.
I love it. You got the prints.
He's like, no, sign them anyway.
Prince and a Cinnabon and some coffee.
There you go. He didn't want coffee, but he got some Cinnabons. I Cinnabonned him up, I was like, okay, I'm going to Cinnabon you up. The Cinnabons, I gave him those just for the sugar.
The rush.
We had to sugar him up so that he'd be ready for signing all of those posters. So we actually have True Africa in the room, and we can go ahead and bring them up. These guys are fantastic.
I can't wait to bring them to the screen because
we're gonna bring them to the screen because you guys are troopers, okay? Troopers.
Can we get a high
New
five?
York represent New York.
You guys are over here representing New York, and New York Storm, and you guys are the epitome of moving forward, fighting it out. We're gonna do this thing. We are not going to be denied. We are going to fight through and make it happen. You guys are the epitome. You're the picture of warriors today. Okay, you are the warriors.
In the midst of my sorrow from the storm, Corinthia calls me and cheers me up and tells me to go to the library.
Right? She goes, I told them to go to the library. She was like, I told him to go to the library.
I said the cafe.
I told Corinthia.
So, but
I
you know what?
Gavinda's not even home. I'm home by myself with my 7-year-old son. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do about this show. I don't have no electricity. A tree fell onto our roof and knocked down a power line, which knocked down an entrance wire that's connected to the house.
Wow.
So there's a whole cord that's a big piece of metal that's hanging from our house, and it broke the electricity. So we have to get an entrance cord, and then the tree's cleared. We have to get it inspected, and then the electric company can come out and put the electricity back on. But that's not going to be till about Tuesday or Wednesday. So we're out for like a week. So we're at the library right now, and we're ready to present.
So, Corinthia, thank you for pushing us.
You know me,
fight
Corinthia.
No matter what. Yeah, you were like, nope, that's not an excuse. Get up, go somewhere, get the show done, and keep it moving.
That's right.
He told me about that.
Yeah.
I did.
You know
I
me,
did.
Corinthia.
It was like, I have our son. This is what happens when you have children. I said, have him push the buttons.
Yes.
We all have, I have kids, and you just still, you're taking your children and showing them how to keep it moving, showing them how to keep moving forward. You're showing them that nothing gets you down. You still, you just make it happen, and so this is a great lesson. It's like, get up and make it happen. We can all just, trust me. There are many days we can all just crawl into a hole. Okay. When I first started this show in 2020, COVID knocked everything out of the water. All of my facilities had closed, and I had every reason to say, hey, you know what? I'll do this at another time. Every reason. Up until August, I still had, I was still calling buildings and getting, trying to book a facility to have this show. And I tell you, up until August, I still had one place. I had recalled, and they were like, okay, fine. And then August, now this show is about to happen in September you know. And mid-August, I get a call. They're closing it, Louise. We can't have the show there. I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And then immediately after that, God said, do it virtual. And I was like, but I have every reason, you know, everybody on the planet would be like, totally understand, Louise, you're not going through with it. Totally understand. Because there was, you know, people would have been like, girl, I would have just said, I'll do it on another year too. You know, everybody. But when he put that in my spirit, I was like, okay, all right. I called, and then I called Charlie Palmer. I said, hey, Charlie, can you be a guest speaker? We're going to do it we're going to do it live stream. Charlie Palmer was like right there because I had called him earlier and he wasn't sure if he could make it happen at that time. And then like the next day, all of these other things just start falling into place. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to, and because a lot of times if you don't go through with things, they may not happen ever. And so I am so glad that I pushed ahead and pushed forward and got this done and did it, because it would have been, I feel like it would have been harder the next time to do it. And so I am so glad, Jonah, even with the difficulties of how you had to do it, you know, because we were on the phone this morning and I was like, and Jonah was like, what about tomorrow? I said, Jonah, we will deal with tomorrow. I said, let's get today.
I love that. I love that. Listen, thank you for being his push warriors. I'm going to call you guys the push warriors.
She's my babysitter. She's not really, you know, Louise didn't even know he existed.
I'm like, are you sure she exists, Jonah? I said, I haven't seen her, so are you sure?
She gets that a lot, actually.
Yeah, because I travel sometimes a lot.
Yes.
So he's the guy who holds the fort.
Right.
So
because he kept saying,
yeah.
Right, because he was like, no, she's in the kitchen cooking. I was like, I don't believe you. So it's wonderful. You know, I did see you on Facebook, so I knew you existed because I've seen some of your Facebook posts, so I knew you existed. But I'm like, when are we going to meet her? When am I going to? I kept telling Jonah, when am I going to meet your wife? When am I going to see her? So it's a blessing to be able to see.
Oh, you thought it was a made-up wife, right?
Right. Yeah. Jonah made up his wife. He just made up one. But I knew you existed.
The nice thing about Louise finding that avenue, the nice thing about Louise finding that avenue towards online is that we started online back in 2009. Gafinza had the idea from a former friend of ours to start up her own website of original African paintings. And so in 2009, she did it online, not because of any catastrophe or world events, but because we didn't want to open up a physical store. It would have limited the audience we have. Most of her sales go overseas, not in the United States. The long tail, the ones that are one time only, go overseas. And so going online and doing the website online brings it a bigger audience,
much larger audience, global audience.
And it doesn't have to be a physical store where you're waiting on people to come in, or you're working in your local community. We're reaching the whole world, and people from Africa, people from Europe, anybody, any color joins us and wants to buy the art that she presents. We collect we started with 40 African artists. Now we've served about 100 artists from across Africa, from 13 different countries within Africa. And that's all because of her connections. She started with Kenya, and then people started calling us. In fact, the artist we're about to present, Paul Midarin, he contacted us to be on the website. And in about 2 months of negotiating and talking on the phone, he was at our house for a week.
Yep. So that's the beauty of doing everything online. You connect with a larger audience. It's global, and it just makes the world a global village. So it's worked perfectly for us, and
for the artists too.
And it keeps growing. Yes, for the artists too.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you guys rotate artists? Do you rotate them through,
No.
or you have a core? You have a core group.
We have about 40 active artists at any given time, but we've had, in the history of the website, she's had about 100 artists on there.
Yeah, and they keep growing. I mean, I meet people everywhere. I'll give you a perfect example. I was flying back home yesterday. I met somebody who has a relative who's an artist in Africa. So that just goes to show you how you can connect with anybody anywhere, as long as you open up yourself to the world, whether it be on the internet, whether it be when you meet people at the stores. I mean, I meet all kinds of people who want to join our website when I talk about it. And it's growing. It's an amazing journey. I love it.
Wow. And do you guys hold the art, or does the artist ship? Or do they ship to you and you guys take care of the shipping for them?
They do ship the paintings to us. In Kenya right now, where I come from, where we get most of our artists, we actually hired a friend of ours to be getting the art for us because we have so many Kenyan artists who want to join the website. So he sources them, he ships them to us. And then the ones we find online also, we try to help them through the shipping process. And most of them are able to do it. They ship the paintings to us. They have to send us a video to prove who they really are. Because, you never know who you're going to meet out there. So we do videos with them to prove that they are the artists, they are the painters. And then they ship the paintings to us. It has to be, there's a trust relationship we build in between that most people don't get to see. Because they have to trust us, we have to trust them.
Sometimes the artist will hold the paintings with them in Africa, and we'll just post them on the website.
Yes.
And then when a client buys them, the artist ships them from Africa. Now that takes a lot of trust.
It takes a lot of
So
trust.
we only do that with a select few of our artists. Artists we've known and know are good, are not going to scam anybody.
Yeah.
So,
and like we say, they have to prove to us who they are. We have to prove to them who we are. So
and no money goes to them until the painting gets to the client from overseas. So we don't send any money to the artist until the client gets their painting. So it protects everybody that way. It's
phenomenal. So how are you guys, how do you get, where in your body do you get the gratitude from serving such a wide, broad community of artists?
This woman right here. This one.
Where in your body do you feel gratitude when someone
starts from here? It has to start from here. Starts from here, then all of you just wakes up appreciating. How can you not appreciate this community we have built through art?
We're in New York.
Yes. How can you not
We're in New
appreciate
York.
that? It has to start from the heart. So, and it goes both ways with the artists. They tell us all the time, from our hearts, we're grateful. Yeah. They always say that from our hearts, we're truly grateful. We become a family. So it has to start from the heart, and then it spreads all over, and it's all love.
A lot of artists will say they get their inspiration from something they see, or something they feel, or something they do, an experience. But all those things touch our hearts, and they touch our emotions. But
and it spreads.
For me, it comes from motivation, which comes from my motivation. Like Corinthia motivated me, and when I had literally no motivation, and she sent me a beautiful bracelet. You guys should really buy jewelry. I don't have it on now, but I'll get it later.
He talks about it all the time.
I love it. You should buy jewelry from Corinthia. It's beautiful.
Just plug it in.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
We love your work.
All right. So, okay. So, but I love talking with you guys. You guys are absolutely amazing, but I do want to see some of your work.
Yes.
And so we're going to get some of that started. And then, like I said, we'll be, there's always some intermittent times. So look for those times where you can pop in and just share, because I think it's amazing what you're doing. And I would love to hear more about what you do with the artists in Africa and how you're helping to bring their work to the States. I think that's absolutely phenomenal. So
you guys with questions.
Right. And and we can throw some questions in throughout your presentation as well. Okay. But I'm pretty sure I know you got a bunch of questions.
Oh, you do.
Look, hold on. But you know them. Look.
We met through art. We met through art.
And so we will throw some more questions in there, because Corinthia has a ton of them. And I've been loving the questions because I'm learning more about you through the questions that she's asking. So that's pretty exciting. But let's get some art up on these walls up here, because we're trying to put some art up on the walls. So we're going to put some art up on the screens. How about that?
How about that?
There you go. So Jonas sent me you guys' presentation, and you guys walk through and let me know when to change tabs, all that kind of stuff, because I'll be looking at your presentation, not necessarily looking at you. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and do the share screen first, and then I'll put your presentation up, and then you guys just walk people through your presentation, okay? And like I told Jonah, who did I tell you was the PowerPoint person? Poncho. Yeah, so now you stuck with me. So that's the last time you're going to hear me, because I'll listen to you, but you won't see me anymore, or Corinthia, because we're both leaving.
Can you go up to slide number 1, please? She's going. Okay, so this is slide number. Okay, there's slide number 1. This is item number 201. What we do with our artwork is we give you an item number 201. If you'd like to buy the painting, this is an original piece. You would write Africa 201 in the comment section. Most of you guys know that kind of style already, but we'll send you a PayPal invoice after we get your email address, which you can message us by email or through Facebook. But this is shipping is free worldwide, and we'll send you a PayPal invoice for the bill. Once we get it out, we'll ship out your painting, okay? And all these paintings we have with us in America. So this one here is, you can read it. I'm not going to read it for you because it's for music makers. I wish we could make the image bigger. Is there a possibility to make it bigger, Luis and Corinthia? Let's see if I can. I don't know if that helps or not, but that's one thing I can do on my screen.
Louise is checking to see if she can make the screen bigger for you.
Yeah, for the painting. Yeah,
for the painting. Okay, yeah,
thank you. But that's number 201, and it's called For Music Makers. And Paul uses a lot of texture and things like that in his paintings.
His paintings are very layered, very 3D, very colorful. A lot of the times when you get his paintings, the first thing you want to do is touch them. And he actually does allow people to touch them, even though, most of the times you don't want to touch art because of the sentimentality of it. He allows people to touch them just to show you how strong they are and how firm the materials are. So anytime you see them, you want to touch them. They're very textured. They're just beautiful. They draw you in. And he uses all kinds of materials, mixed media. He uses burlap. He uses rocks. He uses shiny metals. He just goes all out with his paintings. Mm-hmm. So anybody who gets this painting, I'm promising you, it's something you want to just touch and be drawn to. And they always have discussions. Their discussions start at paintings, actually.
And if you'd like photographs of it up close, or if you'd like a video interview of it, a video preview of the painting, you can call us, and our phone number is on our website. You can call us, and we can show you on our phone camera the painting live.
More details about it.
And more details, in detail, close up, etc. Can you guys go back to
also add the prices when you speak? And Louise, Craig says put it in presenter view.
Okay. The price is the regular price is $11.95 for this painting, but on this particular broadcast, we reduced it to $9.98,
which is quite a big discount.
Yeah, and considering it's 36 by 36 inches,
and the amount of work Paul puts into it, the materials, his expertise, his years being an artist, all that counts to bring this artist to light.
Right. We got to move to the next slide, guys. Yes. Next slide, please. Can you get a moment? Next slide coming up here in a minute. We've got 10 of them for you today. 10 paintings by Paul. We have about 40 of them left. This is item number 202. If you'd like it, you put Africa 202 in the comments. Mm-hmm. This is called
Family from the Farm.
Family from the Farm.
Yeah, and I love this particular piece because it reminds me of growing up in the village back home, growing up in the village in Africa, the sunsets, the sunrises. I mean, the sceneries, the houses are very different from living in the city. So I do miss that when I see this painting, and the colors. It doesn't matter if you grew up in the village, if you grew up in Africa. Once you see this painting, you will connect with it, just like most of Paul's works. But this has a homey family feel to it. The textures, again, I'm crazy about the textures of his works, are just amazing. Yeah. He knows how to play around with his colors. Paul is a magician with colors, I tell him. So if you get this painting, it's only at the regular price is $1,500, but here on this podcast, it's $12.99. So you're getting a really big discount if you get this painting. So if you're interested, you have to write Africa 202.
That's right.
Yes.
In the comment section, and then send us your email
Email
address
address.
via messenger or email. Now, 1500 is about where he tops off. Paul, that's his one of his most expensive pieces. And that's at a discount already. Paul gave us the discount on this painting. So these prices are, even though they may seem expensive, they're really not.
Mhm.
Um,
And like we said, it's on sale here.
It's
So
on
you're not
sale
going to
here.
pay $1,500. You pay $12.99. And
That's
that's
right.
a big discount
That's right.
right there, guys.
Can we go to the next slide, please? The next slide is called Palm Wine Tapper.
Oh, I love this one. I love this one. As you guys can see, it's a man climbing up a tree, a palm tree, to tap some palm wine. That makes me thirsty right now. I've never had palm wine myself, but I've always been curious about the culture of palm wine tapping.
What is palm wine?
It's a wine from it's tapped from the palm trees, yes. And I know it's very common in West Africa. I'm from East Africa. We don't know much about palm wine tapping, but I've always been interested and curious. And so this painting sort of brings you there, takes you there. If you're thirsty, Corinthia, if you need some wine, palm wine tapping.
This one is returned from the farm, item number 204. This is a heavily textured painting. If you guys can zoom in on that, that'd be great. On the people. The people are made out of metal, like lines, you guys. I don't know if you can see it there. And you can see that the canvas has some bumps in it. And that's just because it's so heavily textured.
Yes.
Once you get it stretched, those bumps will come out and it will be a straight painting. But it's beautiful. It weighs like maybe 7 or 8 pounds.
And those bumps are actually part of the charm, part of the art.
Yeah.
He makes his paintings deliberately that way. He uses very thick paintings, very thick materials.
Yeah.
Like, again, like I said, you want to touch them. You feel like you're part of the painting. So those bumps are actually part of the charm of the painting. But once you get it stretched, the painting is perfect. Yes. And this one is priced at $1,300 regular price, but we're going to give you a discount of $998, which is quite a gem.
Yeah.
That's a big price cut, guys.
Yeah.
So if you're interested, you put Africa 204, okay?
Next slide, please. Thank you.
Moving along, item number 205. I love this particular theme. It's called A Mother's Love. And you can see this beautiful, strong woman holding a baby, very regal, very tall, very beautiful, surrounded by these circular movements. Paul is amazing at celebrating women. Most of his works are centered around celebrating the African woman, women in general. And I love this particular piece for that reason. I'm a woman. I was raised by a single mom. This celebrates a mother's love and all the women in the world. The price for this piece is $600, the regular price. But here on sale, we're giving it to you for $499. So guys, that's a big price cut. If you're interested in it, you put Africa 205. Don't forget to put Africa. Africa is the keyword. And we can give you the shipping details, okay? Moving along to the next painting, please.
Guys, who wants to be my friend?
I'll be your friend. And shipping is free worldwide on our website, by the way. People ask us how we can do it. It's really not that hard. It's not that much of a cut. But we offer it just as a incentive for people to buy. We don't want shipping to be a problem for anybody. So we take that on ourselves. This one is called
3 African Faces.
Yeah, and that's what it is. And it's heavily textured. It comes off the canvas. It looks more like wood, but it's not. It's paintings on a canvas. And it's priced at $500. And today you can get it at $399 if you put in the comment section, Africa 206. That's a really, really good deal, guys, at $400 for that piece. It's 32 inches across by 16 inches high.
Yes, mixed media. Moving along, we want you guys to see as much as you can in this time frame we have.
There's only two more after this. So this is
this is called Family Homeward, and you can see little stick figures walking home. I don't know if you guys can see them. If you can enlarge it for us somehow.
Yeah. The right. On the right-hand side of the painting, they're dark. They're heading towards the huts. You can see them carrying things on their head.
Yeah, so a family homeward is a family heading home like we all do at the end of the day, whether we went to work, kids went to school, everybody has to go home. And I love this particular theme very much because home is where the heart is, home is where the family is. The colors are just beautiful.
This is similar to the other one
that rainbow sunset feeling in the background.
Yeah.
And the textures just they mash in well together, guys. You have to see this to feel this to see how beautiful
And
this was.
again, if you're really interested and want to see the quality, call us. Our phone number is on the website, and we can show it to you on FaceTime or any kind of technological
or even talk more
communication.
about it.
Yeah,
yes, or
anything.
even talk. Yeah,
it runs 32 inches across, 16 inches high. The asking price is $399 from $500. Okay,
that's a good deal, about 200 down. So
yes.
If you want it, you put Africa 207. Never forget to put the word Africa before the number of the painting.
Next slide, please. Next slide's coming up. And we have for you on the next slide, we have, what do we have, guys, on the next slide?
Should be 208
Here we
coming
go.
up.
Hold on,
Yes.
Louise is doing you guys slide. Louise,
Okay.
where are you? You know she's wearing so many hats, so
I know.
There you go.
It's okay.
Louise, come back. We need you.
So this one is number 208.
Yes.
And this is called
Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo musicians, the 3 tribes from Nigeria.
Yeah.
And it's a mixed media painting, and you have 3 men from 3 different tribes coming together to play music. You all know music connects us, whether we understand the language or not, whether it's from Africa, from Middle East, from Asia, music connects us. So this is a connection of 3 musicians from 3 different tribes from Nigeria. And what better way to connect people than music? I love the instruments they are holding. Guys, you should see the textures of these drums and trombone-like instruments.
The background of it has a lot of decoration as well.
There's these little spirals and zigzags it puts on the background.
This one, again, is the smallest size painting, 32 inches across, 16 inches
By
high.
16.
Regular price is $500. It's on sale at this show at $399. If you'd like it, put item number 208 in the comments. And
Put Africa
208
Yes.
to confirm, and then we'll send us your shipping address. Next slide, please. You can inbox or email us your shipping address. This one is
Ooh, look
called
at these colors. Is that,
Celebration. Item number 209.
it speaks for itself. It speaks for itself. The painting itself has a celebratory mood. The colors are different from the previous paintings that we just showed you. You can see that. Very, very different colors. The purples and the blues and the greens, the hues are fantastic. And what I love about these paintings is the squares in the background. They kind of look like, what is it, cathedral squares?
Paul made squares. Those squares
He
you
makes-
see on the paintings, there's about maybe 1,000
Thousands of them that he makes with paint.
with paint.
Yes.
And it
go ahead,
formulates the background, and it formulates the skirts that these 2 women are wearing here and the pants that the guy is wearing. There's squares, guys. There's small dabs of paint that are
That you
squares.
can actually touch
Yeah,
and
you can
feel.
touch them. They're separated by some
Lines,
kind of
Some
texture.
kind of lines that
Yeah.
of texture that he
It's
does.
mixed media. He has a lot of secrets. I don't know what they are. Next slide, please. It's $11.95. If you'd like that painting, it's $9.98. This one is number 210, Africa 210. If you'd like to purchase it, it's the Palm Wine Cyclist. The regular price is $11.95. We're selling at $998. If you'd like it,
No, it's $11.95 regular price, but we're selling it at $9.98
that's what
on
I thought I
sale.
said.
You
Okay,
said $19.98, or unless
Oh,
I heard you wrong.
maybe.
Yeah.
We
So
have
anyway-
accent problems between the 2 of us
Yes, we
every
do.
day.
Yes, we do.
Accent problems.
Yeah. So if
Yeah.
you like this particular painting, you put Africa 210.
Yeah.
It's
And
the-
guys, I wish you could see this in person. If you like these paintings, guys, and you want to see more of them, call us, seriously, because we can show you these paintings, you'll be amazed.
Yeah.
I wish we could do this from our home, but our electricity is out and we can't show them from home. We can't show them close up, so we have to do a slideshow of them.
Yeah.
I think that's the last slide, or is there one more, guys? Another slide there? There's one more, I think.
that's- Ooh, look at these
Yeah,
layers.
this is the last one. This one's number 211, Africa 211, if you'd like to buy it.
Yeah, it's called the House of Patterns, and you can see the patterns in this particular piece. I mean, the houses, the squares on the walls of the houses, and he has something extra he's added to the paintings.
Yeah.
Burlap.
Yeah.
Cut up burlap clothing.
It's like sackcloth.
It's
potato
rough.
sackcloth.
Yeah. What I like also about Paul's paintings that I needed to tell you guys is they're rough. And when I say they're rough sometimes can be taken the wrong way. It's a beautiful kind of rough. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah.
They are very, very attractive. They pull you in. Like I said, you want to touch them. You
They're
want to scratch.
durable.
They're very strong. They're very durable.
Yeah.
So
Can you guys go up to Paul's biography pictures, and now I'll close us out? The 2 biography pictures. Yeah, that's
Paul
Paul.
for you.
Now, Paul is he has a master's degree in fine arts from a Nigerian university. He's exhibited all over the world. He loves to share his studio with young people and teach them art.
Yeah, he does. He teaches about 100 students in Nigeria, which in itself is that's art right there.
Yeah.
That's
Can you go to number one side, guys?
There he is.
And there's Paul there. He's 50 years old, if you can believe it. He is very mature. When he first wakes up in the morning, the first thing he wants to do is art.
Yeah.
And it got us into the habit of when we wake up, we do art.
You have to leave what you are, really. Well, you have to leave your passion.
And this guy does that.
He leaves his passion. Yes, he does.
Yeah. So Louise and Corinthia, after seeing all these, what other questions do you have for us? Any other questions?
I agree. You do have to definitely live what you are and who you are. That's when you love what you do, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. He loves it. Paul loves his art.
And I love,
He's very proud of it.
He's very proud of it. I love, somebody said, do what you love what you do, and people, so that people cannot take their eyes off of it.
Yeah.
Paul is an example of that. When you see his works, you don't want to take your eyes off it. You don't want to take your hands off it. So he actually is one of my inspirations, because once you see his work, you see his passion. And people who live their passion, there's something magical about that. Corinthia, you're one of them. I tell Jonah all the time, Corinthia lives her passion, and it's very inspiring. It is.
Thank you.
Yes. So we appreciate that.
You guys do too. You live your passion.
Yes.
You're all steeped into it. You know, Gathinja, you're from Kenya, right?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Yeah. And you still have your accent, and you're promoting, you know, the country of your origin.
Yes.
And it's so powerful. It's so powerful. Now, let me ask you guys this. Are all of those works that you just oh, no, they're not on the site.
No, they are on
the site. They are on the site.
They are on the website, and they're with us in New York.
On your website or on the Beauty of Blackness?
On True African Art.
They are on True African Art, but we physically have the paintings.
I don't know if they're on Beauty of Blackness, Corinthia. I sent Louise copies of the images. I don't know if that was yesterday. I don't know if she's had time to upload them.
Right. They'll be uploaded onto the site, but they are on the True Africa site. And there's probably a few of them on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show site. Yeah. The ones that are not, they could definitely go to True Africa to make those purchases. But they will be uploaded by tomorrow onto the site. We'll be able to upload some of those, because I think we got them this morning. It was just too hard to get them all.
Can you show our business card real quickly? You have to go.
They dropped it. Well, they dropped, I think that we dropped some of the,
yeah, I put it in the feed.
She put it in the feed, and then Corinthia, can you ticker their website? Oh, you tickered her website. It's already being tickered at the bottom. Right, your website's being tickered at the bottom.
When I get it correctly, it's www.trueafricaart.com.
That's it. It's African with an N on the end. African.
Okay, let's change that. Yeah. Let's change that. Hang on.
It's okay.
Okay, so everyone, we have a change to African
art.com.
African arts.
And you know we're all Africans.
Okay.
Everybody in this world.
Okay. Let's see. Check it out.
Okay, so we're gonna work on that slideshow. Yeah. It was weird because I kept putting in presenter, but it wasn't presenting that way on the screen, because I was watching it and I'm like, so I was putting it in presenter. It just wasn't presenting that way. So, and I'm not sure why. Okay. So we'll look at it later and see what was happening with that.
No problem.
But thank you guys so much. You are very inspiring what you're doing with the artwork in Africa and the African artists, because I know that this is something, being able to come here is difficult. So being able to have your art brought here and then have money go back so that you can take care of your family and yourself in Africa, and to share the beauty of what they're doing here in the United States is amazing. And to have someone like you, Gathinja, and I might say your name for me so I can say it right.
Gathinja.
To have someone like you to say, hey, you know what, I want to share the work from my people. I want to share what they're doing and bring it here is absolutely phenomenal and amazing. And Jonah has been awesome, absolutely awesome to be able to share that experience with you. Did I say your name wrong? Jonah?
No.
To be able to share, right, to be able to share that with you and to be in there holding you down, because a lot of times we as females, we're holding them down. And so to have that anchor, is absolutely right, is absolutely amazing. So you are to be commended, Jonah. And so we do have our next artist up, and hopefully we can spend a little more time with you guys, just diving in and learning more about you. But we're going to go ahead and bring Patricia up. And once again, thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you guys for pushing through and doing your thing. Okay.
Thank you for being our push warriors. Thank you for being our push warriors.
All right, that was amazing. I enjoyed learning about them because I didn't know a lot about African art, about true African art. And so thank you, Corinthia, for the questions you were asking, because that actually helped to reveal a lot more about who they are and what they do. So that was a blessing to be able to do that. So we're going to bring Patricia up. Now, Patricia is a warrior. She has been around in the art world for a number of years. And I just think it's amazing that she has been all of the different things that she has been doing. And so I am looking forward to her. Patricia and I met via Facebook when I was doing some work and on a grant. And she said, call me, because obviously I was doing something wrong. And so I called her. I'm going to bring her up. I called her, and she was absolutely amazing, very helpful, walked me through so much. And I just love this woman. I've loved our time together. We're going to be doing some other projects together. And so, hello, Patricia, and a warrior too, because this was all new for her. And she made it happen. So I am grateful to have you here with us, Patricia.
Well, I'm just
welcome, Patricia. Welcome. It's okay for me to call you Miss because you're an elder. Yes.
Yes, I am, and I'll tell you, I'm really happy that all the challenges have still made it possible for me to be here. So I revel in that. So
I'm loving that outfit you have on.
I was just gonna say that.
I have a new one for tomorrow too, darling.
Oh, look at it. She's like,
darling.
Miss Pat Corey, and I greet you from Papa, South Carolina, which is a little tiny town out in the country. After having packed 1,000 times and traveled the world, I decided I needed to unpack and be quiet. So I live out in a little country town in South Carolina. I am a printmaker.
Can we come visit? Can we come visit?
He's trying to come visit you. So Corinthia, we're gonna let Pat have her moment. And I'm gonna go ahead and full screen you, Pat, and you do your thing.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yes, and you can come and visit. I am renovating a 100-year-old house that I'm going to make a studio and a classroom. So sure, you're welcome as soon as I get it finished. Okay, my name is Pat Kabori. I'm a printmaker and mixed media artist, and I didn't start my art career until I was in my mid-40s, and that happened as a result of a very serious accident. Before that, for 25 years, I've been working in communities, in Black communities from Watts to Harlem, working with kids, battered women, drug-addicted folk. And after I had the accident, I had to sit still for a while I was recovering. And so it gave me time to think. And while I really loved working in those communities, at some point I kind of got burned out. So I got tired of, bad attitudes, bad skills. And so I decided that I wanted to change my life. And I'd always been interested in art, and I'd always done art as a kid. But back in my day, Black parents didn't think that art was a viable career for young people unless you were an art teacher. So I started out in art as an unpaid 40-hour-a-week apprentice in a silk screen shop that was run by a group of nuns. And so for the whole summer, I learned silk screening. And that was back before we had computers. And so as a consequence, we cut a lot of our stencils by hand. Or we made transparency stencils that we burned into our silk screens. So after a whole summer of doing that, and it was a lot of fun because I love learning things. I'm a visual learner, which might have took me 100 years to try to figure out how to open this app. At any rate, after that, I started a little T-shirt business in my spare bedroom, and I made absolutely gorgeous, beautiful, custom designed family reunion T-shirts. So I did that for about a year, and then I needed creatively to stretch. So I was always interested in fine art because I had some friends who were fine artists. And I found a 10-week course in Canada for printmaking, and I went and studied it. And then I was ready to go. I was ready to take off. One of the philosophies that drives me in terms of making art is, number one, art and beauty particularly belong to everyone. And so we should change the way that we think about art and beauty, that it belongs to everybody, that you don't have to be rich, you don't have to be white to afford it, that back in the day our ancestors made beautiful things out of almost nothing. They didn't have the art store, they didn't have the paintbrushes. And so we need to understand and teach our children that you have every right to access beauty as anybody else. So there's several factors that influence my art. Okay, one is the time that I spent living in West Africa, in Burkina Faso, and I used to spend hours walking through the big, four block square art market where you could get your hair braided, you could buy food, you could get sandals made, and I used to sit and watch people create art with something as basic as a razor blade and a needle. So I used to look out the window in the morning and watch the women walking to the market, either to buy things or to sell things. Most of the women vendors in the food market were the majority were women. Primarily, the men in the food market were the butchers. So I used to watch the women walking with their babies on their back or carrying, baskets on their heads. And so the first piece that I'm going to share with you is called Going to Market. Okay, I got it right. Okay, I'm lifting it up. And this piece is in the show. And I'm particularly fond of this piece, and I'll tell you why. I read about a call for entries from the Washington, D.C. printmakers. And, artists are used to being rejected. And so it took me a long time to get from point A to point C or D. And so I sent in the image, and it was only for printmakers, and there was 75 to 100 printmakers from not only all over the country, but from different parts of the world. And there was a juror who went through all of the work, and so I was one of 12 that was selected for this particular project. It's called the Fine Art Calendar. And I had to make 150 prints, all the same size and all centered in the same way. And it took me 3 days just to tear all the paper. This is a linoleum print, and linoleum relief printing is one of the mediums of printmaking. And that's where you draw an image into linoleum or into plexiglass. So with linoleum, you take tools and you carve and you carve and you carve. And then after you get the image carved in, you ink it up with a brayer and ink. And then you put paper down, and it's called pulling a print. That's when you transfer the image from the linoleum, from the plate, onto the paper. So this was my first interaction with the Washington printmakers, and I was in this project. I got juried in for almost an entire decade. We had to make additions. Additions is the number of works that are in a particular body. So there were only 12 to 15 printmakers out of the whole field of printmakers who would apply. This particular piece is in the permanent collection of the Smithsonian, the Library of Congress, George Washington University, and 7 or 8 other um, museums. And the thing that's interesting is I didn't understand that the Cochrane Museum was part of the Smithsonian. And so the coordinator of the project called me and she said, Pat, are you going to come to the opening of the show? And I said, well, no, I'm not coming for one day. It's too far. So at any rate, she said to me, well, you know it's in the Cochrane Museum. And so I was like, well, what's the big deal? And she was like, the big deal is it's part of the Smithsonian. And I said, for real? I was like really tickled. One of the driving forces of my work is to teach young people. And I had the honor, and it was a distinct honor, of being selected, and I was appointed by the Michigan Black Caucus as a Michigan mentor teaching artist. And I'm particularly sensitive to populations of people who have a variety of different challenges. And so I decided out of 15 artists that I was going to teach children who were physically or intellectually challenged. And so out of 40 kids in this particular program, I had 3 young people who were not verbal, but who had skills that could be developed. And the reason that I chose them is because oftentimes adults or children who are challenged, physically or intellectually, they're invisible. People don't see them. And so I wanted to find a way to give these young people another voice by which they could be, in this particular case, not heard but seen. And so for 2 years, I was a Michigan mentor teaching artist, and it was one of the highlights of my entire career. I've been fortunate in that I've been able to be artist in resident in South Carolina, in Michigan, in Kentucky, and in Virginia. I really love teaching young people, and I learn as much from them, hopefully, as they learn from me. So I want to share another of my paintings, of my prints rather. And this is called, wait a minute, okay, I'm centered. It's called A Song from My Brother. And this is really personal to me. If you see all the different colors in the print, this is a monoprint, and I'll explain what that is in a minute. If you see all the different colors in the print, it represents all of the hues that Black men are. We are so diverse in terms of our complexions, our personalities, our history. And if you look closely, you'll see that interspersed among the print is gold. And the reason I put the gold in it is because I think Black men are precious. I think they're valuable. But if you also notice that you have to look really deeply to see the gold, because oftentimes Black men are invisible. Okay. There are so many things that art does. It enlightens, it inspires, it reminds us, it teaches us. And I'm particularly proud and also honored to be in the beauty of Black art. I have to give some kudos to Louise because I met her at a time when she had started the planning, and we had many conversations on the phone. And I have shown in so many one woman and group shows that people have no idea the amount of work that it takes to mount a show that is this magnificent and this diverse. So I would suggest, advise, tell the audience that if you have an opportunity to secure some of this magnificent work, that you should certainly take advantage of it, because you'll hardly ever have a chance to see this much great work in one place at one time. I want to dispel a misnomer, and that is that you have to be rich or have money to buy art. That's not true. Some of the same money that you spend to buy a poster and spend $200 to have it all framed up beautifully, you could buy an original piece of art to start your collection. And if you have a collection, then this is a great opportunity for you to expand your collection. One of the things that I want to urge people who have wonderful collections of art, no matter how big or how small, but who have original works of art, think about what's going to happen to your art if you're not here. Are you going to give it to your kids if you have children? Will they appreciate it? Will they even want it? You know, think about leaving it to a historic Black college so that the legacy can be
in the dashboard of the Wix stores. To get there, let's close out of this and I'll show you how.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to continue. Okay, so think about that. You know, I have a big collection. I'm going to leave some to my daughter. I'm going to leave some to my brother. And then I want to find a historic Black college that has a great art department. And I also want to leave my art library because I have cases of books that are art history, Black history, and art techniques. Okay, so the next piece that I did is called Granny. And this was in the Washington, D.C. Printmakers Project. I can't remember how many of these I did, but I'm sure it was no less than 90, probably 150. And I did this because everything today is moving so fast. You know, social media, cell phones, the whole 9 yards. And I think about back in the day when African American families were intact. We all lived together. You know, your grandma was revered. My grandma lived with us. And on Tuesday, every Tuesday, she would bake a pie from scratch. So I wanted to honor the grandmother's generation that many of us know and grew up with. So that's Granny. Oh, I also wanted to say that the first print that I shared with you, Going to Market, is in the Beauty of Black Art Gallery, and it's for sale, and it's $650.
Okay. Yeah, that was going to be my question, was pricing.
Oh, well, these are just prints and works that I've pulled out. So, you know, I didn't price them, but, you know, the other thing is, you know, I'm like the TV show, Let's Make a Deal.
Oh.
Because.
Well, it's nice to have some pricing on everything. And I love that you have those together with you. And yes, that particular piece is in the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. And I did post it. So if you're on Facebook, you can actually click that link and make that purchase. And also letting people know how many of the run was in that particular area as well. So
say that again, Louise.
The run, you know, how many of what was in that run?
Oh, Going to Market,
Mm-hmm.
100. Oh, and one of the things I have to tell you that's kind of a cute story. Bonnie, who was a coordinator of that particular project, called me up one time, and she said, "Can you see me?" Yeah. Mm-hmm. She said, "I'm sending you back one of your prints that was in the last project." And I said, "Why? What happened?" She said, "I got a call from, I think it was Thailand or Indonesia, I can't remember which. Mm-hmm. And there was a gentleman there who had been collecting these calendars, you know, for a number of years. And so the calendar that he got that my work was in, I had numbered it, but somehow or other, I had not signed it. I had forgotten to sign it. And so he was coming to the States for a conference. He brought the print back with him. He mailed it to Bonnie. Bonnie mailed it to me. I signed it. And then I sent it back to her. And then she sent it back to him. And then he took it back wherever he came from. Talking about my work, when I was in Africa, which is Burkina Faso is a French-speaking country, but in Mosi, which is the language of the majority of the indigenous group, whenever I would come to the market, they would always call me American Paga, American Paga, and it means American woman. Paga in Mosi means woman, And so I sign on my work, Paga, woman. And then one of my Hispanic girlfriends said to me, "Oh, I see you signed your name in Spanish." And I said, "No, I signed my name in Mosi. It means woman." She said, "Well, in Spanish, it means pay. So my signature on my work means pay the woman." Okay. Uh, growing up in
That's interesting.
right, it's kind of like a double entendre. Okay.
Mhm.
Pay the woman, paga. Growing up in Detroit, before Motown, okay, uh, jazz was like the soundtrack of my house. My mother loved jazz. We hear, Miles Davis, Dizzy Gillespie. That's back in the day when they had 78s. That's something that the millennials know nothing about. They don't know what 78s are. Probably don't know what 45s are. But at any rate, so I really love jazz. And I remember for my, I think 13th or 14th birthday, as a special treat, my mom took me to a midnight concert, and I saw Charlie Parker, and I was just thrilled because we heard his music all around my house all the time. So music has also been a big influence in my life. And this particular piece, okay, there I am, I'm centered. Okay, I'm getting there. It's called Monk's Midnight, okay, because Thelonious Monk, who I saw in concert when I moved to New York as a young person, his famous piece was called Round Midnight. Uh, and so I'm sitting in the 5 spot in New York, and he played Round Midnight. So I created this piece, and this is a monoprint. And I'll explain what a monoprint is a little later. And one of the things that I'm kind of proud of is that my work is affordable, and also I do have a layaway plan. This particular piece is like $450. And I just also want to say that if you see something that you really love that appeals to you, in COVID, all of this crazy stuff that we've been through in the last year, almost a year and a half, um, tomorrow's not promised. I have a piece in my own collection that I bought from the artist laureate from Kentucky. It's a wooden piece. It's called Catching Hands. And it took me a whole year to pay for it. Not that it was like thousands of dollars, it was several $100s. So I gave him a deposit, and every month I sent him a check until it was paid for. And so a lot of the artists will really work with you if you are sincere about, paying for the work that you want. So don't deny yourself. If you see something, don't wait until tomorrow, because tomorrow's not guaranteed. Okay. As I said, Africa had a big influence on me. Uh, the people, the culture, even the food. And so this next piece is called the EBGs. This piece also is from the, okay, let me get it straight. Okay. It's from the Washington, D.C. Printmakers Project. And the thing that's interesting is that every piece that I did during the decade that I was in this project was all centered around women, either African American women or African women. And Ibiji in Nigeria means twins. And there's a particular interesting custom that goes along with this. If a woman has twins and unfortunately one of the twins die, the custom is that the artisan in their particular area will carve out of wood 2 images of twins, and they build an altar, and they dress the twins alike with cloth and beads. And every day, the mother of the twins who is deceased will bring food offerings and place them in front of the twin who's deceased, so that the spirit of the twin is still included in part of the family. So this is the Bee Gees. This was in the art calendar, and it's $650. I did 150 of these. And the art calendar project went on for 35 years, and now it's discontinued, so there are no more. I have all 10 years. Um, And actually, I even have a few extra calendars. So the 10 years of art calendars that I have, which have anywhere from 12 to 13 original prints, and each month of that particular year has an original signed and numbered print on it. So my 10 years collection of art calendars is probably worth in excess of $30,000. So this is the EBG. And this is also part of the permanent collection of 7 or 8 major museums, national and regional museums. One of the things that I do to inspire me, and some people, draw sketches and stuff, and I'm not particularly a an artist that does portraiture paintings. I'm more of an abstractionist. And so one day a week, I don't do art. Well, I don't do it on Sunday, and I don't do it on Monday, because I use Monday as a day to read, to research, to think, to plan. And sometimes you need a break, because art is a very creative process, but it's also a process that can really drain you at times, because there are times when you just work. So just to have an even rhythm, an even keel, I take one day off a week. And I don't always read art books or do research. Sometimes I just read junk, because I just need not to think about everything that's going on, because it can just burn you out. Okay, the next piece that I did, and I really like to change stuff. I like to change my art, okay? And one of the artist who's had a great influence on me is a Ghanaian artist who lives in Nigeria, who is world renowned, and his name is Elenatsu. He's the brother that does these huge installations with bottle caps. And one of the things that Elenatsu said, if you cannot access the materials that you're used to, if you can't afford to buy them, if you live someplace where you couldn't find them, what would you do? You should be able to take something old and repurpose it and make something new. So sometimes I just take my prints and I cut them up, or I tear them up, or I will manipulate them and fold them, or I'll weave them. And so this is called call and response, because back in the days when we were enslaved people, many times there were different ethnic groups on the prison plantation. And so all of the bright colors that you see represent the brightness of the spirit of survival that our people underwent for 350 years. And so sometimes at night, a person, an enslaved person from one group, would call out during the night, trying to make a connection with someone from their own group. And if there was a person who was from their own group, they would call back. And so that's the call and that's the respond. And when you see the green parts in the print, that represents the land from which we came and the land that we were forced to work on. So this is call and response, and this is $500. And I just want to say that, with the exception of some large work, and with the exception of some new work that I'm doing on canvas, most of my work is really affordable. Some of my small prints are as little as $250. And I want people to be able to purchase work, not just because I like to share it, but because I want to live up to the philosophy that beauty belongs to everybody. And with the same money that you spend to buy a poster, and you spend $200 to get it framed, you can find an artist that you can buy an original piece of work from. And you'd be surprised at some of the really beautiful, affordable work that's in the beauty of Black art. And it's original art. It's not a poster, although there's a fabulous poster of the show. But the original art, I was surprised myself when I saw how affordable some of the work is. So make sure that you check it out. Okay, getting back. This is a print that I did for myself. And that's because I really admired Zora Neale Hurston. And this is called Writing Woman Writing Wonder. Okay. And she was also noted for her hat. And she was like ahead of her time. She was an anthropologist who studied the lifestyle of Southern Blacks, and she wrote about it. And she got a lot of criticism from male writers because they didn't think that her writing was significant. So I kind of like just did this for myself. It's called Wonder Writing Woman. Okay. And the thing that's so sad is that many of our giants, our creative giants, did not get their due while they were alive. One of my dearest friends was Norman Lewis. His wife and I have been friends for 500 years. But at any rate, Norman, I used to go down to his studio and visit and sit and talk to him because he and Bearden and Little John and a bunch of artists who were really pioneers, some were in the Harlem Renaissance. Norman used to say, Patty, I'm not going to get my due until I'm dead, and it's true. Okay, and his art that sold for $1,350,000 2 years ago was just as good as back in the 60s when I met him, and his art was like $1,000. Okay. Oh, this is also one of my favorite pieces. I'm going to put it up so that there's no reflection. Oh, okay. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Well, I'll do it this way. There, that's better. And this is called Sunday Morning. And I like to honor tradition. And sadly, that's some of the things that we've lost to modernization. Okay. I don't necessarily call it modernization. I call it lost heritages. And I remember when I was a little girl, going Sunday morning, going to church, that was a big deal, especially because you went to Sunday school, you got a chance to see all your friends. And one of the things that I remember very distinctly is that my grandmother would not be caught dead on Sunday morning going to church if she did not have her hat on and she didn't have gloves. And all the women in our church had hats on, and most had gloves. So I did this as a tribute, and kind of a lost custom for Sunday morning mothers and grandmothers who went to church with their hats on. This also is part of the Washington, D.C. printmakers art calendar project, and this is $650. And when we did the run, when we did the edition of 150, and I have to tell you that it took 2 or 3 days to tear the paper because it all had to be exactly the same size. In order to get 150 perfect prints that were all centered the same, we often had to do 175 prints. And then we had the artist print, which was like the quality control that we measured the edition with. And most of the time, we would take 150 perfect prints, and then we would destroy the rest. So I think I kept a couple of artist proofs, but there aren't any more. There aren't any more. So, and the calendar project is over, so it will never come back, unfortunately. But some of the work was phenomenal, and there were a few artists in the calendar project who were really quite famous. So, if you're interested in a calendar that has 12 original prints, just hit me up on Instagram. Okay? All right, thanks. I have just a few more. I told you I like to change things up, and I like to think about things. And this is a print that I did, a monoprint. And a monoprint is when you paint an image onto either plexiglass or glass, and then you wet your paper and you blot out the dampness, and then you put your paper on top of your plexiglass, and then either with a brayer or through your press, or even you can print with just your hand, you transfer the image. And so that's what I did. And then afterwards I looked at it, and I'm contemplating, and I thought, oh, okay, that's a good name for a contemplation. So then what I did was I cut it up into hundreds of little pieces, and then I repurposed it, and I glued each of those little fragments back onto a subgate, another piece of paper, and it took about 2 days. But it's kind of a Zen exercise because I have these like little tweezers, and I've decided in my mind, how it's going to come together. So I take all these little fragments and I glue them, and repurpose the print. So this is contemplation, because when I was trying to figure out what to do with the work, I contemplated it. I cut it up. So I took something old and made something new out of it. Okay. And I really love history. My mom was a history buff. And that's why I tell you to educate your children about the art that you've collected, or any kid who happens to be in your family or, live in your neighborhood. Because when I was a kid, my mom talked about art all the time, and I was like, oh my God, again. Oh my, okay, I'm listening. But now as an adult, I really appreciate the foundation that she gave me with respect to our history. And it helps to direct and guide some of the work that I do, because it calls to mind many of the stories, that she tells me. She was the first person that I remember as a child who told me that Egypt was part of Africa, because before that nobody ever claimed Egypt as being African. So, share your art, share your knowledge, share your history with children, because the thing that's sad today is social media is the accepted norm in terms of communication. Kids don't write personal notes anymore. Everything is, Facebook, Twitter. Children have almost, except for schoolwork, lost the art of fine reading. And sadly, there was a period when kids thought that the hat that had an X on it was just a fashion statement, and they didn't understand the history of it in terms of the Nation of Islam, and particularly, the history and contributions of Malcolm X. So, each one teach one, each one reach one. So the last piece I'm going to share with you is called The Women of Tassili. And Tassili had caves in Algeria, and we have all seen, the cave drawings of South Africa. Hopefully, we're familiar with the Amazon women of Dahomey, and they also had warrior women, Tassili, in Algeria. And this is a mixed media piece. And what I did was I did a monoprint, which is this in the background, and then I did a relief print, and I cut it out. Okay, and then I collage. Collage is a French word, it means to glue. And then I took an old print that I had done, and I cut it up and wove it, and I collaged it, glued it onto the print. And I also do that with a lot of work. You might see work. I was looking for a piece and I couldn't find it, where I had dyed paper in indigo, and I saw that art when I lived in Africa. So I dyed the paper in indigo, and then I printed images on top of it. So, any questions? Louise, are you there? Oh, I guess not. Well, I think
Yeah, I am here. I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm
Oh, that's okay.
out.
I think my time is up, isn't it?
Yes, and I think I'm up next. So I wasn't so bad. I wasn't so worried about you running over a little bit. I have totally enjoyed your presentation. Just totally enjoyed your presentation, learning about your linoleum cuts and all that kind of stuff. And I've been looking at like, ooh, I want one of those. I want me a Patricia Gabora. I want one of those pieces. I just love your work. And I want to thank you for participating in the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and just let people know that if you are interested in any of Patricia's work, definitely in anything that's not in the store, definitely send us a message on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. You can go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, send a message through the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show for Patricia Gabora's work, because it is phenomenal. And trust me, once it's gone, it's gone. A lot of this stuff she has very limited pieces left. The one that's actually in the show, is that the young lady Market Lady. I think that is the last one of Market Lady, correct? The one that's in the show, and that is $650. So trust me, if you want that piece, you better gobble it up now. And that is a part of the Smithsonian collection, along with Going to Market is also a part of the Smithsonian collection. So if you saw something that you're interested in, a lot of her work is a part of the Smithsonian collection. So definitely, if you're interested in something, send an email through the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website so that I can get you in contact with this great, wonderful matriarch of the arts woman, so that we can connect you with her work. We will be posting some more of it. She just didn't have a lot of time to get me more via email.
Say, Louise, don't wait until I'm dead, because then I'll be more expensive.
That's right. Don't wait till she's dead, because she will be more expensive. That's why I'm going to try to grab mine up now. And I would suggest that to the rest of you all. Grab up your pieces now, because like she said, don't wait. You've seen dead people work now, okay? And half of it, we can't afford it. So we're going to thank Miss Patricia and all of her wonderful work. We look forward to seeing her back tomorrow to see what else she has to present for us. Oh, Kabibi over here dying. Let me post some of Kabibi stuff. She is just posting. She said, hi, Pat. Kabibi says, hi to you. Corinthia, open up.
Question for Miss Patricia. Miss Patricia, what do-overs would you do in your life? Do you have anything in your life that you would redo real quickly? Or move forward and do?
I wouldn't waste time on nonsense or nonsensical people. Okay. I wouldn't water folks. One of my favorite sayings is "Don't water nothing dead." So I wouldn't waste water on some spirits that weren't alive. Okay, I would have started art earlier, but I can't think of a lot of things that I would do over, because I think that all of the cake that I am, not the icing, but all the cake that I am, come from the different experiences, and those were the ingredients that made me who I am today.
All the cake that you are. I love that.
There's a lot of layers on this sister. So Kabibi said, I hope you're ready. She said, great talk, and she would love to connect. She's been to South Carolina on several occasions, and she would love to connect with you. So.
Well, tell her that my indigo pot is on the porch, and that as soon as I get my guest quarters renovated, tell her to come, and we'll do some blue hand stuff on my front porch.
She can hear you. What you talking to her? You're talking to her right now, so she can hear what you have to say.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you so much. What are you gonna say?
I just want to thank you for all your hard work and for all the opportunities that you provided, not only to the artists, but to the viewing public, because rarely do you see this body of work this quality of work all in one place. So, Barka, which means thank you, Emosi, and Ashe.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we will see you again tomorrow. You have lit up the place in that outfit.
Thank you,
just with your personality and the air you brought with you, girl. You look fabulous. I just want you to know that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. That was absolutely wonderful. Wonderful. Oh, Karen came up. It was really awesome to have an elder. An elder. Yes. Yes. Look, Karen, you late. If you hadn't been on the phone talking to me, asking me a bunch of questions, you could have got in earlier. So I'll put your little posts up. I'll put your little comments up too. Karen's gonna get me. So Karen came up to say she wanted to say hello to you. Yes, Karen, I called you out just now. She said, whatever. I called you out. Karen, that's my girl, Karen. All right, so
you guys have your connection through creative quarantine. I can feel that.
Oh, yes. I love Karen has been absolutely phenomenal. All right, so I guess I'm up next. Was I 1 o'clock?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to come up and use up these few minutes that I have.
Louise, before you get
okay, we're going to work on that.
To the screen is Louise. I can't introduce you.
Yeah, we're gonna work on those transitions.
This is our own channel right now. Can I introduce you? Is that okay?
Introduce you. You know what? Here, I'll come down and then you.
Bringing to the screen now is Louise Cutler. She is the brain of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts Show and our illustrious host, as well as an artist. Thank you all for tuning in. You're in for a wonderful day of wonderful art and history and philosophies and all that comes with art. So here to the screen, Mrs. Louise Cutler. How was that?
I hope you enjoyed that, Corinthia. Thank you very much, my illustrious hosts, for having me here today. I enjoyed that. All right, so I'm going to share some of my art with you guys today. Normally when you are the host and the creator, you don't do as much. And I think last time I was up here and I'm like, well, things are sticking up on my head. And I think the last time I was here, I talked a lot about what it was like to create the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. But today I'm going to actually share some of my artwork, and I'm going to share some of the work that is actually in the gallery, because I want you guys to, if you haven't been to the gallery, go to the gallery and see some of this, because it looks amazing up close and personal. And I'm just going to go today because I just want to share the work that is actually in the store. I'm going to go over to my store page and share some of that work that's actually in the store, because I want you guys to be able to see what's in the store, and that way you can click on it, because I can show you a ton of actual work, but I want you to be able to see some of the things that are actually in the store, so you can definitely go over to the store and make a purchase. What is this? She says Miss Gilbert link is oh, okay. All right. Somebody said the link doesn't work. I will make sure that Sharon, I'll make sure that link work. Give me a few minutes and let me get this done, and I'll get that link working. I'm not sure.
I'm on the website now, clicking the link, and it is working. Sharon, refresh your page.
Right, and also tell her she can go to the drop down as well. If she goes to the top to the drop down, she can drop down and find Miss Pat's work on the drop down as well.
Okay.
So there is a drop down that you can have a look at, and you can find that on the drop down as well as Karen's. You can always go on the drop down as well on that as too. So I'm just going to come over here and go to my store page, because I want to walk you guys through the store. I'm going to get rid of that and just kind of share some of the artwork that's on my store page with you. Not that one, because that's out of stock, that's sold already. But I'm going to share this with you because this is a piece that you guys just saw at the gallery with LaShawn, and this is actually called Vibe. I'm going to go ahead and do on the quick one so you can see the full length of this piece. This is a very tall piece, and if you were here earlier and you saw LaShawn's presentation, he was showing you this piece. This is actually a full wood piece, and it is called Vibe. And absolutely love this particular piece. I've been doing some wood stuff, doing a few different things lately. This piece is probably about 6 feet tall. It's probably about 6 feet or 5'6", and it is probably about 2 feet wide. So it's like a 2x6 piece. It's $3,500. It is wood and resin, a liquid acrylic. It is a phenomenal, absolutely beautiful piece. It can be hung or set. It could be hung in your hung on the wall, or it could be set. It can be set up. There's tons and tons and tons of things that you can do with this particular piece. I absolutely love it. I loved working with this piece. I loved creating this particular piece of art. I'm going to see if I can bring it up larger for you so that you can get a full feel of all of the different elements to Vibe. Vibe has a lot of amazing elements to it. As you can see, I'm just going to scroll a little bit. I just went with the feel of the wood for this piece. Just looking at the wood, seeing what was in the wood that I could bring out. I wanted to keep the full grain. So some of it, I just did some washing of color. Some of it I painted different images on it to just kind of follow the flow of the wood and paint within the framework and see how what was the wood saying. So there's some floating images in it. There's some motherly feeling images in there, and you know, just where there's just these bonding images, and there's acrylic. So there's resin poured inside where you see these, and the flowing water, because to me, water is life. So there's just some amazing, amazing portions. And when I finished it, it just had such an amazing vibe. It just reminded me of a jazz music. And so this particular piece is called Vibe. And like I said, it's about a 2x6 piece on wood. And this is actually a freshly sliced piece of wood. This is a tree wood. So this piece, once again, is $3,500 if you're interested in getting Vibe. And that particular piece is in the gallery. And and then we're going to move on, and I'm going to show you a few of my art pieces as well, because I do quite a few different things, and I enjoy kind of mixing it up, because a lot of times we as artists, we think we're trapped in this one vein, but we're not. We're expansive. There's things that we can, tons of different avenues that we can go down. So as an artist, I try not to get caught in or locked in to one particular medium or one particular vein of medium. So I want to show you guys another one of my pieces. A lot of you guys know me as a one who uses a lot of metal leaf. So I'm going to show this particular piece. I love this particular piece. And she is 4,100. She is done in a 23 karat gold. Her entire garment is 23 karat gold and a variegated metal. And I started doing these pieces a while ago. They were part of the Caregivers of the Earth series, and she is also one of those. She has water, so she would be part of the Water and Giver series. Anytime you see a one of my images that has a bowl, a pot, or anything like that, they're part of the Giver series. So she would be part of the Waterers of the Earth. So she's a part of that whole Caregivers of the Earth, which I've done a full collection of Caregivers of the Earth, and she is 41. She's $4,100. She is a 20 by 41 and a half acrylic and watercolor on acrylic and metal leaf on paper. And once again, her garment is a 23 karat gold. In these particular images, I use the more precious metals in them. So she's a 23 karat gold and a variegated metal. And so that you'll see a lot of my images where I work with a lot of where my images are more have a lot of gilding in them. I enjoy that. I actually discovered the fine art of gilding some years back when I was doing these pieces. I was doing them very simplistically. And if you were on the first day, I was showing how all of this started with some of my smaller, very simplistic pieces, which I'm going to list on the website, because you can purchase my pieces via the website. All you have to do is click on Louise Cutler and it'll take you to these particular pieces. And actually, I almost forgot, I had some really amazing news today. I had applied for the Royal Academy of London's summer show and wasn't sure. And I had been accepted for their, for the second, I had been accepted for the second round of jurying. And I was waiting to see if I had gotten in. And today was the day that they notified everyone of whether or not they had gotten into the Royal Academy of London show. And today I found out I got into the Royal Academy of London show. And so I will be on display at the Royal Academy of London from September to January. One of my pieces called Alone 2 will be on display at the Royal Academy of London show in the UK. And I'm hoping that I'll be able to make my way there at least before the show goes down. So thank you. Congratulations to me. So that was a huge, and it's funny because I have applied for that show before and I didn't give up. So I would just tell you, if you have applied for things, don't ever give up, because you just never know what year it is your year to be a part of it. So I want to show you, this is a particular piece I did during the creative quarantine. And thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, that's me congratulating me. Thank you, Corinthia. Thank you, sweetie. That's Corinthia giving me my kudos. Thank you, hon. And so I wanted to share with you guys, this one right here is called The Fisherman. And I love, thank you, Kabibi. Thank you. I wanted to share this with you. This is called The Fisherman. And The Fisherman is $2,500. And I did this piece during the creative quarantine. Absolutely had a lot of fun with it. And I used a technique that I had never done before. And LaShawn and Poncho was kind of sharing some different techniques. So I decided to go ahead and do these. And this is also in the store. This is called The Fisherman, and he is $2,500. I'll give you guys an up close view of The Fisherman. He is $2,500. A fun piece. He's the size is 9.5 by 41.5. So this is a great piece if you have an area where it's just narrow and you're looking for something to put in that narrow area. These are all mounted on wood panels. All of these paintings are mounted on wood panels, so you can hang them. They have a 2-inch sides. So these are very, very nice pieces to hang. And these you can just hang right. They don't have to be framed unless you want to frame them. They can be framed, but they do not have to be framed. So like I said, this one right here is 9.5 by 41.5, and it is mounted. This is a watercolor, acrylic and pen and ink on watercolor paper. I love working on watercolor paper. This is amazing piece. And you can look at all of the, and I love doing it. It was called an alcohol wash or alcohol resist. The guys kept getting on me because I wasn't saying it right. So it's done in an alcohol resist where you actually take the colors, and I think they were kind of surprised because I did mine in totally different colors than what they were doing. I was working with a liquid acrylic and very light acrylics, and so this is the outcome, and I just fell in love with it. So I did more pieces. As a matter of fact, the pieces that got accepted to the Royal Academy in London also was done in an alcohol resist. It was also done in alcohol resist. It was a piece that I had, and I hadn't quite figured out what I wanted to do with it. And so I went back and did it in alcohol resist, and absolutely loved it. So this was done in an alcohol resist. This particular piece is a $2,500 piece. It is 9.5 by 41.5. It is mounted on a wood panel. So it's watercolor mounted on a wood panel. That's one of that particular piece is also in the, this piece is also at the gallery. And also, if you are on Facebook, all you have to do is click on those pieces, and you can actually go to the website from clicking on those pieces because they are on the website. So definitely take some time, go to the website, click on those pieces. I'm going to show you one more piece, and then we're going to get to Miss Corinthia because she comes up next. So I'm going to show you one more piece of mine. I'm going to show you this right here is a bronze piece. This is called Mother's Love. So I'm going to bring that up. This is called Mother's Love. This is one of my bronze pieces. I do a number of bronze pieces. This is the back. I love the fabric. I love creating fabric in bronze. I remember when I first started doing this particular bronze. This bronze is $6,500. It is a 10 by 14 by 24. It's 10 by 14 by 24. It's $6,500. It is a solid bronze piece. Well, as solid as it comes. It probably weighs about 20 pounds, about 20 to 30 pounds, give or take. It's, you know, if I can pick it up, so it's not real heavy. So it's probably about 25 pounds, but you can see it's absolutely beautiful. I love the elongated form. Elongated arms, elongated everything. I just love the elongated forms, but the thing I love most is flowing fabric. So creating this piece was basically all about creating something that showed and exemplified the love that a mother has for her child, and in this beautiful embrace. I chose this color patina. All of these pieces is a 50 run, but all of the runs have different color patinas. So this particular patina I chose to do in this beautiful bronze-like color, this brown, warm brown color. So if you're interested in the Mother's Love piece, you can purchase that via the website. And you can also click on the link that is in on the Facebook page. You can also click on that link, and that will also get you to that particular Mother's Love bronze piece. And all of these images can be bought through the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website. So I would love to have you guys go over to the website. If you are in Fort Collins, Loveland, anywhere in Colorado, and you're interested in seeing these pieces, by all means, go by the gallery. Go by the gallery and have a look so that you can see these pieces up close and personal. I mean, if you're out of town and you want to stop back, you could do that too. We will be around until the 8th of September, and I would love to have you guys come by and just say hi. They'd be like, hey, Louise, congratulations for being accepted into the Royal Academy Summer Exhibit. because that's really exciting for me. But I'm gonna bring up a very special woman who has chosen to be a part of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, has chosen to be a part of the hosting, has chosen to commit herself to hanging in there with us. Come and go, good or bad, drops, dropping lines and all of that kind of stuff. Looking out, having my back and making sure that everything runs smoothly, coming in and stepping up and actually, diving in and doing things that she may or may not have done before, but learning and wanting to learn. Just love that kind of energy that she brings. This girl, she just brings energy anyway. So I'm going to bring her up, Miss Corinthia Peoples. Hey.
Hey, Louise. This has been one great adventure. I am loving it.
Well, I am so glad to. I mean, it's just been great to have you a part of the whole Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and just having you just bringing your own energy, being a part of in that way, asking your questions, because all of our questions are different and we all see and look at things totally different. So it's been wonderful to have that different energy in the room, because normally it's just me and Pancho and we're like, but then we have the added Corinthia energy. And so I think it's just added so much more to the show, so much more.
Yay.
Thank you.
I'm honored. I want to thank you for having me.
Yeah, so we're going to bring Miss Corinthia up, and while we bringing her up, we might as well show her off.
Yay. That was great. Thank you, Louise. So those pieces that was featured in the little mini commercial, they're all on the website. The pieces, the pictures are a really beautiful capture of the actual pieces. So the images and the pieces are hand in hand. So please don't worry about, I wonder if it's that thick or if it's about that long. It is. The images are phenomenal and the pieces actually look like they are presented on the website. If you have any questions, send me a message. Send me a message if you have any questions. And I'm going to put that in there. There we go. So yeah, send me a message if you have any questions on any of the pieces that showcase on the website. All right. They're coming with a beautiful packaging, some extra little special something for you in it. So just know that you will be well taken care of. For me and for any of the artists that's listed on the site, we're going to make sure you get a top-notch experience from here, from the presentation to the actual items and art to the actual service and your shipping. So just know that you're in awesome hands, okay? So what's on the site, grab it up, snatch it up. One of the necklaces have already sold, another earring. It's still up there because there's one or two more pairs. So grab it up because it is good stuff, okay? So today we're going to do like a numbering system. We're going to do a numbering system today. I'm going to show you some pieces that are not on the site. So pay good attention because this is how you're going to be able to get your items, by putting it in the feed. All right. And then going over to my Facebook page and sending me a message, just 1, 2, 3, click. But first, we're going to start off with the feed, kind of like True Africa Art did earlier with the numbering system, but I'm actually going to hold up the number for you as well. All right, so let's get started so you can get your wearable art. I also want to mention that I do a weekly broadcast of wearable art. It's the Wearable Art Show with Corinthia Peoples. It's every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific time, 8 Central, and 9 Eastern. So you can tune in every single Wednesday on the Corinthia Peoples Designs Facebook page and continue to support wearable art and to get your awesome, amazing pieces. All right? Okay, so let's get started. My first item, number 101, and remember, I have it down in the ticker that you're going to use the comment feed to claim your item, right? And I'm going to tell you how many I have. So I'm featuring pearls today, and I'm going to do a few pieces in sterling silver and clip-ons for Louise because Louise's ears aren't pierced, and I know a lot of your ears aren't pierced too. So this is the wearable art part of the show. Right? So us as women, we love to look good, right? We love to express through our adornments and what we wear on our bodies. And ever since the 17th century, since the history of jewelry has been around, we've always used jewelry as a talisman. A talisman is something that we've used to stake who we are in society, our status in society, our status amongst our friends, family, and working relationships, right? And then on a holistic part, a talisman is also something that we use for attributes that we're aiming for, whether that's courage or letting go or releasing or more spirituality or elevation or these types of things, right? So that's been going on since the beginning of time. So I want to talk about pearls in particularly, right? So us as women, you know, spanning from African American to Africa, pearls have always been a part of the status quo in terms of jewelry. I'm wearing 3 strands of pearls, and this is my number 101. These are 50-inch freshwater pearls, and you can wear these pearls all different kinds of ways, right? But they're 50-inch pearls. I'm gonna bring them over my head, and I have 3 pairs of these that has been pearl knotted. Pearl knotted. They are 50-inch strands. This is number 101. So in the comment feed, if you want one of these strands, these are also silver in color, not your traditional white pearl, but these are your gray silver pearl. And I'm going to bring that up close. Black women, we didn't wear pearls because we couldn't afford them. Times have changed. We're more educated. We're more sophisticated. We're more financially stable where we now can buy pearls. But before, our white counterparts were able to give us pearls, and that's how we got them. So this is number 101. There are 3 strands of these. They are 50 inches. They can go over your head twice, all right? These are only $87. $87. So in the comment feed, you're going to put CP for Corinthia Peoples, number 101. If you want more than 1 strand, put 2 times or all of them. All right, $87 per strand. Per strand, number 101. Okay, so again, CP number 101, 1 strand, or if you want all, say I want all. The first person that comes into the feed will be the ones who get it. And also remember, hurry over to Corinthia Peoples Designs on the Facebook page and let me know that that's what you did, and I can correspond with you directly straight away. So 101 for some beautiful, honey, 50-inch strand pearls. Okay? Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to put my pearls back on. Well, until you get them, they're mine, because they feel so daggum good. And again, you can wear pearls, look, tank tops, T-shirts. You can wear them going across your body, going down your back. You can grab them and have them here and go down your back. You can do so many things with pearl. Double strand them, wear them long, however you want. Number 101. All right. Number 102. I want to take us to a few of some studs, because
Even though big earrings are great, studs are also great. So I have number 102. These are white pearls. There's 2 available, and these are all fresh waters. These are all freshwater pearls. Number 102. These are only, and they're great prices, so snatch them up. These are $56. Yes, I said it. $56. These are white, and these are 8 millimeters in size. 8 millimeters in size. Because, honey, we can wear our African fabrics and our African clothes and throw on our pearls. Yes, yes, we can. Because it's all a part of our histories. Even African women, especially African American women, we know about pearls, right? They were considered something that we couldn't wear, but now we can wear them. So this is number 102. These are white, 8 millimeters. These are only $56, and there are only 2 available. Oh, and I should mention sterling silver as well. Okay. Number 102. I'm not looking at the feed, the comment section, so I'm just gonna like keep going, and hopefully Louise is on the other side. Okay. So number 103.
I got you.
You got me? Yes. Thank you, Louise. Okay, so number 103, I'm bringing just some pearls. I want to do some pearls today. Pearls are also connected to femininity, right? I always ask the question, have you ever seen a woman act undignified wearing pearls? Well, honey, if you did, they must have not been real. So these are freshwater, which is freshwater are a little bit less expensive than a cultured pearls, right? Cultured pearls would be thousands of dollars. These are fresh waters, so they're in the in the 60s of dollars to the hundreds of dollars, right? So these are going for, again, $56. There are 2 available. They are 8 millimeters in size. The backs in the backing is all sterling silver. 2 available. Type in the comment section CP number 103 and get your wearable arts. Your wearable arts. Yes? Yes. And then I also made this because Louise also, she loves pearls. And for those who are born under the zodiac sign Gemini, that's our birthstone, honey. Our birthstone is pearl. Now, the other ones are these gray pearls. And as you can see, this is an 8 millimeter size as well. These are the gray silver ones to match the pearls that I'm wearing. They're also $56. And this is number 104. And there are 2 available in number 104 for these. Let's see with my hair. Yes. Number 104 for the silver pearl, freshwater, sterling silver to go with the necklace, if that's something that you want to do. Okay. That's number 104 for the silver and sterling silver pearl. Wearable arts. You know, my thing is to leave women better than what I found them, and to encourage through wearing potent, powerful, and purposeful jewelry. Our pearls remind us of our femininity, our softness. LaShawn Bill talked about flowers, that the women were flowers in different colors, different array of flower. Yes, and our pearls connect our flowery nature, our femininity. Yes. Number 105 is a smaller pearl, and those were $56 too. These are $10 less. These are only $46. I'm sorry, $49. $49. This is more of a iridescent. This is more of a gray iridescent kind of pearl. It is 105. It is a 6 millimeter in size. Still sterling silver on that backing. This is number 105, and I think it's only one of these. Number 105. So in the feed, CP for Corinthia Peoples, number 105, $49 for these pearls. Yes, indeed. I am making these really affordable, so for you to support the arts. a percentage of all the things that you buy on the websites and that you get from every artist goes back into the arts, back into the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So just know you are supporting the arts. The last stud I would like to show you is number 106. And this is a chocolate. This is a chocolata pearl, a brown pearl. And this is a little bit smaller in size as well. It's a 6 millimeters, right? So this is for the woman who is expressive in maybe her necklaces, but wear a smaller earring, or is a business woman and just express a little bit more conservatively, all right? So 106 for a chocolate pearl earring stud. Number 106, only $49. Number 107, I want to bring to you this piece here, which is on leather and pearl. So that white pearl that you had, you could play with that. This is extremely light in size, right? It has a muscle pearl on the back of it, which is also a freshwater. This is all on sterling silver, leather, and we have hooked in the freshwater pearls on this piece. And in the back of it, you got some art going on, some backness happening. This is number 107. It's only $79. And this is freshwater pearls on suede, I should say, on suede with the back piece available. And this is number 107. Okay, so this is wearable art, honey. We got all kinds of art. Kabibi is going to be talking about her textiles, and she's also put textiles in her visuals. We got Karen. She does her pottery art. This, honey, is our wearable art. Okay, so 107 for this beautiful suede and pearl necklace, and it has the backing here, and that is the pearl in the sterling silver. Okay, so that's number 107. It's only $79. Only $79. Okay, do we have any comments, any questions as I keep going? And I'm within time. We're good. We're good.
We good.
Do we have any questions, Louise? Ask any questions.
Right. I don't have, there aren't any questions in the comment section. I just love, like, one of the things, let me stop being a head. I love your pieces. I think they're absolutely amazing. Now, where do you get your freshwater pearls from? Do you buy them and then string them? Because I know the one that's around here, and I know knotting fresh pearls in general is insane. Can you share with people about the point of the knotting, the purpose of the knotting? Because maybe a lot of people don't know. And also, can you talk a little bit about how you can tell a real pearl from a non-real pearl? There's some very simple tricks that are available for you to be able to tell your pearls, real pearls from non-real pearls.
Yes, absolutely. So a non-pearl is perfectly round, right? Perfectly round. A freshwater pearl has irregularities. It has irregularities in them. So as you can see, it's not perfectly round. It has like little indentations and humps in it and flatnesses in certain portions of it. Also, some people use their teeth to get the grit of the pearl. So these are all fresh water. So you see they're irregular. They're irregular. Pearl knotting is a serious technique that I do, but I don't really do, because if I couldn't have done 3 or 4 or 5 of these for you. So I have someone help me do them. My collection is a collection of works that is me making and supporting other artists and small businesses. So absolutely, I outsource some of my work and other things I make in-house. but I definitely want to keep these coming to you and adorning you. So I definitely, but that's some of the tricks. The irregularity is the freshwater pearl. They're flat. They're not as rounded. And some people use their teeth to grind them. Plus, real pearls have weight. They have weight to them. They have weight. So just like these are fresh waters, and I put crystals in between here. And these are strung on sterling silver. So literally, you know, a pile of pearls are piled into a little bowl. I start to string them on, and then I start to get creative of what I'm going to put inside, how I'm going to clip them, how they're going to be attached to the rings, and so forth. Okay? So to move on, to talk about more of the pearls, this is a gray. So this one's a gray one. This has been strand. And again, silver. This is number 108 if you're into the silver. And let's just say you want to play with your pearls and put on one strand of these with this necklace. You could do that too. So jewelry is all about expression. You know, wearable art is expressing who we are, how we want to be viewed, and how we just want to express. We want to express for the day. You know, sometimes we're easily put in boxes in terms of coordination, color matching. You don't have to be in a box when you're wearing jewelry. You can wear with patterns in your wearable art. You can wear them with tees and unconventional things where people think, oh, I got to be dressed up. No, you can wear your pearls with some t-shirts and some sneakers. Put your pearls on. This one's number 108. It's two of these are available in the pearls. Okay, and these are called bawa. I want to say that too. These are called bawa pearls, and they tend to be the irregular, elongated pearls. Right? Pearls are oceanic. They come from the ocean. There are also pearls that are from the muscle, from underneath, and the bawa pearl typically is from underneath the oyster. In the ocean. Okay, so this one's number 108. Louise, I hope I answered your question on that one. Yeah, so this is the gray silver one, number 108. Two are available. CP one in your number that correlates to the pieces that you're wanting to have in your jewelry box adorning you. Okay. Oh, wait, I see a question. Karen, where do you get your ideas in the moment? In the moment, Karen. I like to start. I sit with my stuff and I just start. Sometimes I'll dream about a particular piece and I'll do it. Other times I just sit and say, okay, time to create. I'm sure you know that. Sometimes, you know, it's just like, I don't really know what I'm doing today, but let me just sit with the stones, with the pieces, and just start to touch and feel and put this and lay things out, and maybe sketch some things, or maybe go into an old piece of work, a body of works, and start to get ideas. So that's where I get my my ideas. I've been creating since 2004. So count that. What's the math on that? 2014. About 20, 30 years, 25 years. That's how long I've been in the game. Yes. Number 108, since I'm short on time, is the white. I offered you the gray. Now here's the white ones. This is number 108. CP number 108, and that's the bawa pearl as well. And that's on sterling silver, the hook, to just get started on that one. Yeah, and then you know what, Karen? Some things are also come forward as mistakes. I'm sure every artist can attest to this. Sometimes you have one vision, but you know, Spirit has another vision, and Spirit wants you to do another thing, and then you just kind of like gotta go with what is being what's being, how you're being led. So yeah, art is definitely a process, right? So also number 110, I want to bring to you is a leaf pearl ring. And I want to say that metalsmithing, I'm not a metalsmith. I come up with designs, I work with metalsmiths, and we get them done. So this particular piece is a watered sterling silver and freshwater pearl ring. And it has water in there. And the technique that this is used is hammer and fire, right? And casting. The band on this piece is only $195. It's only one of them remaining, and it is number 110. It is a size 9 to a size 10. So this is for a more voluptuous finger, number 110. And I want to show you the band on this one. The band is a square band. It does have a little bit of opening and give to it. It's on a freshwater pearl. And that's all sterling silver. That's the thickness. And this is what you get. So just know that I'm showing it to you live. And when you get it, you are not surprised, you know. It's about that much, that long. So I'll put it on my finger. As you can see, it's from my knuckle to here. But again, you got room. So that is a freshwater pearl and sterling silver leaf shape. That's number 110. It's a size, it goes from a size 9 to a size 10 on this one. Okay. And number 111 is a size 10. Again, this is a half moon pearl shaped ring with the square band. This is number 111. This is freshwater pearls for the girls. It has the pearl has feminine energies. Absolutely. This is the birthstone of June, the Gemini. And this is a size 10, all 925 sterling silver. That's the back of it. That's been reinforced nice and hard. Okay? So definitely bringing you beautiful, authentic, one-of-a-kind limited edition pieces, right? So that is number 111. Yes, Kabibi says there's no mistakes. No, there are no mistakes. Even though we perceive them as being mistakes, but you know, and it's not, because art, some of the best art was like not intentional, but it just came out that way, right? Yes. I travel to get, not as much anymore because I had such a great collection, but I would go to Africa to get stones. I would go to Arizona into the desert to get stones, Nevada to get stones. The world's largest gem show, which is like many countries that has come together in one town, which is in Arizona twice a year. I definitely travel and do that as well. Yes, yes. New York, you know, it's stones everywhere, everywhere. I don't go mining. I haven't done that yet. And if I did, it would probably be an experience. I don't really want to chisel. I wouldn't mind owning a mine, but to go in it and chisel out of it is not really my thing. But I will definitely own a mine. I know it's sad to say that we can own a piece of the earth like that, but we can. There are people who own turquoise mines and silver mines, right? Yes. Give thanks. Thank you for the question, sisters. That's so. Again, that one's number 111. CP number 111, that's freshwater pearl, and it is a size 10. All right. If you have any questions for me, go on Corinthia People's Designs. Now, for Louise, especially in particularly, I have some clip-ons that I definitely want to bring forward, and for sisters who don't have pierced ears, right? So these are medium. Yes. Yes. These are stud-ish clip-ons, and they're just simple sterling silver. Let's see if I can get them. Round silver clip-ons. These are only $85, and this is number 113. There we go. Number 113, just clip-ons. This is all sterling. Clip-on earrings. You know, I wanted to do just something just fun and simple that you could wear just to put on as a clip. Something that was like stud-ish, right? My father mine stones of Virginia, LOL. Beautiful, yes. Honey, maybe I need to come and just have that experience. Yes. That's beautiful, Karen. That's beautiful. What stones does he mine, if you don't mind me asking? What mine is he going into? Yeah. So this is number 113, sterling silver. This is the medium shape, just a studdish type of clip-on. Number 113, these are only $85. Only 85 bucks. Number 114, really quickly. Where is 114? Up right here. These are smaller. These are smaller ones. And again, sterling silver, studdish. You know, your ear's not pierced. You want to wear some earrings. And earrings, you know, earrings always brightens up a girl's day, right? Even guys wear wear earrings. So even the men can attest to that. So these are number 114, and these are smaller clip-ons. Of course, all sterling silver from the Huda to the Tuda, right? Number 115, these are fun. These are hammered. So this technique is done with the hammer. It's heated, casted, fire. These are clips. Are those fun? Number 115, these are only going for 103. These are number 103. Moonstone, labradorite, and carnelian. Nice. Moonstone is another feminine stone. You know, the moon is connected to the woman. So are pearls. You know, so is the ocean, is feminine in rivers. Labradorite, the stone of will, and carnelian. I talked about carnelian in terms of carnelian being a noble stone worn by a lot of ancient Kemet folk. Carnelian. They were even mummified in their carnelians. Yes. So these are awesome hammered sterling silver clips. 115, only 103. 115, only 103. And I'm showing you these pieces because, you know, again, some people.
So the actual earrings are 103 or 115. The number is 115 and the earrings are 103.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. The earrings are, yeah. The number of them 115. The price is 103.
Okay.
And that's hammered. Yeah. And number 116 are these. Still really fun clips. And I have one more clip to show you, and that's going to be the end of the collection. And these are just something that you want to clip on, really fun. Got the square going on. And these are studded and oxidized. The oxidation makes the black in between them, right? And then the casting on top makes the shiny coat. And these are also clip-ons. This is number 116. And these are, the price of them are 116. That's interesting how that worked the last show. So this is number 116 and the cost is $116. Wearable arts. Okay. And that one more, 112. I think I skipped these. This is just a little bit of more of a hoop if you want more of an earring clip. With all these clips were with Louise in mind, because poor Louise, her ears aren't pierced. So, and then women always have a thing when their ears aren't pierced because so many things are made for pierced ears, right? So wearable art, again, silver is considered currency, right? Silver coins, silver is used for money, for trading. It's also a conductor with stones, connecting things together. Silver is a beautiful, beautiful type of metal. It's considered a precious metal, and it is definitely a metal of somebody who can't wear base metal. I'm one of those people, can't wear base metal, but I can wear sterling and other precious metals, right? The largest producer of silver, the mines are in Mexico. So silver is definitely a precious metal, just as gold and platinum, right? So again, that concludes my wearable arts.
What was the price of that one, Corinthia?
Number 112 is $99. And this has an oxidation of flower. It's almost looks like a lotus flower at the top of it. And it's all sterling silver too. And the black parts in it has been oxidized as well.
Okay.
On this side. Yeah, these are fun. So this is just a like grab. Gotta go, but I need some earrings. Psh, grab your earrings.
Yeah, I like those.
Yeah, these will look good on earrings. Okay. So again, visit me on these pieces are not on my website either. So the only way you're getting these is live. This is a live. This collection was I'm bringing it to you live. So the only way that you are able to get them are by the number systems that I just went through. A portion of the sales definitely goes to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show and supports the arts. Also, there's a collection on www.thebeautyofblacknessfineartshow. And again, hopefully you got your pieces and leaving you better than I found you, leaving the world better than I found it. I am honored to be a part of the show. Thanks for tuning in to this part of wearable art that is potent, powerful, and purposeful, honey. Wearing jewelry is cheaper than therapy. Absolutely. And join me on Wednesdays. Every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Central, and 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm on YouTube and Facebook at Corinthia.
Well, thank you, Corinthia. That's always a wonderful presentation. It's always nice to have you up and going, girl. So thank you so much for that present. Let me sit up. I'm sitting up here chilling. You can tell. It's like Louise is all linked back in her seat. Hold on.
I can even tell.
Put my light on. Oh yeah, I know. I was chilling, looking and watching and looking at all of that illustrious jewelry, and all I was like, "Where's the hanging one? There's got to be a hanging one." And
the circle.
Yeah. So I did like those. So let me think. But yes, thank you so much for that presentation. I think I have. Look at Deborah over there trying to work it out. I called my 2 o'clock is missing in action, and I called Deborah and Kabibi, and Deborah's trying to work it out over there, and we're going to give her some time. And I know Kabibi said that she could come on a little early too, so we're probably going to have some other schedule changes, people. That's the beauty of live shows.
Yes.
So.
Yes. So is Philip ready, or are we gonna?
No, we're going to be doing some arranging with Mr. Philip. Mr. Philip, I'm not gonna say his last name.
Okay.
I'll put up some of until we get some people ready. I can do a screen share of some of Philip's, and I'll just show some of his pieces from the last time he was here, and it's okay because I shouldn't admit it, but I didn't get his new pieces up onto the website yet. I was in the process, so that's that whole dual working, that multitasking. And so I'm going to show a few of Philip's pieces just to give just to kind of give everybody a refresher of what Philip Cutler is selling. Philip Cutler, he's a glass artist, and he has been doing glass since he was, I think Philip was, it was either, 12 years old. He's been doing glass since he was 12 years old. He took a break during high school. He took a little bit of a break when he got to high school because he just didn't have the time at that point. And then he started back just recently, going back and doing glass. His glass teacher wanted him to apprentice with him because he felt that Philip was a natural at actually making glass. Philip got into doing vases a lot earlier. And so these are some of the pieces that are on the website right now, and there'll be more pieces on the website coming up. And as you can see, this right here is, and he said, the way I named him, I said, well, you didn't give me any names, so I named him myself. This one right here is called Blue Glass Vase. And Philip is way more interesting to listen to when he presents than his mom. I'm just going to run through, I'm just going to run through his presentation because
where is he? Is he trying to get home?
No, you know, Philip is he works at night, so he sleeps during the day. But today, you know, Philip is a college student, so which means that he's in and out, and so he has to use my system, so he's not right here. So he is actually doing some stuff with some friends of his, and he was not aware of his time because I personally didn't give it to him, and so he's going to come on a little later. And by then I'll have those new pieces up for him. So I'm just going to give like a quick overview of what Philip showed last time. This right here is a blue glass vase. It is $160 if you want to purchase any of Philip's work. Definitely go online. Like I said, Philip started blowing glass at the age of the ripe old age of 12 years old. And he did some pretty magnificent work at 12 years old. That's one. This one right here, he calls it, since the mommy didn't spell it quite right, it should say white vase, but it says wit vase. And with Philip, as you remember, is an English major. So that was one of the pieces he definitely brought to my attention that was misspelled. And so if you're interested in purchasing some of Philip's amazing glass work, you can purchase all of these pieces on our website, The Beauty of Blackness, finearts.com. And you can also, I think there'll probably be a couple of his pieces. If you're on Facebook, like I said, you'll be able to click on a couple of his pieces that'll pop up in the link. That's that whole multitasking aspect that I do. As I'm talking, I'm clicking things in the link as well. So this is the wit vase, and I think I'm going to leave it at the wit vase. And this is a full funnel vase. It's $85. You need him to tell you about the fluting and all that kind of stuff. They're absolutely beautiful. This is another one. This is more like a candy dish, which I thought was really, really beautiful. The hard part was the mommy releasing and letting go. But I have so many, and I told him, I said, you just don't know how hard it is for me to see you sell these. But as the mom, I just do not have, you know, it's like how much space do you really have to put all those? Because both of my boys were glass blowers. So I have, Timothy also has a lot of glass that I have as well. And so Timothy started blowing glass at 8, and then Philip started blowing at 12. So they both start blowing glass at the same time. Timothy has more bowls and paperweights and things like that, whereas Philip got more into vases. And so that's one of Philip's, one of them. And then we'll show one more because I think Deborah might be down there ready for me. Deborah, you down there ready for me?
She looks like she's ready.
She's ready. So I'm going to show one more. And like I said, if you'd like to purchase some of Philip's glass, definitely. Well, that wasn't glass, was it? We went back to the schedule. So if you want to purchase some of Philip's glass, you could definitely go over to the website and purchase. You just click on Philip. Okay, that one just links to the, that one just, every time I click that link, it takes you to the schedule. I'm like, okay, I don't think Philip's selling the schedule.
No, he's not.
Now we're on Karen. We're just everywhere. So if you would like to purchase some of Philip's glass, you can definitely go ahead onto the website, click on Philip Cutler, and you will see this one. I really wanted to, I'm determined to show this piece.
Which one, Louise?
Oh, right here. This piece right here is 165. It is beautiful. This is a beautiful glass, absolutely beautiful. He was telling us about how he did that ribbon around that glass, and this is $165. So if you'd like to purchase one of Philip's pieces, just go ahead to the website and you can purchase any of these.
And how tall is that piece about? How tall are they? What's the range?
These pieces are about, I'm trying to think, they're the vases, they're not really large vases. Hold on, let me grab one for you. I put them all back over here, so let me just grab one really quick. They're probably about 3 inches tall. They're probably about 3 inches tall. I'm gonna grab 2 of them. But this one I really love, and this one actually, this candy dish, this is absolutely phenomenal. This particular candy dish, because I love this one because it actually has this gold, sparkly gold finish in it that you can see, and this is a beautiful, absolutely beautiful candy dish. So that's a candy dish, and then this one is the one I just showed you, Corinthia. You see, that is the one I just showed you. Yeah, so that's one that I just showed.
It's green and blue, right?
Yeah, and that's what he said. He said there was some beautiful greens and blue in there, and it's blue, and then he has this beautiful threaded green ribbon in it, which is really, really awesome. So let me see. I can hear you just. Yes. So there's okay. So we're gonna bring in. We got them both down. We got both Kabibi and Deborah are down there hanging out. And so, let me see. Okay, Kabibi, Deborah, what were you saying?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
God.
Can you hear me? And so I'm going to bring Kabibi up too. Kabibi, thank you so much. I just want you to know, thank you so much for jumping in. I called Kabibi and I called Deborah. Deborah was like, I don't have any sound. Kabibi was like, I'm in the middle of doing something, but you guys are absolutely amazing because you both were like, we got you. We got you, girl. We got you. So kudos and thank you, ladies, so much for having my back and just being willing to say, hey, you know what? I'm not ready, but I'm not letting the sister go down like that.
I didn't have anything to do with that.
But as soon as I said yes, all my screens went black, and my internet just went all the lights on it, everything. Something popped outside, and the lights in the house flashed. Everything went black, but it came back just for you.
I know, because I was like, where could Kabibi go? I'm like this, like, because I saw you pop in, and I'm like, what happened?
It just all went like push, and it was gone, but it's back. So it's all right.
I just want you both to know that I really, really appreciate you guys stepping outside and saying, you know what, however I go on, I'll be there. I'm going to show up. So thank you both so much. Now I have to choose. Who wants to go first? Because I got you both.
Can we just talk about how dope this opportunity is and how you are a change maker and a path walker and all of these things? Can we just, like the kids say, is dope? This is a dope vision. This is dope. It's a dope, right? I'm an old lady. I can say it if I want.
Thank you.
And dope means good. Dope means good, phenomenal, great.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you.
Great, outstanding. And it is not easy to be a
hold on. Who done popped in? Karen done popped in the room too. Karen, you was just as bright as all get up.
I know the sun is shining.
Karen sitting up here looking like sunlight.
I am your son.
But and it's important to say that because we're all change makers. All of us, we are lady change makers. We are sister. We're sister fire right here.
Okay, all right. That's exactly. I mean, we in the house. Women that changes things, that have refused to let society give us our titles and give us our destinations. We've decided, we've decided to take hold of our own destiny and create and create it ourselves. We refuse to be what somebody else has chosen us to be. It's like, I don't think so.
and I don't need permission.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ask for permission. Ask for
forgiveness. I'm not even asking for that.
That's right.
I am just happy. One of the things that I was sharing with people is I told them I'm grateful to have people that trust in my vision, trust in what I was doing, that was willing to say, hey, you know what, I'll come alongside of you, because there's not a lot of us females out there saying, hey, I don't want to do a fine art show. I want to put together a fine art show. And then to have other women say, hey, you know what? I got you. I'll be there. I'll support what you're doing. So I am grateful to have the support of you guys. You just don't know or understand how amazing and how wonderful that feels for me to have such strong women, and not just strong women, but creators. You guys are phenomenal and legends in your field. And then to say, hey, you know what, Louise, we'll come alongside you. We'll come alongside you. We'll show our wear. We'll send it. And, we're just there for you. And so I'm just grateful. I just want to thank you guys for being here and participating in the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show.
Thank you. Absolutely. And you know what? I have to just say, Louise, that I think I speak for myself, and I may speak for the other queens on here, is that when we show up for each other, we show up for ourselves. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. Right? It's karma. Mm-hmm. It's that beautiful thing called karma. So if for us to show up, for me, I'm gonna speak for myself. For me to show up for you, I show up for Kabibi, I show up for Karen, I show up for Deborah, and I show up for myself. So you are absolutely welcome.
I just don't know what to say.
Saul is talking.
I'm like probably the most quiet one in the group. But yeah, thank you, Louise, because you know what? You stepped out on your faith and you made it happen. And that is really what it's all about. So everybody give Louise a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And then, and I was just sharing, and Kabibi, you were there. I was just sharing how I tell people to never give up on things. A lot of times we'll apply for shows and apply for this and apply for that. And you get the big, what is it? No. And then you're like, man, I didn't get in. And I just today opened up my email trying to check to see if people were sending me emails, and got that big yes today. So to be a part of the summer show, the Royal Academy summer show. So I was like, woo. So
I told you, I was like, oh, that sounds fancy.
It is. And I was just I was so elated because it's something that I had applied for several times, because there was just something about the Royal Academy of Arts that I've always loved. And just because I do, like, some of my work has a Renaissance feel. So I did a lot of research within there and some of their artists, just back in the day and their history. And so I was, when I was doing that, I discovered the Royal Academy of Arts summer show. And so I had been applying for that show. This was my 4th year. And this year I was like, I'm not going to apply for that show, please. They didn't let me in the last 3 years, Obviously I'm not prestigious enough. And God was just like, apply. Why not? You apply for everything else. What's another year? And so I was like, okay, fine. I got the little ticket, because you have to buy a ticket, then you have to pay for it. And so I did. I got the little ticket and I went ahead on. And I was like, okay, well, if you telling me to do it, what piece to put in there? And it was the 2 pieces from Creative Quarantine, the 2 pieces that I would have never, ever picked. And they were those 2 pieces that I did in the alcohol resist that had all the color and the tree and the one lone person on the side that I was just like, you know, and it just reminded me of how God takes the simple things to confound the wise. Because trust me, I was confounded. I was confounded because those pieces are what, like this big. And, you know, I do not even work in that size. And then when they sent me the email and said that I was in the 2nd round, I was like, I was happy to be in the 2nd round. I was like, I'm in the 2nd round, y'all. I just sent a piece to London in the 2nd round. And then today, to open up the email that says that my work was actually accepted in the Royal Academy of Arts was just beyond belief. I went outside. My husband wasn't even here. I literally went outside, found him on the road walking the dog to tell him. So just a wonderful, wonderful time. So this all kind of culminates all of the work that I'm doing, and I'm hoping to do even more and greater. You know how it says these works and greater works. So I'm looking to do even more and more and greater works, and hoping to next year bring in some workshops, because all of you guys specialize in some amazing things. And that's all I hear when I'm at the gallery, and the people that have been watching from Fort Collins is, oh my God, they do such amazing work. I can't believe the stuff that they do, because what you don't realize is that what you guys do, they don't do here. They haven't had what you all do here in Fort Collins. And so tons of people are just absolutely amazed and just loving watching. The curator from CSU came again last night. She volunteered a few days ago, and then she came last night, and she says, Louise, I can't even work because all I'm doing is watching this show.
No, I get it.
And she's trying to figure out how to bring y'all there. You understand what I'm saying? She says, I got to figure it out. She's trying to figure out the finance, you know, she's just trying to figure out how she can bring, and that's the whole point of this, is to bring more and more of you all to where I am, so y'all can come visit me. Really, you know, that's the selfish part of it. My selfish end is so that I can have you guys here with me, but also to bring you guys here to spread out who you are, just your essence, to flow through this place, and to do that even on a grander scale. You know, because I never stop thinking, and so it's like Pancho said, he's like, Louise, you about to make my head explode. I'm like, so yeah, that, you know, I'll talk forever. So who we gonna bring up?
I'm gonna go, and so I can get cleaned up for the show. So I'm
okay. Oh, you don't have your thing. You don't have yourself on yet.
Can I go first?
Yeah, it's Deborah and then Kabibi.
All right, let's get
Thank you, Kabibi. I just
all right. We're gonna put Deborah up. Hey, you know how Deborah is. Deborah, she'd be like, "Let me go." Deborah be like, "Let me go first. Let me go."
Well, I'm gonna leave and come in after you, but I think you just need to think about a pearl encrusted fascinator for your UK trip with like how many of those triple wrapped inch per trip? 3 of them, so that you have like.
Oh, girl, you know, and Caribbean, no, I'm a pearl girl. I love. I wear pearls.
You might want to like put that in your plans, right? So that when you show up with the.
I definitely have to show up. You know, it's like
you show up.
There you go, talisman.
Yeah. And when they try to dress you, do not fight back. Just go with it, please. Don't tell her what you don't wear and what you don't want to wear.
Oh no, I love pearls. I am a huge pearl girl. It's like everywhere I buy pearls. If I see them, they're beautiful. I'll buy pearls everywhere I go.
But I just think you need some of those Corinthia.
I need some of giant Corinthia pearls.
That Drake thing. Yes. Go on.
I think I have a set, right? I think I have a set. They're pink though. I have a set of pink ones that are like that.
And a fascinator that's made out of metal as wearable art. With
now who's making that for me? That's what I want to know. Who's making that?
I spent a few years as
let us come together and make something.
I understand now. Who is making this pearl encrusted?
Let's do this, PB.
Where you have it? Yeah.
You in North Carolina?
He could do a thing.
I'm gonna show up as a piece of art.
Yes.
Because you are art. Yeah, but I think I want my art. I think I want my art to be. I think I want my art to be more expressive than I am. So the pearl thing, yes, but the whole.
No. It's gonna be subtle. Not. It's gonna be Louise-like subtle. But
Louise-like.
And that's right. But with a feeling of like a veil, just a tad, just a little. And
you're not even gonna know this.
Louise.
I see you down there, Karen. I see you down there. You might as well stop covering it up.
Where is her art? I need to.
They got me over here crying, girl. They got.
I'll call you later.
They'll be like, why didn't we have her 3 years ago? We should have had her. We were wrong. That's what
you guys got me over here crying. Okay, let's bring Deborah up because I'm gonna have to wipe my eyes and come back.
Okay, we'll see you guys soon. See you soon, Karen. See you soon, Kabibi.
So that got real personal, but I hope you all enjoyed it.
So Deborah.
Yes.
I think we got something. Do we have something for Deborah?
I do. Yeah, she sent it. I'm gonna pull it up. Let me pull it
up.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, I was gonna ask about
yeah. Let's do we? I don't think so. Oh, we didn't do our commercial, but it's okay. Deborah was good. We'll do a commercial.
Okay, we'll just do you like this.
There we go. And then we're going to bring up, Deborah sent me a video. Deborah, let me know when you want your video.
Okay, I wanted to start off with the video first because it was supposed to be included in yesterday's 2 videos, but I was having technical problems. So this is like the next phase of art that I'm in right now.
Okay.
I don't know where I'm going with it, but this is where I am. So you can play it. Thank you. I'm glad you approved it.
All right. Well, I'm going to take myself out.
It's not professionally done, but it's good for what I was trying to say. I have gone from scribbling to drawing to painting to collage to clay, and now I am your mother. Right now we are on sacred ground. Have you heard of J. Miriam Sims? Google him. This is why we're here today, to honor the mothers of gynecology. Dr. Sims, supposedly Dr. Sims was said to be the father of gynecology, but no one knew about the mothers. And thanks to Michelle Browder and ArcaLucyBessie.org, the story of 3 enslaved women, there were more, but we are focusing on 3, were horrendously operated on without anesthesia by supposedly Sims. And no anesthesia. I'm frozen. They went through what we could never imagine going through in this day and time for us. And so we're about to tell their story. And this part of this story is done as a monument to those 3 women. So I'm going to tell you about this story. Anarcha, Lucy, and Betsy Monument. Anarcha, Lucy, and Betsy were enslaved women from plantations in and around Montgomery, Alabama. With neither consent nor anesthesia, they were experimented on by Dr. J. Marion Sims in the 1840s. After publishing the results of his success, Sims moved to New York to seek fame and fortune. Within a decade, he became known as the father of gynecology. By contrast, Anarcha, Betsy, and Lucy fell into history. They changed the world only to be forgotten by it. A 12-foot public monument will honor these women, tell their story, and shine a light on ongoing racial disparities in the healthcare industry today. And I am so proud to be one of the artists that has helped to bring this story to light. And it has been moments of joy, and it's been moments of crying, it's been moments of uncertainty, but we did not go through anything close to what these women went through. This is part of the monument. To look at it, it's like, what the hell is that? It represents the hell they went through. So we have a opening in Anarcha's body, which represents where her womb would have been. And so for someone to invade your sacred space, no, he wasn't invited, so this is your sacred space. If you didn't know, now you know. To enter her body, I want you to not only to see this, but I want you to feel it. No anesthesia. This is all the pain that she felt. This is all the physical pain she felt. This is all the psychological pain she felt. The mental pain is like, I want you to experience, I want you to feel their trauma. You know, I want you to be changed. You know, these women were human beings, and they were treated like less than like a spider or a bug that you would like stop just because you didn't want them in your house. So this is a part that I have been working on since we started. It's hasn't been really touched by another artist. So most of this that you see is from the emotions that I've felt and the tears that I've cried because of what these three women went through, how they were just discarded and forgotten. And nobody's life is worth that. So what we are doing is having the community help us in constructing this monument. People have donated their discarded items because these women were discarded, and we decided to take those items and make something beautiful from those items. And we have even people to donate funds to this project. The unveiling will be September 24th and 25th, but you're still able to donate to this organization to help erect this monument. And all you have to do is go to anarchalucybetsy.org. anarchalucybetsy.org. www.anarchalucybetsy.org to make a donation to this project. And we so very much thank you. Hello. I don't know what happened to that volume, but I hope you heard some of it. I hope you know, if you had to strain, God bless you. But that is my next project. Well, I'm already into the project. We've been into that project for, I think we started in San Francisco, and we went out there in March, and we found a group of artists that they're 100% welders that are artists. So, you know, they got us started and on our way. And that was the first place where I ever held the apparatus to weld with. So thanks to every artist that has come and helped us. We are so proud of these three women that we're working on, and I can't wait until you all see that the work that this collaboration of women artists have done, and we're getting ready to present it. So anyway, any questions before I move on? You guys have to tell me if there's questions, because I don't know. I can't see anything.
Oh no, we'll tell you if there's questions.
Okay, you don't have a question, Louise?
I'm gonna have some questions, so you get the going.
I have a question.
Okay, you have a question?
Yes, please.
Okay.
If you don't mind. So you were talking about the woman in the womb.
Yeah, I was talking about in the sculpture, we have carved out a space and it's going to be empty. The womb was originally supposed to be in there, but because of the height of the piece, we're going to show that womb separately, but it's going to be attached in an abstract kind of way. But you're going to be able to like just see the work that I did in it more close up. Yeah.
Oh wow!
And it's the womb.
Yeah.
The femininity of the womb, and pain or what is carried, how the womb brings forth life. Can you just speak on that piece?
Okay, so he and whoever else helped Dr. Sims work on these women, or I shouldn't say work, but they had to enter her sacred space, which leads to your womb. That's where all life is.
The vaginal area.
Yeah. So I picked representation over her womb, over a vaginal entrance.
Yes.
Because I will have more to show. And the piece is about instruments that were used to do the operations, and they're about anything that I picked up and it felt uncomfortable to me, because if I use it the wrong way, it would be detrimental instead of whatever I thought it was going to be. So those are the makeup of the womb. I don't want you to just see it. I want you to feel it.
Feel it.
Yeah.
So this was a doctor that did procedures on women.
Right. He's
yeah.
right on slave women. He is considered he's well known and honored for his discoveries in gynecology. He is well spoken of. He is like the god of gynecology, and this has been the myth for years because people aren't aware of it. Go ahead, Kabora.
We have in the city of Montgomery, Alabama, there's a monument up for him by the state capitol. So he's out there, but those women,
there's no mention of him. And he did a lot of things that, in order for him to learn about all of these things in gynecology, he had to do work on women, and he did a lot of work on enslaved women without anesthesia and
experimentation.
Right. And it was also thought of, that's where that thought process that Black women didn't feel pain as white women. And so he did a lot of experimentations on these women without anesthesia. And it's like, just to think about how horrific that was, how horrific that could possibly be.
So the artist that brought this project into light, her name is Michelle Browder. So, every time she has a tour company here in Montgomery, and every time she gives a tour, she includes that. So now it's going to be countrywide. Because
and what's his name? What was his name again? The doctor?
J. Marion Sims.
J. Marion Sims. And he was a Caucasian man, or?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, back in those days, there wasn't a lot of Black or Indian doctors back then.
Can you put that name in the chat? So, because that's historical. That's great, Deborah. I hope. I have to pull that out of you, because you was like, I needed just the layman terms. Like, what happened? Thank you. I'm glad you took that word.
Go to Anarcha, Lucy, and Betsy.
Corinthia, type that in, and then we can put Anarcha, Lucy, and Betsy were the women.
Yeah.
They were the women that were a part of the experimentation.
I'm looking for the website, but just put their three names without the "and." Okay, and go to .org, and that'll tell you about our project. AnarchaLucyBetsy.org. Don't put that "and" in there, but yeah.
Okay, so it's just Anarcha, Lucy, Betsy, all one word, .com.
Or
.org. Okay, I'll put it in there. Thank you, Deborah, for that, and thank you for doing that work. We're gonna give you the screen back.
Okay, so yeah, that's my next phase. I don't know if anything else is going to be included in this welding stage, but I think so. So just keep me in mind when you're looking for new and timeless, exquisite artwork. Let me pat myself on the back, because I came up with that. So I never really talk about myself, so I'm starting to talk about myself now, because, what am I waiting for? So I just have one more thing for this presentation. I'm going to see if I could share, because I didn't go over all the artwork that I had in the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, but whatever I didn't talk about the last couple of days we've been on, I'm just going to show you those works, and then I will bid you adieu. I would say bye-bye. Okay, so here I go. Now, Louise, you may need to help me if I screw this up. So I'm going to share and see if I could get to. What happened?
Are you sharing from the website?
Yeah.
Okay, so you go to share. Do you have it pulled up? Do you have the website pulled up?
It's in the queue.
Okay. So when you share, you're going to just look for, if you're doing the Chrome tab, you're going to look for the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show with your name. It'll have your name on it. If your store is already open.
Okay, hold on a second. It's not. Ooh.
And if you're, I mean, I can always pull it up for you too if you're having
Okay.
problems.
Do you see it?
Oh, you want me to pull it up? That's what you're saying.
I have it on screen. I know I have it on screen.
Oh no, there you go. I got you. Look at you, Deborah. Okay. All right. Deborah's were you flexing?
Oh my goodness. Okay, this one
Deborah
is
over there flexing.
I feel good I've gotten this far.
Okay.
This piece is called Warriors of Wisdom, and it's acrylic on paper, and it kind of explains itself. You have these warriors, which are who we are, and with what's happening in today's time, it's like we're a warrior if you want to be one or not, because there's a lot of warfare going on in this country and around the world. So you are the warrior, and this is a family of warriors, and they are, first and foremost, you have to be a warrior of wisdom. You have to think. There's no time for just playing it by ear. There's no time for not being connected as a family and as a community. So that is my presentation on the Warriors of Wisdom. Do you see the, I thought I was going to be able to see the size.
You'll have to come out of that and click on the full image and you'll see the size. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm just going to tell you the estimation of the size is probably about a 18 by 24. I'm thinking around that, but this one is $2,500. It may be a 22 by 30, but I'm really thinking 18 by 24. So Warriors of Wisdom, and that is $2,500, and I am going to X out of that. Let me see what I haven't shown. I think I've shown everything in that. New changes, new chances. I hope I didn't show this because I'm getting ready to talk about it. So do you see new changes, new chances? Well, I'm going to start talking about it. New changes, new
we
chances.
Can see it. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm like, okay, I'll be talking to something. So yeah, I did this in 2020. I was like all humped and hyped, you know, New Year's going to start, and then everything went to a halt as far as what I thought I was going to do in 2020. And I know it happened for a lot of people, a lot of other people. But yeah, new changes, new chances. You know, you always get another chance, and everything is always changing. And I think that's a good thing about change, because when something does change, you are getting a new chance. I don't care how you look at it, because you're getting ready to embark on something new. And that's a chance that you have to decide which path you're going to take. So life is always about new changes, new chances. Next one, this one is also 2,500 and it is the same size. Okay, I get all those in that row. I'm trying to, okay, there we go. Okay, I have one more to show that I didn't show the past 2 days. On my mind. This one is, I'm going to say 24 by 24, and it's on canvas. The other pieces were on paper, but this is on a canvas and it's stretched canvas. And on my mind is just depicting whoever this is. Could be a man, could be a woman. It's, whatever you choose, him or her or they to be. And this is what's on his mind. And so I just painted figures to show what he was thinking about. So it's a storytelling piece where, I'm going over here to the little person holding the bigger person. So you can create your own story about who these people are and what they are to him. So it's a play on interacting with my artwork. So, and it could be, a discussion you're having, when you have company, you all can tell your stories. So yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different figures. And, you sit back and there's a figure right there I just found. You sit back and you have a conversation about the art. And this is on canvas, and it is also $2,500. My next series of work will be in this vein. So I hope you liked it. So that's my presentation for the pieces. Now I'm just going to have a little discussion about another project that I'm working on, if I have time. If not, I can do it tomorrow.
Go ahead. You're so funny, Deborah. You're
the funny one. Okay.
It's like, can I have permission? Can I have permission?
Can I have permission to leave?
No. Now I'm going to disappear.
Okay. So did I not take that out? Okay. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to leave it there. So my next interactive project, I'm collaborating with my little sissy. My sister will be helping me with this, and it's involving letting go. What's the name of it? Unplug. So we're going to let go, and we're going to unplug as a group. And I'm going to bring in a tissue paper project for us to do. So, and the tissue paper project is called Torn and Transform. So we're going to be tearing that tissue paper and we're going to be transforming it into a beautiful piece of artwork. And hopefully through that, this little therapy through art, we're going to also be transformed. And to just,
I want to come. I want to transform too.
Okay. So, Louise, make sure I'll put your name down is the first one to be invited to the first workshop, and it's going to be online. I'm going to do some online. I'm going to do some in person as a group, and then I'm also going to do some one-on-one. So I'm sorry, I'm looking at my sister. I want her to come up and. So anyway. I've done workshops with.
Come on, sister.
I've done workshops with Tom Joyner organization on his cruises and his family reunions. I've done workshops in the jail system with Montgomery Detention Center. So I'm starting to bring these torn and transformed venues to you. So a lot of people come in torn, and a lot of people leave transformed just by working with art. It's amazing how art can be therapeutic. So we're going to take an image. Can you see this image? This image is tissue paper, and you're going to be making something similar. And what I'm going to do is supply you with a kit. You have to purchase your kit, and then you're invited into our world of torn and transforming ourselves. So you will get a kit with tissue paper. You will get kit with the adhesive. You will get the brush that we're going to use, and you will get paper or canvas to create your image on. So that's going to be the first scenario. And the second scenario, you're going to do it without me sending you the pieces. You're going to open up your mind and create. And basically, you're going to learn. I'm going to teach you how to play again. I love to play. You can tell in my work. So we're going to go back to who we were born to be, to play and have a good time at things that we do. So, any questions about that? If you want to be the first to be notified, DM me that you want to be included in our first session.
Thank you. Yeah, notify me.
Okay.
I want to be included. You know what? I wanted to just make sure people knew about was able to go to that website about Lucy Betsy. Right. This is the actual website. I also wanted to share the website. So I'm going to share the website really quickly because I think this is such a very powerful exhibit. And I think more and more people need to know about it. We're going to scroll down just to kind of show the dates. And this is you guys, some of you guys working. I think this is one of the image of what it's, and you could tell them, I'm just scrolling. You know what all of these images are. But I did have a question. Now, Deborah, I know you talked about the womb. Are you fashioning the womb portion of it? Is that the portion that you're fashioning?
Yeah, that's the part that I showed you in the video. And it's supposed to fit inside that hole that you see.
Right.
But we are doing something different. And I probably talk too much, but anyway, we're doing something.
Well, they have this big old thing on the screen. So, and it's saying that phase 1, the Mother God, so September 24th and 25th. So I'm actually looking forward to. So is this part of the sculpture here?
This was what I did from clay, just so we can just see it visually. But we departed from that, so they are totally different from this. But this is
But that's how it started. That was the concept.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And so the phase 1 will be September 24th is the unveiling. So September 24th, 25th. So if you guys want to be a part and to go, and this is in Alabama.
Montgomery,
Alabama. And these are the women that are involved. This was the lady you were talking about, Mrs.
Michelle Browder.
Michelle Browder, and then we have Deborah, and then we also have Diana, who has no picture. Dana. So just wanted to share that so that people could see.
Thank you.
What you're doing.
Very nice of you. I appreciate it.
But yeah, I'm looking forward. I remember you told me about it, and I said that I wanted to add them as a part of the Beauty of Blackness not the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, but the We Are Still Watching exhibit, to add these women as a part of that We Are Still Watching exhibit. So I am just grateful that that was brought to my attention. And because I had heard of him and what he had done, and this whole thing about Black women not feeling the same kind of pain. And then to think about that is just horrific. I mean, it's just absolutely horrific. So, but thank you so much for bringing that segment of history to life.
Thank you.
So, are you coming up, Corinthia, or are you just living down there?
I'll see you all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Deborah. And we will see you tomorrow.
Deborah, thank you. See you tomorrow. That is powerful. I had never, I heard of what's her name? Hottentot. Sarah Bartman.
Right.
And how they wanted to experiment with her anatomy because they hadn't seen.
Right. I remember. Yes, exactly.
So this kind of echoes that, but to
a whole nother degree.
Because he actually did experiment. They did. Yeah, they took Sarah Bartman's body and preserved it and put it in the museum.
Right.
But yeah, she was feeling that energy, like they was measuring her head and
they were doing all kinds of things to her. But these women, they actually really invaded and
while they were alive.
Yeah, just did things. Yeah. So we're going to bring Kabibi up before we turn this into a whole woman.
No, well, this it's art,
right? And so
it's absolute reflection of truth,
right? And so, but it's. So we have Miss Kabibi in the house. Hey, let's bring Kabibi. And I love saying your name, Kabibi Ajanku. I love your name. So whenever somebody just says Kabibi, I'm like, Ajanku.
It's a song. It's a song. Next verse, Ajanku.
It's like you have to say her whole name because it's a feeling. It's not just, and then just to hear her say it.
Say your name, Kabibi.
Kabibi Ajanku.
I just love, it's just to have that whole feel of her name. All right, so Kabibi, we're going to turn the floor over to you and not take up all of your time and let you vibe the way you do. Okay?
All right, I'm going to vibe on. I just want to begin by saying thank you. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for doing this fine arts thing, this Beauty of Blackness fine art show. It's like a for us, by us kind of, thing that touches my heart really deeply. It is always interesting to be a path setter and a wayfinder, because when you are among those that are path setters and when you're doing something that is earth changing, when you look to the side, you don't always see your crew. You don't always see your group, because they're off game changing too in their own place in the world. So sometimes it is a courageous place. Sometimes it is a lonely place, but it's always the right place. So again, I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again. Thank you for your vision, Louise. Pancho's not here today. Thank you to him for co-hosting. And thank you, Corinthia, for coming in and being such a strong guest co-host this year. So, this is a thing. We are setting a groundwork. Thank you for allowing me to be part of this thing that is setting a foundation to spring from. And I believe it is a foundation that's so game changing that it will always be here. People will be talking about this, joining in this for years and years and years to come. It is something that our children can thrive as a result of. So I can't even put into words, even though I'm trying, how deeply I appreciate you. Well, I went there with that. I'm gonna go ahead.
Works and greater work. So I'm looking to do.
I'm gonna go ahead and share this video if I can work this.
And more and greater.
Am I doing it right? Did I do it right? Maybe I didn't do it right.
Is it this video right here, Kabibi? Take your wait, Kabibi, you came on twice, right? You have two.
Twice.
Or were you trying to do this? Were you trying to do this one? Okay.
That one. This is my info for today. Yeah, so that's my intro for the day. I want to say hello again. I am Kibibi Ajanku. I am so honored to be here. That small video clip that you saw is, I was recently chosen to be one of the artists whose work was shown on a 52-foot high billboard, LED billboard in Baltimore, Maryland. It is just outside of the Baltimore, Maryland Penn Station. And so when you come out of that station, or when you drive up Charles Street, which is one of the main thoroughfares in Baltimore City, coming from downtown, splitting the city from east to west and moving straight out into the county, you could look up, and when you look up, you would see my artwork, 52 feet in height. Pretty fabulous, pretty amazing. And I intentionally chose works from that footage. This is a recent occurrence. This billboard was up in June of this year. And as I chose work to exhibit in the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts, those originals were still available. So those are the ones that I chose. I chose mixed media, fabric, fiber, paper, on canvas, on board, using glass beads, using found items. I chose those things because they are accessible and affordable in price. And so, much like the other work in the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts show, we want to encourage our collectors to expand their collections. We want to encourage people who are thinking about collecting to go ahead and dive in. We want to encourage those who have never collected before or think that they cannot. It is an elite, think that it is an elite thing that they cannot be a part of, to know that this is a journey that you can be a part of. By collecting, you are part of that group of people that solidify the existence of African American beauty into the future, into the forever, into whenever, wherever, and for generations to come. The beauty of Blackness will be there, just as the name to this show. So at any rate, I'm going to go back into our store before I go in another direction. Share my screen. And let's see what we've got here. And these are my works. If you go to the Beauty of Blackness fineartsshow.com, each artist, as you've been hearing all day long and all weekend long, each artist has their own shop. This is my shop. That's what they say in Africa. This is my shop. Come to my shop. This is my shop. And I am going to, let's see, this is one of the pieces that was up on the billboard. It's $850. It's 16 by 20. It is paper and fabric. Yes, hand-dyed fabric, batik fabric, and tissue paper on canvas. This piece, during the pandemic, as the pandemic kind of was getting so far out of control. And I live in Maryland. I live in Baltimore, Maryland. It was beginning to get really cold. We were moving into the winter, the depth of the winter. And across the summer and the warmer months, I had found so much joy, calm, solace in my backyard, in my garden, in my dye kitchen, which is outside. All of those things were beginning to not be accessible to me because I just don't like the cold. So I was hunkering down inside, and I was beginning to feel as out of control as this pandemic. You have to know yourself. So my daughter lives in Florida. I got in the car. I put my art supplies in the car, my brushes, my canvases, my glues, my fabric, my paper. I put them in my trunk, and I drove 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 until I got to Florida. I'd only stopped for gas and to do, the personal stuff you have to do when you're driving a long time. And, maybe I pulled over to rest once or twice, but I basically drove straight through 14 hours and got out in Sarasota. I went from one safe bubble to the next safe bubble. And I found some joy walking on the beach. I found some calm walking on the beach. So this is where that's my inspiration for this piece. Yeah. Now, this piece was also on the billboard, that LED 52-foot billboard. It's entitled Spirit Work.
Oh, Kabibi, hold on, Kabibi. Are you sharing the screen?
I thought I was.
Hold on.
Oops.
I got a lot of Kabibis in here. So let's see which Kabibi is actually being sharing the screen.
I thought I was.
Okay. Because I look up and I hear you talking and you looking at the screen, but let's see if we bring one up. There we go. Now we sharing. All right, there we go. So can you go back to your other one, Kabibi, just to show? Because I think that's that big sunshine one that I like.
The last one, not this one.
Yeah, the last one.
Was talking about it and you couldn't see it. Whoops. Oops,
That's live streaming for you, girl. That's live streaming.
We gotta love it. All right, here we go.
There we go.
All right.
Florida. We like Florida.
When I start clicking, things go to the left, right?
Okay.
Okay, shall I click on it? Shall I hover over it? I don't know what to do. Tell me. Is this it? Can you see it? All right, I think you can see it. I didn't get flagged, so maybe you can see it. Florida. And I talked about how I got in the car and drove until I got to Florida. Walked on the beach, and this is kind of my vibe, my inspiration for this piece. Florida. 16 by 20, $8.50. And you can buy it by clicking on the Beauty of Blackness, fineartshow.com. And I hope you can still see me, because the next piece I want to talk about is entitled Spirit Work. Spirit work is actually something that I started working on in 2018 and finished just before we shut down for the pandemic. But I believe that our work, as it comes through you, is much like a talisman. Our work is a healing kind of medicine. In my studio, I have a sign up that I printed, and it says, "Note to self, your art is a medicinal narrative. Your work is not to drag the world kicking and screaming into new awareness. Your job is to simply do your work, sacredly, secretly, and even silently sometimes. Those with eyes will see, and those with ears to hear will respond." And so it is out of that energy that this work became an evolution. It is a variety of things. It has, when I say mixed medium, this really is mixed medium as a piece. It's got several kinds of fiber. It's got upcycled denim. It has got indigo from Mali. It has gotten Ankara bright fabric, an African, traditional African fabric, African print fabric. It's got some 100% cotton textiles. It's got cowrie shells to represent not only our fertility, but our wealth, because there was a point in time in life in West Africa that cowrie shells were used as a form of money. It's got bone. There's some small orbs at the top, because the nomadic peoples of Africa oftentimes carry their wealth in their cattle. And so the bone and those orbs represent also wealth and forward motion. It's got glass beads to represent how resilient we are as an African people in America. It's got some bin, these small strung glass beads to represent femininity. So there's an awful lot of energy going on in this one piece. And I could probably talk about it for a really long time, but it is one of my favorite pieces. I had such a great time working on it, and it can be purchased for $2,500 in the Beauty of Blackness finearts.com website. Another piece that was up on that billboard, oh goodness, I did it wrong. That whole clicking thing is not working for me right now. You know, a little earlier I had some computer problems, Everything shut down. I'm wondering if I'm still here. Okay, let's see if we go. All right, this piece is entitled Village Lady. And Village Lady is, it's mixed media, it's Ankara fabric. That it is like quilting on board. It is like doing a collage quilt, but using a different kind of medium. So instead of having, because I'm also a quilt maker, I'm the granddaughter of a quilt maker, but instead of using a traditional quilting process, what I've done is use a decoupage process, which is glue and fabric, oftentimes paper, oftentimes images in a different kind of way. But I've constructed those images by using and pulling together bits of fabric that I've selected specifically for their color combinations. You see this woman, she is made of glass beads because she too is resilient. She too is a survivor, a thriver, a provider. She does all of these things and is an asset to her village. She's carrying the calabash on her head because that calabash is a sign of forward motion and fertility, but she's on her way to market. She is on her way to market because that is the thing that she does to as a family responsibility. That's her job. So she sells items at market and returns home with cash to aid her family. She is actually made from glass beads that are applied to board using a decoupage process as well. Village Lady. And she's part of my Village Ladies series, actually. All right. Where are we today? I showed this yesterday. I want to show one. I think I showed this yesterday, but I want to go back to it nevertheless. Because this Dame du Marché is one of my more recent pieces. It is decoupage, that same application of glue and fabric and on an upcycled board. And as you see, there's a theme in my work that kind of creates a thread that strings through. There's a medicinal theme that talks about the work as an inspiration, as almost like a talisman of strength, almost like a talisman that you can look at and you can say, oh, when I look at this, I feel fruitful, I feel strong, I feel productive, I feel that presence of prosperity. So I hope that my work is that kind of talisman. At least that's the spirit from which I make it. But I literally have used an upcycled board, an old board, a board that is a found item, a reclaimed item, an item from a salvage item. And that board represents the ability to overcome, the ability to not be stopped by the average kind of thing. And certainly during this time in the pandemic, we need to know how to overcome. We need to know how to be still enough to think, to move with an intention that is going to be health-making, health-giving, life-producing. But we also have to have the resilience to stay and overcome in a mindful, spiritual, and prayerful kind of way. These ladies are moving to market, marché, that's the market. Dame, those are the ladies of the market. Yes? Dame du marché, 7:50. I'm going to stop my sharing right here and move to another piece, another video piece, if I can get to it. We just don't know. Let me see. Nope, that's not what I want to do. All right. So I have excitedly been working on my website. My website has been kind of a work in progress for years and years and years and years. But I finally made the kind of strides. Do I have the power to share this actually? Ooh, let's see. There it is. Let's try again. Let's try again. I don't have sound.
Is it this PowerPoint? This is what you're trying to share?
It is a video. Here it is. Can you start it? It's not doing right from my side. I think I'm still having a little bit of technical difficulties. If you
okay.
put it back to the beginning and start it again, that would be amazing. And for everybody who's so patiently out there listening, this is kind of a welcome. You see across the ticker, it's inviting you to come, or at least it was inviting you to come to my website, kibibiajanku.com. And it's something that has been a work in progress for me for a really long time. And I'm just very excited about the forward motion. So I welcome you to come and visit it. And purchase from the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, because I don't have stores up on my website at this point. But just come see a little bit more about what I'm about, or interact with me for conversation or questions if you'd like. And so maybe it could go now. Will it work? Yeah, no sound. I don't know what that sound is.
Hi, you've reached Malama Massage and Body Work.
I have no idea what that sound is. That's not coming from me. All right, so maybe this isn't going to work, and I'll try it again tomorrow. We'll just take that down.
So the sound wasn't, are you sharing it from what are you sharing it from, Kibibi?
From a MacBook.
I'm saying, are you sharing it from the internet, or are you sharing it from your desktop?
Desktop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Hold on. It looks like the sound should be on. It's not, the sound's not cut off from here, from your share. So I'm not sure why that sound's not working.
Yeah, I'll try it again tomorrow. No worries.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
No worries. I'll try it again tomorrow. I did have another piece. I'm prepping as we speak for an exhibition. An exhibition of my indigo work. Recently, I was the recipient of the Ruby's Artist Award. It is one of the few major artist awards for this area right here. And so I was recently a recipient of the Ruby's Artist Award in the last cycle, which is just coming to an end right now. And as an outcome, I produced a handful of quilts, and it was an award for continuation of some of my work in indigo. So that gallery exhibition will open in October in Baltimore, Maryland, in the Fells Point area, and it will be kind of an overview and a survey of some of my work in indigo over the past maybe almost a decade, not quite a decade. of work, and it will include the work in rubies. It will take you from some of the costuming that I've done in indigo into all the way through mixed media collage. And it will include, can you see this work? You can see part of it. So I brought this up because it's very, very much a mixed media piece. And it includes, if you see here, oftentimes people talk about this kind of dye resist as tie-dye, but in reality, if you look at West African traditions, this dye resist process is called a dire. And when it is used, it's done utilizing either raffia or bands to tie it to create the pattern in the fabric. Then it's called a dire oniko. And so when you see this kind of tie and dye work, it's actually something that stems and emanates from West Africa and goes back for hundreds and hundreds of years. So I thought that that's, pretty cool and worth mentioning. Throughout the gallery, there will be a few banners and that are done in this, that kind of as installation pieces. Yeah. And there also will be examples of different kind of resist. There's a kind of dye resist process done using cassava paste. So we talk about cassava as, it's almost like kind of like a potato, like a sweet potato kind of thing, or a yam, if you will. That's a better word for it. But you can make a paste out of the powdered cassava, and that paste can be used to paint onto fabric and to create places where the dye will not infiltrate. And so this, I'm just going to hold it up if you can see it, is an adire piece. When cassava paste is used, it's called adire eleko. And that adire eleko process, in its most traditional state, is an opportunity for messaging. This is called Kabiesi's umbrella because that structure, it looks like a structure, but it is actually an umbrella. And it is an umbrella that represents something that would be used to cover the chief as he moved from place to place. So his attendants would cover him with this umbrella to shade him from the sun, and also to signify as a sign of royalty, a sign of importance. Yeah. Now, the use of indigo as it connects to royalty goes way back. It goes way back. Did you know that all the way in the time of the Egyptian pharaohs, the pyramid, and the time of the pyramids, the pharaoh's sail, as he moved down the Nile, was the only one that was dyed a deep, rich, purplesque indigo color. Every other sail was white. And that was to message all seafaring vehicles to move out of the way, part the way so that the pharaoh could come through. So indigo has been this thing that has been connected to royalty way back since the pyramids and the pharaohs, and probably even beyond that. Indigo is a fascinating and most beautiful kind of thing. I cannot get to my last video. I am going to try one more time to see if I can get to my very last video. Thank you for bearing with me. Thank you for being so patient as I kind of fudge through this thing here. And then did I do that? I might have. Ooh. Okay, let's try again. All right. In closing, I am going to. So I hope that if you are in Baltimore, around Baltimore, near Baltimore, you will come through and visit the gallery between October and December. If not, there will be virtual options. There will be a virtual 3D tour. There will be moments from the studio broadcast out and shared on Facebook, and also shared on YouTube. So yeah, join me.
Wonderful. That was great, Kabibi.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, thank you so much. I know. So we got Craig down in the studio. So we're gonna take a quick break and we'll bring up.
I have a question. Okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Craig. So you can be in while I ask Kabibi the question.
Yeah.
Okay. So Kabibi, your work was inspired by one of your pieces. You mentioned the women who go to market, and you also mentioned that in the women going to market in Africa, it was a part of their family duty.
Yeah.
How can you relate that to American women and African women in terms of how we work and our family duties? The if it's connected to or there's a lack of connection.
Well, I think that there's a very big connection, a very, very big connection, and I think that it is. First of all, it is the women that care for the babies, that cook in the home, that do all of these things. And so if you are, for instance, in a fishing village and the men are going out and they are fishing by the night, right? In fishing villages, for instance, in Guinea, the men will fish all night long, bring the fish back in the morning, and the women will take it to market, right? And that can happen with babies on back. That can happen while cooking is going on. That can happen while so it's just a natural kind of care of the family, extension of all we are as women,
Yeah.
We have become, as a result, the market women. We have become those women that are very savvy with communication and very savvy with how we manage and negotiate monies. So there's that.
I love that. I love that. That is so powerful. And I love that you took what you experienced and put it into art to tell that story.
I love a market. Yeah. I want to say one thing. I put this on. I went and dug this up just for you, Corinthia.
Can you put it closer to the screen?
Oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Can you see it?
No.
It's
No,
pretty tiny. Yeah.
pretty
And
tiny.
the light, what?
Okay, what it is an onyx stone in sterling.
Mm-hmm.
It is, this I made when I was 15 years old. It was I was apprenticed with a jeweler when I was in high school, and I had to make every part of it. So you pulled the wire down to the right size. You twisted that wire. Nothing was fab. We were not allowed. You made the bezel cups and soldered them together. You made the ring shank. You cut that after, you just did every single part of it.
Yeah, and you set the stone.
And you set it. That's right. And
all right, ladies. Craig has been waiting patiently. So thank you so much, Kabibi. You are amazing. So we're going to go ahead and give Craig his chance to show us what he's going to do. Okay, so thank you. But I enjoyed the conversation. We're going to get more on it so you could talk about that some more a little later. Right. Yeah, okay.
Of Blackness. The host has muted your mic. Okay. Why did you do that? Okay.
Craig, you're good.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Welcome to the third day of Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Today we're going to go through a couple of demos again. And I'm going to share a video first off of all the pieces that are in the show, in the store, I mean. So we're going to try that. And if that doesn't work, which it doesn't seem to be working, we're going to try to share our video. Okay, there we go. Here comes the video. And these are all pieces that can be bought at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website. 2020 Dan, Adobe Woman. And I'm just going to name a few of them that I can remember offhand. Western Union, Born Differently. Some of these will be shown today, some will be shown tomorrow. Creatively Thinking. You know who I am, my name. This will be shown today. I'll get the name of that. This will be shown today. This one will be shown today. And this one will be shown today. All the artwork and the music is created by me, Craig Scriven. Get the artwork at artpal.com/CRSBREVEN or at silentpresencegallery.org. media. Now I'm going to share my screen so we can get into the demos. And the first demo that I'm going to do is show you how to use the content aware tool and the spot healing tool. Like that. Okay, here's the picture we're going to use. And first we're going to get the magic wand tool. Select the subject. Get it to where I want it to be. Cause it selected most of it that I wanted, but we're gonna have to take some part of it off. So we're just gonna get part of it. That's better. And then we're gonna delete that. And it says content aware in the middle.
Craig, hold on. Let's add you to the screen. There we go. There we go.
Okay, it's on screen. Okay, so content aware, and it'll take the content out and fill it with the background content. And so what we're going to do now is get rid of the cracks that are in here, and we'll use the spot tool, the spot healing brush tool, to get rid of the cracks that are in the picture, and then we can put the picture back. Let me copy that picture first. So I'm going to go back a couple of spaces and copy that. And then we're going to delete it again. And start healing on the cracks. Basically, you just go through the whole thing, and if you see a crack, you bring the spot healing tool on there. And this is one of the easy ways to restore your photograph. And a quick way to do it too. So now I'm going to paste the image back in there that I just had and bring it down with the move tool. So it's facing back in the same spot. And that's basically how you clean up some of the cracks that could be in a photograph or something like that. So now I'm going to show you with this picture how to move it with the content aware move tool. So first I'm going to highlight the part that I want to get rid of. We're going to delete it just like we did last time. And then we're going to highlight the part that we want to move. And then I'm going to get the content aware tool. There we go. And move this over. And click the check mark. And it's pulled over into the space, and it left the other space empty. So now we're going to do that with a piece of artwork. So I'm going to get the same tool, the lasso tool, the lasso what I don't want. And let's say the top part we don't want. So we're just going to lasso that in. And then hit delete, content aware. And then it brings part of the content that's closest to it up to the top. And we can do the same thing with the side. Say we want to get rid of part of this background here. Delete. Make sure it says content aware. Hit OK. And it's just grabbing from the closest image that it has to it. And like I said, you can delete it or go back after you see it doesn't work for you, or if you need to move it, you use the content aware move to, and you can move the image that you have highlighted to where you want it. And in this instance, it gave me the background instead of being, it gave me what was in the background of it. And it emerged, it showed you what it would look like if the piece was removed and the background was there. So it just grabbed pieces from the closest background image that it had near it when I moved that piece. So that's it with it. That's it without that piece there. So that's basically the demo that I was going to show you, is the how to use that in artwork and how to use it on a photograph and how to clear up your background. So I'm going to go through the pieces that I have at the Blackness Fine Art Show website. And this one is called Imagery of the World. It's 16 by 24 and it's $500. And basically this was a study I was doing with just making it simplistic. So I would just use a line of color on a dark background to create the figure. And the figure's clothes are just lines with different colors. This is in the beginning of life, and there's 4 of them. This is the 3rd one. And basically, this is the image of me. And the image okay. And 2 images of figures covering me, and I'm inside the figures. So it shows you how you can use a photograph inside your artwork and use texture on top of the photograph, so it looks like the photograph has more texture than it did to begin with. And most of the things that I'm showing you now have at least 10 layers, except for that first one, and that had 2 layers because it was based on simplicity. This is called Masked Man 2, The Dance. So it's made up of 2 different pieces of artwork, and I blended them together. And the Masked Man, let's see, let me find the Masked Man first. Would be right in here. And it has different figures from a piece called The Dance. Which brings you to the one that's in back of me, which is called Jazzy Sweet Succession of Life. And let me stop the screen sharing for a second, so you can see the piece in behind me, which is called Sweet Succession of Life. Jazzy Sweet Succession of Life. And that's an oil painting, and that's $1,000, and that can be found on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website. So I had that in there last year, and it's still here. A lot of people like that piece, but no one's willing to buy it yet. But hopefully someone will pick up on that and grab it up. Because it's a real nice oil painting. It was done in '93, and it shows you that I'm not just digital, but I can work my way with oil paint.
Those are amazing, Craig. I'm always fascinated at what you do and how you go about doing it. I learned so much last year from you with your with your digital work. I literally you taught me so much watching how you go about, and it is such a pleasure to watch you. So if you guys have questions, Craig has he does some amazing work, and I really love that oil painting in the back. I just want you guys to know that all of the pieces that Craig was showing you, you can purchase at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website. I also, if you're on Facebook, I also was putting some of his pieces up as he showed them to you. You guys could definitely click on those links to find Craig's work. He has some amazing work. I'm also dropping his page in the comment section, so you guys can definitely click on the link that's dropped in the comment section.
You have it spelled wrong.
Oh, do I have
Yes, it's presence, like the presence of God with a CE.
Okay, for the okay.
The website.
Okay.
It's Silent Presence with a PRESENCE.
Hold on. Let me go back in there. I must admit, I rushed it. Yeah, I wrote it like a present.
Yeah.
All right, CE. There we go. Okay, there. Now we have it. So you guys can go to Craig's. Okay. Oh, no, wrong one. Here we go.
Right
Presence,
now. That's
silent
correct.
presence. Right. So you guys can
No,
definitely.
you got
What?
.com. It's .org.
Oh, okay. Not .com, .org. So anybody that's been looking for it when I posted it and went to .com, you won't find it unless it's .org. There we go. All right.
Yes.
So sorry about that, Craig. I want you guys definitely, and I keep punching the wrong
one now.
Keep punching the wrong one. Let me take that off and put you back up.
Okay,
So
there we
definitely go over and check out Craig's work. He is on the website. I'm going to drop that in the comment section. You guys can purchase some of Craig's work. Craig has some amazing work. He does some, I tell you, every time he comes on and share what he does and the layers is what's really amazing, Craig. How long does it usually take you to create something like that?
Well, right now it's just taking me like a half an hour to 2 hours, depending on how much I'm putting together and what my vision is. Because I have like, you have templates. Well, I have templates in my head. So I know where I'm going. Once I get to the program, it's just about the outcome.
Okay.
So I'll go into the program, and long as there's a black background, I'm going to put some color on it.
So now, were you working in black?
First.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. So were you working in
first?
To
put some color to it, some markings.
Put some color to it. So were you always? Have you always worked in a black background?
No. I started that in, what was it? About 98.
What made you start working with a black background?
Well, I saw a lecture from one of the people. What was he? He's in the organization I was in, and he was doing a lecture, and he said he painted in black with a black canvas. And he said the reasons why he painted in black canvas. And then I said, well, let me try to steal this from him to see if it works for me and my thing. So it worked.
Because I know a lot of artists paint on black canvas. That's why I thought it was interesting that you also worked on a black canvas with what you did.
Yeah, and the colors pop out on the black canvas.
And they even so on and that's why I thought it was interesting, because it's digital. And so that's why I found it very interesting that you worked on a black digital canvas.
Yeah. So I'll find out when I do that, the colors pop, and then if you put it on a black wall or a dark wall, they pop off the black wall in a frame.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. See, so I find that
all the colors that are on there are bright, so they just pull out and want you to come see it.
It's like, come see me,
Just like you're smelling something. So the colors are just bringing you in, like in this one.
Okay.
You can see. Well, it's not as. This is pretty dark, but the colors in here bring you into the atmosphere of it.
I think they're really, really interesting. I think the work is, and then just the paintings that you're doing, I thought was pretty interesting. How you're working, because I know you had that painting last year, but I guess I just assumed that it was a part of the digital world. So you paint as well.
I did paint. I don't do it as much because don't have room to do it And I find that digital work is it's a cleaner process,
Mm-hmm.
a more expensive process, but
Is it?
it gets me to where I want to go in my visions of artwork.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So
I can do like several digital pieces and blend them together, where once you do one oil painting, it's that one oil painting, and you either like it or you don't like it. With digital, I can mess around with it for a little bit longer. So it's not like oil paint. It's more permanent, and even acrylic. Once you do acrylic, you can't really mess with that after a while. But with digital, you can continue messing with it as long as it's in the computer.
Wow.
So
That's
it can
true.
continue
And
to evolve.
digital art is more expensive than canvas art?
Yeah.
If you're working with Adobe Photoshop, I created it.
Because you gotta think about it.
To purchase the programs?
What was that?
Because of the programs, you have to purchase the programs?
That in the printing.
Oh.
If you go big, you have to go to a company, unless you buy a big computer and they like $3,000.
Interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know that
Yeah.
digital art was more expensive. I would have thought the other way
For me,
around.
it is because
Paint, canvases and frames and all that.
But
I think they're all quite comparable to each other.
Well, you got to get printing, canvas. Printing and frame and program.
Interesting.
And those costs. Now you can't get the program by just paying for it one time. You got to continue to pay for
monthly.
it.
You got to do that monthly fee.
Yeah. With oil paint, you can buy the oil paint and you can do it. If you buy the right oil paint, it'll last you for at least 5, 6.
I don't know. Oil paint's pretty expensive.
Yeah. I mean, they're expensive,
and
but
the brushes are pretty expensive.
Yeah. But I still say, with my experience,
I think there's a balance.
What holds more value
than that much? But I think computer art, for me, is a little bit more expensive.
Right.
So I have a question for you both, since you both are visual artists. In the art world, what holds more value? Canvas, painted art, or digital art? What holds like originals of canvas painted art versus digital art? What holds more value in the?
It depends. It depends. It doesn't necessarily. It's not necessarily of what holds more value. It's it just all depends. It depends on the artist. It depends on the creation. It's not one thing better or more valuable than the other thing. It just literally depends on the person who's buying it and where everything is in the art world. Digital art is still fresh and still somewhat new to, even though it has been around for a while, but it has had a huge push recently. It has been accepted into the art world. And so it is literally an art form in the art world. It was a bit of a struggle when digital art came out, but now it's a part of, when you do any art show, you see digital art listed now. Whereas before it wasn't, because it was more of, okay, we got photography and digital art. Where does that fit? And so now digital art is just as prominent as photography, paintings, all of those kind of things. So I can't say that there is a what's more prominent piece to it, because it's all art, and so it's received that way.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
I think we have a question.
Like, even by the world,
right.
I was speaking like in terms of like art collectors, art, in terms of the world, it's still a part of the art scene.
Right. So we have a question. Does digital art appraise similar? It's the same. That's what you're similar to canvas. That was okay. Well, you didn't put that up, Corinne. Right, you have to put that
No,
up.
it doesn't.
You have to put it up.
Put what up?
There was a question. Somebody had a similar
appraise
question that you had.
As far as canvas art, like oil paintings and oil paintings and acrylics would go for more money than a digital piece at this time.
Well, that depends on the artist. That also depends on the artist, Craig, because there are some digital art.
The artist too, but most of the time, no matter what artist you get, they would pick a oil painting canvas over a digital piece. And right now, we're just getting to the stage since they bring out the NFTs that they're bringing over digital work to go for more than what they usually
right.
go
The
for.
oil and yeah,
right.
Non-fungible token.
So now you can get a digital piece with a comparable price as an oil painting.
Sorry for more.
But you would have to go to the digital money to get that.
Right.
Yeah, we're getting a lot more of that because digital work be printed.
So it sounds like, Craig, you are ahead of the curve because you're already doing digital art. So for you to sell via NFTs, you're already ahead of the curve because you've already started your digital art process.
Right. And Virginia wanted to know, can digital artwork be printed on canvas? Virginia put that in the private chat. It wasn't in the chat. So Virginia had a question. I'm just going to put it in there so I can post it for you. She said, can digital artwork be printed on canvas?
Yes, I print most of my originals on canvas.
Okay. All right. Well, Craig, thank you.
It can also be printed on steel. It can be printed on poster board. It can be printed on whatever, almost all things that can be printed, a digital piece can be printed on.
Well, Craig, thank you so much. Like I said, I always enjoy your presentations because I always learn something from there. So we have some other artists sitting in the queue that's going to come up, but I did want to say thank you not only to Craig, but I also wanted to say thank you to Craig's sister, Tracy, because Tracy, there she is. Hey, Tracy, I wanted to say thank you to Tracy because Tracy was a virtual host during this segment. Tracy did the virtual hosting for a 2-hour segment. I did send Tracy a link and tried to call her, but she probably didn't recognize my number because I wanted to try to get Tracy on today just to say hi. So I did want to say, she said she had some connection issues challenge today. Okay. Well, Tracy, thank you so much for being a virtual host. Tracy is a trooper. She has been with us for 2 years. She did virtual hosting last year. And I'm hoping Tracy got her swag bag this time because last time I sent it to Craig and did not send it to Tracy. And the reason I sent it out late, Tracy, is because I was trying to get all of the stuff that any of the artists was going to send so you could get all of the artist stuff. And so I made sure I gave you guys all of everything that the artist sent into your swag bag. So thank you so much, Tracy, for being here with us and just kind of showing your support to Craig as well as the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. And Craig, you always do a magnificent job. And thank you so much for hanging in here. As she said, 2 years. Yes, you have, Tracy. You've been here with us for 2 years. Great time, friends. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So thank you very much, Tracy, for joining in. And also not just joining in, but hosting a virtual arts party to share what we're doing. So thank you very much. And Craig, thank you again. We're going to bring up
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you.
We're going to bring up our next artist. Karen Clark. Hey, Karen.
Ooh, how pretty you
Karen's
look.
in the house. Yes, Karen's in the house. Yes, Karen, she was like, I'm going to go put my face on.
Put on my
So,
face.
Karen,
Put
I'm
on my
going to
jewelry.
turn it over to you so
In
you
the
can go
amber.
ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead and do your thing. But okay, hold on. Just because Poncho's not here, I got to put it bang.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Wow, that was great. Thank you. All right, guys, how are you guys doing? I hope all is well. I'm Karen. My last name is Clark. I'm coming from Woodland Heights Studio in Richmond, Virginia. And there it is. There is me, Karen Clark from Richmond, Virginia. I'm going to talk about my vessels today, face vessels. So I do a lot of vessels that not only have without faces, but I do faces on vessels. And I call these my ceremonial jars or memory jars. So I get a vast amount of people that ask me or commission me to do faces. And then put symbolic meaning on them. And then sometimes, not sometimes, I do symbolic meaning for me. But I am going to go ahead and put this on a slideshow and so that you guys can see that. I'm going to open that up a little bit and so that you can actually see it on full screen. So these are some of the pieces that have just recently come out. And I actually have some of these beside me in person so that you can see these. Dealing with this jar and the second jar up the top, the very first one and the one down at the bottom, these are memory jars. And the reason why I make memory jars is because I think that we take for granted what happens in the course of a year with us. And so you have many different options of what you can do for this jar. But what I do say with these memory jars, what you can do is you can place pieces of paper of things that you had achieved, things that you were sad about, things that you want to come into fruition, or quotes that you want to say, or poems that you want to say, or letters that you want to write. You place them in these jars and you leave them there until for a year and don't look at them for a year. You come back, you open up the jar, you look at it, you pull out all of those pieces of paper and read them, because what it does is it shows what you've accomplished, because I think we do really take a lot for granted during the course of a year. And we sometimes don't realize that we take it for granted, we complain about it. And so I want people to really understand how precious they are and how precious life is, and family and achievements, and how important they are, so that they don't take it for granted. And so I'm going to go into the very first one. And this is a smaller version of those memory jars. So these are very personal jars. This is a masculine one. It's a small brown jar. It's 3 by 3. And that piece is $125. And these pieces, if you are looking for more of a variety, I only have a small variety here, but the other variety are at the Virginia Museum of Fine Art if you want to look for more. This is the second one that I have, which is 3 by 3. I love working with this new clay that's coming from California to give it those beautiful speckles. And then you'll see tinge of purple. So I do have a purple glaze, and it will move. And when I say move, the heat will move it where it will become very strong and purple, or it will become very lavender like. So I thought this was a nice thing to make it masculine, but also give it some touches of femininity. The next piece is probably one of my favorites going right now. This is a tall jar with a piece from Ghana. This is amber that's coming from Ghana that I have attached to the piece. And the new clay that I'm working on. And I wanted to do an Ashanti pattern, a traditional kente cloth pattern. And this is how this pattern came up onto the piece. Love doing cowrie shells, love geometric designs, and I like to pair the geometric designs on top of designs. So just like before when you were hearing about layering, I love to layer the pieces. And so if it's not layered in the sense of making layers for the colors, then I will definitely do it with the clay, dealing with texture and design. Remember, guys, if you have any questions, please do ask your questions. And if you are looking for us, please go to the website, which is The Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. I heard that you guys had some difficulties earlier, but if you go to that website, you click on the icon that says store, you can scroll down to all of the artists and click on their icons, and so that you can see some of their work. And so everything is not all on one page as far as what you're seeing in multiples are of. So if you see the items dealing with cups, all you have to do is click on the cup and it will cascade with multiple other cups down there. This is my next piece, which is a jar that is 11 by 10. It's $9.75, still a ceremonial jar. But know that dealing with the ceremonial jars, memory jars, it is really up to you what you do with it. So, this could be a glorified cookie jar if you wanted it to be. But I do enjoy having these be used as a functional piece. Because we already have work that is on the wall that we get to look at every day, or sometimes we don't, and then we come back and look at it later. But these are pieces that you can actually use as a functional piece. So I also like to give my pieces names. And this is Malika, and that means princess. And I like to name her that because I loved her crown and how cute her face was. Next piece, a smaller ceremonial jar. This is 7 by 7, Mandisa, meaning sweet. And I did some curly cues for her hair this time. And I left also some touches of brown just to show you that the color of the clay can be brown or black. It really is up to the artist of how they're creating the storyline. So I love telling stories about the pieces, but I also like for people to tell their stories of what their interpretation is. Next piece. Oh, I love this piece. This was lots of fun to do. A lot of people ask me, do I do open eyes? I do open eyes, and I do them on a regular basis, but I don't always post the open eyes. I know a lot of people are very uncomfortable with them, but I do love how the open eyes engage. So I gave you 3 different views of the piece. The piece is 12 by 11. It's 175 or 1075 for that. And all the color, this is the natural color of the clay. And what you're seeing is iron, or a watered down iron, which is a glorified rust that I have painted on and then fired it to make it look like leather or wood for the piece. And with her roses in her hair, I painted those white to give it some white and some brown onto the piece, as well as her earrings. And so the piece is called Love by Everyone, which is Jamoke. The next piece is Jamila, which is 8x8. It's $9.75, and that piece is behind me. If you guys can see it, if you guys can't see it, I'll pull it up at the end of the slideshow or the PowerPoint presentation. But she is 8x8, and I love doing crowns and textures on the hair. I'm always inspired by the research that I do, and I know that a lot of that is just beauty decoration on the continent. So it's a lot of fun to explore the decorations. So hopefully in 2021, you'll actually be seeing a lot of seed beads that I will begin to put onto the piece. Next piece is from the Dahomey women. I have two of those. And this is the front, the side, and the back view of this. So in her crown, this is white gold. And I had told you earlier before, you usually have to put on, not usually, you do have to put on a hazmat suit and a mask on your face to make sure that you stay safe, because gold is not, it's pure in the purest form of putting it on, but it is impure and it should not be inhaled because it can cause side effects. But this is 14 karat gold under her neck and on the sides, as well as on white gold on her forehead. The Dahomey women, when I was creating those, this was during the creative quarantine that we had done back in January. So Louise and LaShawn and Pancho Brown, Kathleen Henderson, Sheba Myers. It was quite a few of us who were together. We were supposed to be together in one place in Springfield, Massachusetts, but the quarantine would not allow us to be inside of the quarantine together. So we did it from our own respective homes. And so we would send things to each other, and so that we could actually collaborate together. So it was a lot of fun, and it was 31 days, but it was a beautiful, and it was fast. And when you were on a high for these 31 days, and when it came down and you weren't doing anything after the show ended, we were all kind of missing each other. But hopefully we'll get together and do that again. But this is one of the pieces from that collection. And that is 11 by 10. It's $13.75. And if you guys are looking for it, just please go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, view the shop, and then you can click in to look at it and stretch it out and look at it more in detail. Next piece is a Dahomey Woman 2, which is 14 by 10. Lots of gold around her. So I love using gold. I use it for certain items, and then other items I don't. But I felt like this needed a lot of it. And so the material, the gold, actually is a very small amount of gold. It actually is. It's so tiny. It's actually the size of a nickel. That's how big the container is. But to paint it on, it really does go a long way. If you guys have any questions, please let me know. I will definitely answer them. This is Sun Goddess, which is 11 by 11. I loved her because it seems like she's just smiling and glowing into the sun. All of these symbols are the same symbol, which is an Adinkra symbol, Janame, meaning only God, God being supreme being. So I wrapped that around her head and on the sides, and so that you guys could see it in different colors. It was really, really fun to do. And the Adinkra symbols is a language over in the in Ghana, in the Ashanti region. So there are probably over 200 symbols, I believe, that have meaning. But this is the first symbol, and this is the beginning of the symbols, which is Janame. Next piece, one of my fun pieces, Ife, and that is red. Red, I love working with, but it is, again, something very difficult to work with. But I exposed some of the clay on the side with carving. And what I did was a technique, which is called an inlay. So you carve out the clay, and then after you carved out the clay, you wax resist. Well, I'm sorry, you wax resist this area where you're seeing the carving, and then you carve it out. And wax resist is making sure that nothing touches that certain areas. And then what we do is we inlay it with what they call slip. And slip is actually watered down clay that we lay inside of that piece, let it dry, and then we're able to wipe off where the wax resist is, and so that the brown can continue to show. And then I dipped it in a glaze, which is white. I was working on things that are abstract onto the piece, onto the pieces. So on the back hand side of that piece, this is a woman, and so she just has a waistband on, but she's shaped like a woman. Here's a little foot, and here's her head. But it also can just be decoration for the person who likes the piece. But I try to give something abstract on the back of all of my pieces. This is part of the Flower Girl series. This is Chloe. She's 12 by 10, and she's 975. As you can see there, I gave you 4 different views, and so that you can see her. So directly on, how her head is tilted to the side, and how the hair flows. And on the backhand side is Janame, meaning only God, God being supreme being. This was really, really fun to do because I don't usually, it's very rare that I usually tilt them on the side. So I have probably out in the universe, I have about 3 of these in the world where I just do a slight tilt to the side. So every time I do it, it's always exciting to see what will happen with the decoration. So it took me a long time to figure out what color I wanted to do because I wanted to give her some peach flowers, but I wanted to make sure that that color made it pop. And so I'm glad that I chose the right color. Sometimes it's hard to pick colors, but when you pick them, usually you wind up picking the right one. Thank you, Miss Sharon. I appreciate it. This piece is Asha, which is life. This was inspired by me working with a storyteller. So for me, it's very, very, very important for me to do collaborative work with other artists. And I always love it because you just never know what you're going to get. So probably about 2 years ago, I was looking for storytellers online. And when I was looking for storytellers, I ran into this amazing artist named Jan Blake, who is a storyteller from England. Reached out to her, and I was working on a piece dealing with the Traveler series that you're going to be seeing very soon. With working on the Traveler series, I sent her a photo. I said, this is what you've inspired dealing with my collection. She called me back. We chatted and talked about life and stories and how she comes up with her stories. And then we created a story pertaining to these pieces. So if you look at the faces, these are 3 different faces. They're all inspired by Yemenya. Yemenya is the goddess of the water. And inside, if you come up close, and I have this one beside me, you will see the the Middle Passage journey inside of the panel on each one of these pieces. And so you are seeing the slave ship. Right now, it looks like geometric design, but the more that you get close up to it, then you'll see it. Dealing with the Yemenya, she likes flowers and she likes water. So in the area, you see water, you see the flowers. And then in the panels between the 3 different faces, you see a water pattern on those pieces. So there is a story that is out there. We talked about it. If you go to youtube.com and you go to Jan Blake, this story will pull up. And it will be her name and my name put together, and it will pull up. And I think that you will enjoy the story and how how this piece was inspired and created. The next piece that I am going to is dealing with the Traveler series. And so right now in the background, you see all of these faces. So usually if you see me at a festival or an art show, usually I'm doing panels of faces, and then I'll bring a few sculptural pieces. And so this is one of the Travelers that you're going to be seeing in the next few minutes. I think about Travelers because they are the Grigris and the storytellers. And so my imagination when I was working on these is how they travel from one village to another to tell the story of your legacy. So your mother's mother's mothers, your fathers, and they are known, well, they are responsible for being the storytellers to make sure that you don't forget your history. So this is how that group of work was inspired. Okay, and this is Addie. And when you guys look at this piece, all of these beads that you're seeing are made by hand. So I actually sit down for hours at a time to roll each bead, and then they are strung on wire, and so that they can stay stiff all the way up to the very top of the piece. The bottom part, when I was creating that, the clay was coming from North Carolina. But after it finished, what I did was I created rust for it. And so you can speed up the process dealing with rust. It is a 3-part process where you have to create some type of moisture, and then you put another layer on, and then you spray it with acid. So you also have to put on a hazmat suit for that as well, and so that you don't do any harm to yourself. And when you spray it, it takes seconds for it to change, but the more that it sits out and the more that it oxidizes, the redder or the browner it will get. So it's really lots of fun to see it transform before your eyes. The next one is Asha. She is another one from that collection. I'm sorry that you don't see the colors so bright, but this is a turquoise and rust and brown and gold and touches of purple. So this is it's really fun to work with these pieces. They are 20 by 10, so they are very tall. So I am in front of me, it would be from my light box all the way to the ceiling. So it's interesting how you have to photograph these because they are so tall. The next one is Kamal, Quiet Warrior. This one, if you type in my name, this one typically pops up all the time because people have fallen in love with this piece. So I did a mixture of purple and golds and rust. And I wanted to make sure that I did one of open eye. This is still a open collection for this. So I do have 20 that will eventually come out of the series. As of right now, I have 6. The others have gone to their own, their new homes, but these are the ones that we do have left right now. All right. Well, we are at the end of the presentation, so I wanted to know, does anybody have any questions? Otherwise, I will show you a video.
Hold on. I just absolutely love those. Because, you know, I've kind of traveled with you a little bit. This new arena, especially the Travelers. Those are absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
And I see Corinthia. I think that's Corinthia over there asking questions. Is that you, Corinthia, that you punched that up there with my name? Is it? Were you typing stuff in there and it came up Louise Cutler Studios? And but the Travelers. I just love all of those pieces that you put around the neckline. And I know you talked about how they were more, it was about how they traveled from village to village. But what gave you the concept of the neckline? What gave you the concept of the jewelry that you put on there? What does that represent for you?
It's a lot that is going on. So probably before I began the Traveler series and I had listened to the story, I had a renowned artist from South Africa who came to my home, which was absolutely amazing. She's from the Ndebele people. I don't know if you guys know her. She's the one, I think people will remember her because she's the one who paints the BMWs in geometric design. So meeting her for the very first time and to see the beautiful coils around her neck. And I said, well, how can I tell that story? And so I am actually mixing lots of decorations together, but there's still things that even when you go to each country, it's familiar to them. So it's a lot of fun, but dealing with Grigris and storytellers, there's one in every country who's going to be telling that story. But you hear a lot of them in Ghana and Togo and Mali, and Senegal. So the Western region, you hear a lot of it. Ethiopia in the Eastern region. So it's lots of fun to go research the stories and go from there. But as you know, I listen to a lot of stories. And I do a lot of research.
That I know, and that's I think that's one of the things I love about you and Thomas is the amount of research that you guys do and to put into your work. And I don't know if people understand that artists are not just putting pen to paper or create. It's like, it's a piece of clay, and then all of a sudden they're forming. And because you are, when we first met, one of the things that I said to you is, I said, Karen, you're a sculptor. You were like, what? I said, honey, you sculpt, which, you are beyond, because when I was in school, I did ceramics and clay and all that kind of stuff and did the wheel throwing. But there is a difference between what you do. And, it's like most of the times people think of ceramic artists as functional. How did you move from function to this fine art world?
You have to figure out where it is that you want to be in the ceramics world. So do you want to be the production potter? Do you want to be a sculptor? The beautiful part for me is I have the best of both worlds. So I can produce, but with and do tons of mugs and cups and plates and all that good stuff. But how do you, as I tell my students, everybody who can do pottery can do that. Now, how do you tell that story to identify who you are? Is it a mountain? Is it a face? And what I'm trying to do when I am creating these faces is not, I want it to be beautiful, but I also want African Americans and people of the diaspora to understand how beautiful they are, because everybody looks at people who of color and see how beautiful our skin is, how our eyes are angled, what our lips are full. But they see how beautiful it is. But I want also us to see how beautiful we are, because society dictates a lot of what we do, what kind of shampoo to use, what kind of clothes to buy, what kind of purses to get, and this is our status, when it really isn't what that should be. It's about what's in here and what I see, with you, because whatever's in here, that's what shines.
Right.
Yeah. So it's important for me to, reach out to those young women who are behind me to know that this job is something that you are capable of doing. So you can create this, and it's a possibility, but also to be able to see something within that piece, like, oh, that looks like my auntie, or that looks like my cousin, or, oh, that looks like me, and know that it's in the world and something they can relate to it. What's up?
I'm just laughing because she said, beautiful Karen Clark. Actually, I need all of you ladies to pack up your jewelry and send it to me.
Okay, where you live, girl? I'll send you a key. Hold on. No,
All right,
thank you so
everybody
much.
start taking it off and
Right. Thank you. Thank you. I love buying jewelry from artists. This piece is coming from Emmanuel, third generation metalsmith from Wisconsin. So not only does his father, well, it's a lot of them. So it's the father taught all of his sons. Now they're teaching their sons. So it's probably about 10 of them now who are major jewelers who travel around the United States making jewelry.
Wow.
So, this one is from him, and the ring is from him too. Yeah, so it's really, really cool to have you be able to wear my art and drink out of my art and eat out of my art and have my art on the walls. You know, I just love art.
Corinthia, you're muted, hon. So mine actually came from, I have a Corinthia. My ring is a Corinthia People's design. Ta-da. And actually my bracelet is designed from a craftsman at the Renaissance Festival. You guys know I love the Renaissance Festival. So it's like a meal skin. And then my necklace is actually from Egypt. So I buy a lot of jewelry when I travel. So that particular necklace we got in the Acoustic Village and got this in Egypt. Just loved it. Just fell in love with it and purchased it there. I'm sure it's from some wonderful artist, but I don't know their names. But I do more of my jewelry shopping when we travel.
From this point on, remember who the artist is. Don't forget them.
Well, I remember where I got it from.
All right.
And that's just it. A lot of my jewelry comes from it comes from my out of the country travels or something like that. Go ahead, Corinthia.
Oh, I was just telling Iona that the pearls are from my collection, 50-inch strand, pearl knotted freshwater pearls.
Right. And some of that you can find at the Beauty of Blackness FineArtShow.com.
Hey.
So I just want to say, Karen, thank you so much for your presentation. Your work is absolutely phenomenal, but you've heard that from me on several occasions, and you'll probably keep hearing it. You'll just keep hearing it because that's how it is.
Calling you from encouragement. Thank you so much.
Look at her, your ring though. She's trying to get Corinthians' ring too. This child's want it, all of it. Look at her.
I love it. I love it. I do have a video out here if you guys want to see me.
Oh, okay. Let's do your video. We're gonna do Karen's video. All right, come on, everybody, get down. We're gonna come down so we can see Karen's video.
Yeah, okay.
And we're gonna put Karen up here. Here we go, Karen. Karen.
That's what I do all day, guys. Just walk around. So this is from the creative quarantine. So I'm usually answering phone calls and working or talking to my mother, talking to Louise, getting ready for my lessons plans for teaching. So all of that is going on in the studio at the same time. So right now, what you're seeing me do is put glaze on pieces. I have to clean them up and use a toothbrush to make sure that everything is in pristine condition. I do have another one out there, I believe, that you guys can check out. Not sure if this will, oh, there it is. Here it is. There it is. So what you're seeing right now is this is what they call greenware. So they're actually just sitting down and slowly being processed, slowly drying before they go into the kiln. So the photos that you were seeing in the completion, these are the photos of when they were in greenware, got their color. Looks like it stopped a little bit. Is it still ticking for you guys? It looks like it stopped, but let's check.
It was moving. It did stop.
Oh gosh, so sorry guys. It just stopped. All right, so I'm going to get out of that. Are you guys with me?
Yes.
We're still here. You know, if I'm not, you know, a lot of times if we're not in the stream, you can't hear us, but we can hear you. So don't think that we've abandoned you. We have not. Is it just not moving, Karen? Well, while you're doing that, I'm gonna bring up a hold on, here we go. All right.
I don't know what happened. Can you hear me?
Did you get it figured out, Karen? Did you get it figured out?
Let me tell you, I have Louise as my friend. She's gonna help me figure it out. Thank you for technology.
Okay,
lady.
so tell me
it just,
what we need to do.
We don't need to do anything. It locked up.
Okay.
And so what I did was I just came on out of everything. It was those videos that didn't want to respond no more. It said, I don't like you no more. So I came out of it. But I just wanted to say thank you. And I hope everyone enjoyed the presentation. Again, if you guys are looking for any of the work, please go to the Beauty of Blackness fineartshow.com. When you go there, if you go into the upper right-hand area, you're going to see the area that says store. If you click on store, it's going to cascade down with multiple artists. And please look at all of the artists, and so that you can pull up anything that you heard or talked about or saw or even didn't see. And, you know, and again, to all who have done and who will be, thank you guys so much for investing in the arts, because we are the living legends right now. We are the storytellers. And thank you for just carrying our story to another level.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Karen, your work, yeah, you always do a wonderful job. And so
Thank you.
I actually have a special guest, and I asked her, she was actually this woman. I called her and she became a sponsor for us. She was like, well, I'm going to bring her up. She was like, well, I can't sponsor a lot, but I said, girl, anything is fine. And I got to meet her for the first time yesterday. She came with her daughter to volunteer. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. She owns a shop here in town, and I'm going to bring her up. Hey, she owns a wonderful shop here in town that gives you some serious body massages and just to take care of the inner spirit. And she began to share with me about how these she has things where it actually helps the artist. She had like this whole routine. I said, girl, wait a minute. You have to share this tomorrow on screen. She was like, right. I said, that's right. You're going to have to share this tomorrow on screen with these here folks, because I want everybody to know what you're about to tell me. So I brought her up to and trust me, this was seriously impromptu. I just told her this last night, and you can see she worked her way around technology because she is here. And I was trying to get her pictures up, but for some reason, this, every now and then, this machine doesn't want to cooperate. So I'm going to bring her up and let her talk. And if you guys have questions, let her know. Give her some love. Let her know your questions, not me. Let me take me down. But just give her some love. I'm going to put her right here and just come on. Let me hear what you tell us.
Hi, Louise.
Let them know your company and all of that kind of stuff so that they can know what you do, all of that.
Okay. And you can hear me just fine, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Awesome. Okay. That was the biggest hurdle. Karen, your pieces are amazing. I just got on just right before everything quit. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to come back and take a look again. Just
Thank
beautiful,
you.
beautiful.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
So yep, my name is Gina Michelle, and I own Malama Massage and Bodywork. And I've been in practice for 20 years. Actually, the end of this month will be year 21. And it's been interesting for the realm of healing arts. It is an art, meaning that there is a common draw of intuition, of feeling, understanding what is in front of you. And in my case, it's the person who's presenting, and it's always been an interesting journey for me as a practitioner, because it has always been deeper than just not working out the knots and pushing flesh. There's always been this deeper component to body work and why people are there and what has actually brought them to wanting to know their bodies on a different level, and perhaps too why they are feeling the way that they do in their body. So and I'm not a talk therapist, but really the realization of what's happening for themselves inside comes from becoming aware of what is contained in their body. So when I was speaking with Louise last night, one of my favorite demographics or people to work with are artists. I come from an artistic background, just particularly with my family, and there's always this expression that comes out of the body that I've learned to really kind of dance with on the table. Dance meaning just play, flow, weave, all of that. And so when I was speaking with Louise last night, I was talking about this certain type of body work that I do in the water. It's called aquatic body work. And so aquatic body work, or Watsu, if you are familiar with that term, is I feel like it's kind of this pinnacle of this soft yet strong, fluid and foundational work, where I have you in the water. For beginners, your face, your nose, and your eyes are above the water. You're wearing earplugs, and you have floats around your knees. And I'm holding your head and watching how your body expresses in the water. And so that might mean then that you have this undulation happening, or you have an arm that starts to drift up. And so my job is to watch how you express and then create more of this movement where the small movement becomes bigger, and then it draws into or weaves or spirals into some other type of a movement. What has really been interesting for me to observe is there's a little bit of a click that happens for people where they really drop in. And if you've ever received a massage where you're not quite asleep, but you're in that realm, anyone know what I'm talking about? Where it's like, you know.
Yes, I love my detail too. Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Talk to me.
Yeah, you're not quite asleep. You're aware of what's happening, but then you feel vulnerable in the space of just receiving what comes to you in a very safe way. And so surprisingly, some people fall asleep while I'm floating them in the water. My job while I'm watching them is to also basically become invisible, so that people who are receiving, they just perceive their own movement. And anecdotally, for me, when I first started receiving this type of work, I definitely went on a journey. It was a cell memory experience where I first remembered where I was the safest and before any kind of trauma or events that happened in my life, which meant that all the things that had happened to me in my life, that still was there, but then I also still within me, waiting for discovery, was that peacefulness and that wholeness that I had way back from before. And so I see the pictures up. So that was super profound for me, because I was able to bring that essence into my present moment and in my present age of life and really integrate it. And it's an art of healing that I was able to bring. And so when I see people and have people in my hands, I remember that there is that potential with healing where people can remember and obtain and attain, like really keep with them that journey of healing, and then they can go on with their lives. In creativity, it's like dropping into that zone that all you artists know how to do, and then finding something, some kind of discovery, some kind of like aha, an inspiration, and bringing that into your body, really embodying it so that there's this memory. And as you know, for expression of any art, it really does come from, all those layers of yourself. So that's what I began.
She's like, so that's what I do.
She said, stop right there.
Well, I just absolutely, when you start talking, I was like, everybody has to hear this. And that's one of the reasons I was like, oh, okay, we have to share this with everybody. And so I just wanted to make sure I brought you on to share what you do and to share with other people, because Deborah, here's Deborah. Deborah said, best exercise in the water.
Nice.
Deborah is one of the artists. You saw her work at the gallery. Deborah is definitely into that whole relaxing thing. So if she says it's the best thing, I believe, because if anybody can relax, it's Deborah. And so, Corinthia, did you have any questions for her? Corinthia is very into just body, earth, the feel of things. And so I knew Corinthia would be like,
It's very juicy. It's very yummy.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, so I do have a question for you.
Yes.
So you said that you watch the individual's body move in the water.
Yeah.
So what can you tell by the movement of them floating in the water?
What can I tell? So everything is interpreted from that first person point of view of the person receiving. So I'm not really perceiving a giant inner movement for them, but what I am watching is on the outside, if the arm moves or if there's stiffness in the legs. It's to me, it's a message of, oh, I'd like to move here, says the arm, and so I'm going to make that movement bigger, because then if I move the arm even bigger, then that means the chest opens, and then that means a bigger breath happens. Whereas I might have noticed that when they come into the session, they kind of walk in, chest sunken, not having that chance to really open up and breathe. And suddenly in the water, they want to do this, Or if there's holding in the hips or the legs, instead of forcing it, because there's a lot of modalities that will force a body to move in one way. And this is more of an invitation to move. And so the invitation is just a little nudge, or noticing, well, the stiffness is presenting in the hip, but it's actually up in the low back. So instead of focusing the attention on the hip, where everybody else has, done this, hardness on it, I'm going to come up here into the back and give the back some love and create some movement and wiggle room. And then all of a sudden there's this rippling effect that happens that reaches down to the hip and the leg. And so then it becomes this domino effect. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's very interesting. Do you put floaties on the people's ankles and feet? I heard you say, because I'm sure you've had to work with people who are not able to float. There are people who can't relax on the water.
Yeah, so that's and I was hoping somebody would say and ask that about, well, what about people who think that they can't float? And so I think that is a very common thought about us and in general, that we don't float, or we don't float well. And so it depends on body weight and density. Some people are more buoyant, and so I don't put a lot of floats on them. For some people who are more dense, doesn't matter what size they are, but who are more dense, then I'll add more floats. But really, it's the sense of being able to float on that surface, and then I get to move them around. Yeah.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Water therapy is awesome. I like Deborah saying, she said,
I was one of those people.
Yeah, right. Water therapy is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Now, one last question for you. Yeah. Are you massaging in the water as they're floating?
Yeah, so as a massage therapist of several years, I can't help but maybe hone in on some areas of tension and actually do some body work that blends well. Mm-hmm. But it's not the same feel as if somebody was on the table and you have that static pressure to really push in and lean. This might be more of a grasp and pulling, but it blends really well. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming, Gina. I said, thank you for coming in such a last minute drop in. I am so grateful, and I'm grateful that you chose to actually help support the Beauty of Blackness. Felt that believed enough in what I was doing to help support the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and always know that no gift is too small. I was like, give me paper, I don't care. So it was such a blessing to meet you last night and to like get a chance to spend time with you, all of those kind of things. So thank you so much for that. We got some artists waiting in the wing, but I just want you guys to see her website. Go and visit her website. I have it listed down there. She offers so many different services. Gina, go ahead and just let them know. She's got healing, dance, aquatic body works. Let them know some of the services that you offer.
Yep. Healing, dance, aquatic body work is what I spoke about. Hawaiian shamanic temple body work. So that's it's called Lomi Lomi. That's a different style of work that I do. A lot of women in town know me as the prenatal massage therapist. And so I work with women in the structure, and I see everyone else, but I'm quite busy and I feel super blessed.
Well, thank you so much, Gina. And thank you once again for helping to make make this dream and my vision comes true as well.
Absolutely. Love to support you, Louise. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right. So we're going to spend a little bit of time. We got Philip in the room. He's going to come up and kind of share some of his artwork. He is, he's coming in a little later than he would normally come in, but we're going to go ahead and get him up anyway. Come on over, Philip.
Come up in here, education major, glass door.
The English major.
Sorry, English major. You're going to end up teaching, Philip.
Don't say that, because he's like, no.
I'd get arrested.
Or you're going to write books. One of the two.
All right, so we're going to bring Philip up, and he's going to share with us some of these amazing pieces of glass art.
Oh man, you put a lot of them up there.
I told you to go and look.
I went and looked on the website, and the website has like one page on it.
All right, here we go.
All
right, so we're going to bring Philip up, and he's going to share. I think I shared your page. Okay, there it is. All right, There we go. So I'm going to step aside and let Philip do his thing.
Go for it.
Oh dear. Alrighty, let's see here. Today it looks like we got some smaller ones on here. What?
Share a little bit about yourself before you start.
I shared about myself yesterday. Do I have to do that every day?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm Philip. I'm an English major. I blow glass. Huh? Yeah. No, oh, Timothy's out in the backyard. I blow glass, and this is my artwork. Wait, hold on, my hand is right. This is my artwork. Oh, no, it's on the left, over here. There. Yes, and I'm writing a book. I completely forgot to put together my spiel for that because I went to work immediately after I did my interview on here. So I have a very little to say about that, but be watching out for that sometime in the next 6 months. Let's see. Today, we've got some of my smaller pieces on here. I know I had a couple bigger ones on here yesterday. Let's take a look here. Cool. So first up, we've got this small blue dish right here. I showed a couple fluted vases yesterday. This is basically the same thing, but it's smaller. It's more of a bowl. It's like that candy dish that you guys saw, but it is smaller and without the base. So this one is only $45. It's a nice turquoise blue color. That is a blurry picture.
Ooh.
But yeah, no, it's got the nice ruffles at the top. It's pretty cool.
Make me bigger.
No, don't make me bigger. That's bad.
Make him bigger.
No.
Give him this. Okay. No, not make you bigger. Make your.
Oh, okay, cool. Alrighty. Oh, all right, cool. So this blue dish right here. This okay. Scroll down, please. Yeah. Alrighty. So this one right here. This one is actually it was done the same way as a fluted vase, but instead of hanging it upside down, I just spun it so that it was flat at the top and then left it like that. So it has a nice big rim around the top instead of having the ruffles at the top like the fluted vases do. This one's also fairly voluminous. You can see it goes from like green to blue. It's actually green down there because of the way the paint was, not paint, the tinted glass that was put inside was stretched out. because as it was stretched out, some of the pigment got lighter down there. So because it was lighter, it turned greenish instead of blue. Yeah, that one is 125. Let's see. What do you have next? Oh, here we go. Artistic glass piece. This one is also sort of a bowl. This one actually was it was done in a similar way to a fluted vase, except instead of hanging it down, I decided to hang it up. Okay, so the way a fluted vase is made, you spin it and then you hang it straight down, so all of the glass flows down and it like makes ruffles at the bottom. But when you point it up, the lip falls backwards onto the vase, which gives it kind of like a veil at the top. You see right here. There's no second picture on here, but it also has that cool little twisted base at the bottom. Yeah, so that one is 200. It's more of an art piece. Alrighty. Okay. Is it? Oh, okay. It's gonna take a second to load. There it is. Cool. Alrighty. So this vase, I actually did half and half. So I put half of it in this dark sort of purple red you see right here, and the other half inside of some blue. And yeah, I mean, other than that, is a pretty basic fluted vase. This one's a bit taller than most of my other ones, I think. I don't think I have a lot of ones that are this height. This one was, again, with the twisted base. The bases are fun, honestly. The bases are one of my favorite parts of doing glass. Let's see. What's up next? Here we go. Again, we have kind of the same thing as that other one where I hung it up instead of down so that it draped back. It's always great. You can put like flowers or something in it. It's great if you have something small. You need to store a lot of paper clips or something. Yeah. That one is $200. Okie dokie. Let's see here. Alrighty, this is a small green vase. This is one of my earlier pieces. I actually did this one a couple, like 2 or 3 years ago. And as you can tell, it's more basic than the other ones. It's got just the normal fluted vase top. This one, actually, I didn't let it hang for as long, so you can see that it's not as folded. It's just wider. So, yeah, this one's only 65. And next up we have what? Oh, let's see here. Next up we have an apple. Apples are actually really fun to make because you basically blow not a vase, but like you just blow a bubble and then poke a hole in one side, and you get another piece of glass and you stick it on the top right there and pull it off and then cut it. And then it's just, you basically just use the jack lines to cut off one end and tap it off into a tray, and boom, you got an apple. It's pretty easy, pretty simple. So yeah, that one is 85 if you're interested in having a glass apple in your home. Let's see. And I'm pretty sure I did these 4 yesterday. So yeah, I think that about covers all of the stuff we have on here for today. Let's see. Yeah.
Any questions for Philip?
Any questions? Yeah, I guess.
Well, thank you very much, Philip. Let's put your we didn't put your name up at all. So this was Philip. Let's go ahead and take this down. So are there any questions for Philip? Let's see. So Philip runs through things very, very quickly.
Sorry.
No, and that's fine. You know what? We just love, it's like Pancho said, we love having this young energy. It's wonderful to have a young person come up. Philip is, like he said, Philip started doing glass at the age of 12 and then took a break for, I guess, 2 years, was it? Took a break for a couple of years and then just got back into doing some glass. So these, I always tell people, you might want to jump on his earlier works. Grab up one of those nice early pieces of Philip Cutlery's And then that way you can say, hey, I have a Philip Cutler, because when he gets to that Chihuly stage,
right,
we might not be able to afford any of those. So let's go ahead. We're going to thank Philip for coming and doing his presentation. He has to get off to work, so he wanted to come in. He was supposed to be a little earlier today, but
you didn't tell me. You have to tell me stuff.
Okay. He's like, you didn't tell me, Mom.
You do. I have things that I do on the weekends. You know?
Part of it.
Oh, you're muted.
Unmute yourself, Corinthia.
I got a question for you, Philip.
He's calling me out up here.
I'm an adult. I have scheduled stuff. I have stuff that I do every Saturday. You know this.
Okay.
Okay, well, right now you're here, so I have a question for you. What is your favorite part about blowing glass?
Let's see. Almost burning my hands every single time I take glass out. Probably rolling through all of the little colors on the table. That's the best part, is watching all of the glass just come together and then reheating it so that it all becomes like one piece of glass, because you're basically putting a bunch of little shards of cold glass into this giant molten glob of glass, and watching that all become one piece of glass is pretty cool.
Yeah. So then so you're going to keep creating glass, yes?
Yes.
What is it that you want to do? Do you want to do something that's totally out the box? And if so, what is it?
Have you seen those people that make like the glass seahorses?
Yeah.
I kind of want to learn how to do that. I don't know how to do that yet, but I think that's really cool.
You want to make glass animals?
Yeah.
Or just seahorses?
Yep. Now I want to learn how to make glass animals. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, because he's done fruit. Like they've done pears and apples. I have an apple this tiny.
Beautiful. So Philip, do you think you want to blow bigger, larger pieces? Are you okay with what the pieces size are now?
Well, it's kind of hard to do larger pieces because it's mostly limited by how heavy the glass is, and as you can tell, I'm probably not lifting much. So I don't think I can really do much bigger than what I do right now, mostly because I just can't lift it.
It's heavy. It tends to be heavy.
Yeah, glass is really heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well,
especially on the end of a long pole.
And those poles are very long.
That's right. So you might have to get help if you wanted to do larger pieces. Somebody to help you hold that glass, yeah?
Yeah, I do most of them with my my glass blowing instructor. So he's helped me with a lot of it.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. You have a question.
Yeah.
Have you thought about doing non-fictional abstract work?
I haven't thought about it. I've accidentally done it a couple times. That's what I call all my work that, I accidentally made it too long and then it ended up twisting itself while it was in the furnace. So it doesn't actually turn into a vase. It just looks like some sort of molten spire. But no, I actually have a couple paperweights that aren't really functional per se, but they look really cool. I'm not sure if I have any. Let me go and see if I have one real quick. I'll show you guys.
I put that. Did you show the blue piece that I put?
No, wait, hold on.
Okay. He's going to show you some of his non-functional pieces.
Not sure if I have it up here right now.
That was my Vanna White.
That's your Vanna White?
Oh.
You're funny, Louise.
It's my Vanna White.
Now let me see your Louise.
Poster. You want to get my Louise Whites, my Louise Cutler. Definitely sign up for the poster, guys. LaShawn has signed so many posters. I'm surprised his hand didn't fall off.
Yeah, it's only $20, and you can get it at www.
That's right. You can get it at www.beautyofblackness.show. We'll go ahead and show you the poster. Oh, let's see. Oh, hold on. We were going to show you the poster promo. But Philip's back.
Cool. Well, I've got these. This is, I don't know if you can really see that in there, but yeah, because the glare is really bad.
Yeah, we can see. Oh, is it something inside?
Yeah, it's like a little, it kind of looks like a little castle inside. But basically, these, I put a piece of solid glass on the inside of some liquid clear glass. And then I poke it up, and it looks like a castle. I had another one that looked kind of like a squid, actually.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
And these
So
aren't really functional. They just look really cool.
yeah, but it's art. Would you say?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely art for sure. And the ones with the drape that goes back onto the vase are more of art pieces than functional pieces, if I'm being honest.
Yes. It seems like you're always honest. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Thumbs up for honesty, Philip. Great work.
Well,
I love it. Keep it going. Keep it going.
All right. Well, thank you
That's the
very
plan.
much,
Thank you very much.
Philip. Thank you very much. We are going to see Philip off, and you can purchase Philip's work at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Purchase some of his glass. He is actually a phenomenal glass blower, and we would like to see. Craig said, "Thank you for sharing, Philip." We would like to see even more of Philip's work. So hopefully, through coming up next year, maybe we will see some of those really large pieces, Corinthia. But I do know that what he speaks of about weight. I remember his first full 4-pull, and I'm going to show you. Hold on, let me grab this. You can do a little commercial until I get back.
Okay.
I'm going to grab the apple.
I can do a commercial.
Because I don't think people. That was dramatic. So I was just going to show you, like, this was one before he took his break. This was one of his larger apples, and
Oh, wow.
this was actually 4 pulls. So that means that he went in to the furnace and pulled 4 times. And at that time, I think he was, what was it, 12, 13, 14. I think he was 14 at that time. And so you can imagine this was 4 pulls. So, and this was heavy. This has some nice weight to it. And when he was doing that, the teacher was like, okay, Philip, we're going to do 4 pulls. And he, here he is, because you have 4 pulls of glass on a very long pole, and glass is very heavy. So when you see people making those really large pieces, you're right, they have other people helping them hold that glass up because it's very heavy. Because you're talking about, this is 4 pulls. Could you imagine how many pulls of glass? And when I say pulls, that means that he had to go in, get glass, roll it, go in and get more glass, roll it, go in and get 4 times. He had to go in and get glass to put back on there onto that pipe to make it bigger and bigger and bigger. So yeah, it takes a lot of strength to do that.
You gotta have to get this workout on, huh?
Got to build some muscles up for all of those glass pulls. So I think we have Virginia is in the house. She's hiding out behind her name, but I do see Virginia is in the house, and she is.
Hello, Virginia.
Hey, Virginia. We're gonna bring Virginia up. She's like, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting. How are you?
Can you hear us, Virginia? Testing 1, 2.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear us?
I need the mic. Huh.
I can hear you now, Virginia.
I can't hear you.
You can hear us? We can hear you. Okay, let's see.
Okay, now I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. It's like loud and clear, Virginia.
Okay, that's
all right.
good.
So we're going to give Virginia the stage. I hope you're doing well. We know we couldn't have you yesterday, so it's wonderful to see you today. And
I'm doing better.
Good,
I have
good.
My trusty Dusty here with me today.
Okay. Well, we are so happy to have you here with us today, Virginia. And so we're going to go ahead and give you the stage because you got some making up to do.
Oh, Lord. Hello, everyone. I'm Virginia Coleman, and today what I'm going to be showing you is how I created wood pieces and why I spent all of 2020 learning how to use a laser cutter. And actually, I'm going to show you a short video of the process of how a piece goes from my iPad to the laser cutter onto wood. And let's bring that up. And it looks like it's taking... I am about 2 hours away from going online live today. And I'm walking into the studio that I have set up. Over here you can see all the items and containers and on the shelves that I use to create mixed media pieces. My oven there is for polymer clay. Over here I have a Cricut, brushes, 2 types of printers. My paint is on this side. I'm set up for a piece that I am working on now. I love inks, so I have a lot of inks here. And I put them on turntables. This particular turntable I made with the machine I'm going to show you today. And then this is my workspace, my wood supplies, acrylic supplies, my laser cutter here, extra wood, extra acrylic are in this container. Then we swing over to this corner here. This is where I'll be set up at my desk, my air conditioner. And this is my laser cutter, which is a Glowforge. I am turning it on in the back. And it also has a fan here that will pull the smoke out of it and take it outside. Below here shows you the setup where I had some guys come in and cut a hole in the wall to put that exhaust out the side of the house. The machine is setting up. So now here is my design to create mixed media pieces. So now the software is opening up. And as you can see here, I have already brought, guys, that should be plywood. Simply because I like the way the engrave comes out in the plywood, although the material itself is not plywood. I already have it set up for engrave, the cleanest lines. Reduce this on the screen. And now we walk back over here to my machine, open it up, and take the board, lay it in the machine and line it up. Just trying to make sure it is straight. Close the side, gently close the top. Then when we come back over here to the software on the desktop, we see that the machine, the camera in the machine has now picked up the wood in the background. So now I can click on my design and stretch it out. Thankfully, the way the software is set currently, when I pull on those corners to stretch my artwork out, it doesn't skew it. So, okay, I'm back. Now you can see the magic time for engraving this artwork onto this wood will be 1 hour and 33 minutes. So I come over to the machine. The button is blinking for me to depress it. I do so, and the machine fires up. And if I come back over on this end, you can see it has started to engrave in that wood. And I will come back when it's done. An update. Still has 39 minutes more to go. But you can see the laser laying down the engrave. You see some of the smoke in the machine. And I have to periodically clean this machine out. And then there's a fan back there in the corner. It goes to that pipe, again through the wall and outside. And the piece is finished.
And one piece, I like to create the body, but I also like to give the wings texture.
I will probably do this piece again.
The angel wings, that is like.
You can hear Karen Clark in the background talking. Simply because I put a lot of shadow into it. So I'll have to see how it. So that video jammed up. The other day I discussed briefly how I purchased a laser cutter in 2019 and spent most of the pandemic of 2020 learning how to cut and engrave and score with that laser cutter. And one of the pieces that is on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art show is this piece, which is called Tribal Mask. And the mask here was drawn by a friend of mine, Carol Sims Brown. And what we did after she drew these masks, we both have laser cutters, we cut them out, and then I had an online session with her where I taught her how to add dimension and color and depth to her mask. So I took mine and I created this wood box and I added lights behind it. So this piece behind the mask actually lights up. And I created all of this with that laser cutter. The other things that are created with the laser cutter, it's easy to work with acrylics. And I probably need to put something behind this so you can see. These are coasters. And these are on my website at vrcoleman.com. And it's a wood case with acrylic coasters that come out and you can set your glasses on them. This one I created to look like a fish tank. Yeah, it would come this way. And another set that I created is made to look like dancing ladies. And again, each one comes out and there's a wooden case. And all of this was created as well on the laser cutter. Another thing that I'm working with currently is wood and mirrors so that you can either hang these on your wall or you can place them on a shelf. And it is 1/4 inch wood and it is layered so that you don't see the mirror and there's no way the mirror itself would fall out. And as you can see, I have a tree and some elephants and a beautiful engraved design here. And you can, with a laser cutter, you can pretty much, you can design it, and if you can think it, then you can create it with this machine. I also have something that maybe some people still use them, maybe people don't still use them, but what this used to be called was a Lazy Susan. And you place it on your table, put something on top of it. People people would have them on their table and have the condiments on it. This too is on my website. Are there any questions right now? Let's see. And as I said, the tribal masks are on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. And you can see that on the website. Let's see. Also on the website, we have this piece here, which is a jazz piece. Let's turn on some more light. So this piece here, I am looking, was created when I went to a jazz concert and the horn player wore some beautiful colors, and I came home and decided that I needed to make a piece that depicted what I saw on that jazz stage that night. And this piece is called Jazzeration, and it too is on the Beauty of Fine Art, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art show site for sale. Other things that I have here are other pieces made with the laser cutter. This I made, of course, for Juneteenth. And this is cut out of wood and it's dimensional. Each individual piece was cut out and then adhered to this circle of wood. This too can be placed on a wall or on a shelf. Are there any questions? All righty.
Yeah, we'll post them as they come up, and then we'll let you know when there's questions that come up.
Okay.
I think there's interest. I think it's interesting what you do as far as laser cutting. And I know you said that you had gotten your laser cut equipment in what was it? Oh, Craig has a question for you. You got it last year and worked all of last year to become like this laser cutting guru.
Yes. Well, Craig asked the question when I started the video that jammed. This is the piece that I drew on my iPad.
Okay.
And then brought it into the Glowforge software and then sent it to the Glowforge for it to engrave it on this wood. So the next thing will be I will paint it. And Craig, that's why I bought the laser. I purchased the laser to be able to engrave work, create two-dimensional pieces, and create three-dimensional pieces with the machine. But it took about a year to really learn how to work with it.
He wanted to know if it cuts on anything other than just wood.
It does. The coasters that I just showed you, these are acrylic. Put this piece back here so you can see. So I made this base to hold these coasters. So these coasters are acrylic.
Oh,
wow. So it cuts and engraves and etches into the acrylic.
So now is it just etched into the acrylic or did you put a color in there as well?
After I etched it into the acrylic, I did. On the reverse side, because there's some depth to this engrave, I painted gold inside. So the side you would place your glass or cup on is smooth.
So is there, did you have to treat the gold with something for it to last? Because do you, as they clean them, did you put a varnish or anything on the gold?
I did a UV resin so that it would secure it. And the UV resin is a liquid, and I place it in it and then sit it out in the sun for 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And then that hardens.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
Does this painting over here look familiar?
Where is that one from? Is that who is it?
Let's see. Let's bring it up. This is one of my similitudes.
Oh, it is LaShawn Bill. It's LaShawn. Oh, wow. I couldn't tell from back there, but when you brought it up, I was like, that's LaShawn.
Yes. The similitudes I work in metallics. I like working in metallics with those. And again, the jazz piece that I was speaking of, this is in the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show on the site.
Yeah, she didn't put LaShawn in there.
No, I didn't put LaShawn in it. I was actually supposed to send it to him, and I turned around and looked, and it was still here.
Oh, well, Sharon says she loves the jazz piece. Well, you can find the jazz piece on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show.com.
That's right. You certainly can.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and drop that in the feed for you to make it even easier. Just click on drop it in the comment. Just drop that in the comment section for it.
Thank you. I tried to pull it up, and I couldn't get it to pull up.
So, Virginia, I see that you did a Juneteenth piece. That is really awesome.
Actually, I have two versions. So this is a black and gold version, and this one is a brown and gold version. I keep turning it wrong.
Robert said he loves your colors, Virginia.
Thank you. I love working in color. So what was your question about the Juneteenth?
Thank you. It was your audience. Who is your audience?
Walton Gallery, Eric.
Anyone that was interested in just having a piece of our history on the wall. For many people, Juneteenth this year, this was the first time they even knew anything about it. So I decided that we always have plates for Easter or Christmas or other holidays. I decided this year I would make some for Juneteenth.
Okay. That was,
and the audience, whoever was interested in it.
Yeah.
Sharon wanted to know, what is the yellow piece? I think it might have been that
like a plate.
No, I think it was the Lazy Susan. Is that what that is?
This is a Lazy Susan.
Right. Is that the yellow piece you're talking about, Sharon? We'll wait for a response.
Yes, that's the Lazy Susan. And then also
Walter Gallery said, hello, Miss Coleman.
Hello, Walton Gallery.
Oh, she said yes. That's the one that she was looking at. Was the Lazy Susan?
That's a Lazy Susan. This is a Lazy Susan. And I was thinking about my grandma's house when she had the old plastic Lazy Susan on the table, and the ketchup and the salt and pepper was on it. So I created this one.
Oh, that's a Lazy Susan.
Yes. So, you put it on the table, and everybody can get ketchup and salt and pepper and just spin it around.
Yes.
Somebody wanted to know what those colorful circles you have on the back. I think that's to your right. You haven't showed those yet. Yeah.
This
is acrylic. Oh, that's pretty.
Is a small piece to add to your wall. I'm beginning to play with making small pieces out of wood for those little areas that you may need something. And this one is actually a MDF board with wood inlay and then a glass effect that I filled each section with.
I love that. Is that one on the website, on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art website?
No,
so
it isn't.
Put a number in a price. No, it's okay. Give it a number and a price. So if someone wants to buy it, they can contact you. What's the name of it?
That's fine. This will be number 20.
They can contact, yeah, and have them do it. They can do it through the Beauty of Blackness. Just send an email or something like that. Then that way they're not searching for Virginia per se. So they could do it through the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show if they're interested in that particular piece.
That'll work. And it'll be number 20, and it's called Circle Upon Circle.
Right.
And the other thing that
how much is it?
How much is it? $75. The other thing I've been working with, again, this is wood. And there's a little mirror in the center. And it'll be number 21. Got that, Louise?
I'm typing it in for her, actually.
I see her face.
My thing is give them a title. I'm one of those people. Give them a title, and then they'll figure it out. They'll get it, you know. Then you get it right. You give them a title, and if they send it to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, they'll give it a title, and then I'll give it a title and say it was Virginia's work, and then I'd be like, okay, cool.
Okay.
I'm just gonna be honest. All those numbers, they don't mean a whole lot.
That's right.
That's just
right.
Yeah.
This one is this one was mirrored spear, or SPHERE spear.
So that one's really nice.
How much is it?
That one is 65. Reasonable prices.
Yes.
And the only other thing I had to show tonight was, I did bring this up. I already brought this up, and this was the Serengeti piece with the mirror. And again, like I said earlier, this one can be hung on the wall, or they can place it on a bookshelf or on a shelf. And that's all I have to share tonight. I do have some more for tomorrow.
Okay, well, you know, you did a wonderful job. We're glad that you came in today and shared those things with us, you know, because it's such a wonderful variety. What you do is totally different from what Corinthia do, what Karen does, and even what the painters, you know, what some of the painters do. So it's actually wonderful to have that, and then to be able to see that on the show, the whole wood, process, that what you do, the engraving process into wood, that's totally new for the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So I'm so happy that you decided to be on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show with us and to share that with us. And so I just want to encourage people, make sure you go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show and have a look at Virginia Coleman's store page and make those purchases. She has some wonderful, wonderful things, and I am just delighted to have her a part of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. And thank you again, Virginia. I see we have Mr. Thomas down there waiting.
Thank you, Virginia. Have a good one. See you tomorrow.
Waiting in the cut to come up and show us what he has. But I want to encourage people to make sure that you are visiting our website and making those purchases, clicking on those links that you see that appear in the on the Facebook page, and give us some shout outs, give us some I see that people have been doing a lot of sharing, so that is wonderful as well. And go and visit our product page where you can get this wonderful, wonderful poster. We have some awesome t-shirts and cups. All of the things that you buy, the products that you buy, all come directly back to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So definitely go and visit that. Spend time looking around, seeing what you like, and let us know. And if you have questions, we love to hear you. Comments, we love to get comments from you. I know we're kind of, the comment section is kind of scattered all over. I've been going over Facebook. I'm like, oh, I didn't see that comment. So don't give up on us. If you have comments, come on over and give us your comments, or we'll find them and post them. So thanks a lot for that. And thanks for joining us. This has been really awesome. So we're going to bring Thomas up. But before we bring Thomas up, we're going to let you see the artist of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Hey, Thomas.
Hey, beautiful ladies. How are you?
It is wonderful to have you here with us. We are looking forward to your presentation as always, because you are a wealth of information. And like I said, if you're watching in, definitely give us some comments. Let us know what you're thinking. Ask questions of the artists, because they love that. Like our page, share our page, and follow us. Go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube channel. I saw that we had quite a few YouTube people joining in. We have 3 YouTubers, so definitely subscribe to our channel if you are on YouTube. If you're on Facebook, like the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. I'll drop it into the comment section, and all you have to do is go there and like it. So, Thomas, what you got for us today?
Yeah, so I got another 3 pieces. Unfortunately, yesterday when I came on, the feed kind of fell out. So it was.
Corinthia said you had to make up today.
Yeah. So
yeah, you got time.
I'm gonna do the piece that I did. I didn't get to do or finish yesterday. But
okay, well then we're gonna go ahead and
you're gonna do those pieces as well as the pieces that you have today.
Well, one of the pieces, and then 2 of the other pieces. So just kind of going a little bit in depth about those particular images. Well, thank you so much for having me again. Wanted to talk a little bit about last night, because last night was awesome at the reception in Fort Collins. That was really, really nice. Thank you for the vision that you had, Louise, for putting everything together and how the artwork hung. So that was my first time seeing it, being able to see LaShawn Beal and some of the other artists, and to see the amazing work by Larry Puncho Brown, seeing some of those things up close. I love seeing his images. And then there was, so many of our wonderful artists that participated this year, and the way some of my pieces were lit it was just really, really nice. So I was very thankful for that event. So
you're welcome, Thomas.
Yes, thank you so much. So my name is Thomas Elias Lockhart III. I am from Aurora, Denver, Colorado, a native of Colorado. I have toured all over the country. I've been doing art for about 21 years now, full-time, a little bit over 4. And I've been all over the country sharing my work and getting my name out there, getting my art out there. And it's not always been easy, but I believe it's been rewarding. They say, life is, don't always ask for life to be easy, ask for it to be worth it. So that's what I'm pushing forward, and I thank for the wonderful support from my wife and from my two wonderful kids who just have birthdays right in the midst of everything that's going on. So, and for them being patient with me and the other things that I'm a part of too as well. So really hot today in Colorado. So that's been another thing. So trying to keep cool, got to drink my water and everything, keep that up. But yes, so the reception last night was pretty awesome. So this morning, this afternoon and evening, I'm going to talk a little bit about my process. I have one of my pieces every day. I've been exchanging a piece. I don't know if this one is actually on the site, but this is a piece I did a number of years ago called The Requisition of Justice. But I have this piece, but I'm going to talk about the other pieces. But in my particular process, I start with a black canvas, wood, watercolor, depending on if I'm using the whole sheet of paper, and I'll paint everything black. And from that particular process, then I will add my sketch from whatever I desire to paint on that particular surface. From there, then I put on my white highlights. And then at that particular point, I add my colors and collage. I'm a mixed media artist, so I do a lot of 2D, 3D art within my particular pieces that I use. And I'm looking for a different term to use because I remember yesterday that Pancho was talking about not just saying that I'm a self-taught artist. It was just a learning process through time and knowing that is a God-given gift, but it's something that had to be cultivated. And I'm still in a learning process, not only with art, but with business and putting both of those things together, and then hopefully being able to help other artists along the way. So very thankful for that. So I'm going to get into my first piece that I have. I'm going to click on to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. You can find all the pieces that were at the gallery. Will be online. So if you're interested in purchasing any of these pieces, and this particular piece got a lot of exposure last night, which was really awesome. So I got to explain it several times. So I'm gonna click on that piece now. I'm gonna do a share screen real quick. All right. Then I'm gonna go back to my, let's see, just wait for it to add in. So this first piece that we're going to be talking about is called Burn the Ships. And this particular piece is on the website, the Beauty of Blackness, Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show.com. And this particular piece is 24 by 48, I believe, is the inches, and it's also framed. So this piece has the materials that I use for this particular image. Like I said, I start my images off black, and then I build out the color. So I kind of work backwards than traditional beginnings of putting artwork together. And so this material piece has wood that I have used into the long parts of the piece. It has collage in the boats and the ships. Someone was asking me a little bit about one of the particular ships, and one of the pieces, it looked like a grid. To me, it also reminded me of time. And I'll get into talk a little bit about the piece and what it stands for. I use clay that's in some of the water and also in some of the rocks that you see that are on the shore. So that was one of the things of liking to be able to, if you get close to the piece, you can see some of the images. And some people sometimes say that, man, your images look kind of 3D, even without the image part of it, but just the piece. So I just thank God for that ability to be able to create in that particular fashion. But this piece, Burn the Ships, has two different meanings. And the first meaning of this particular piece, Burn the Ships, is from an old wartime back in the day. And I had to look it back up again because I forgot the actual time. It was from 1519. Spanish ships were coming into Mexico and trying to coming to conquer some of that land. And so the generals of those ships knew that his people, his army, if they become afraid or they try to run and retreat and head back into the ships and take off, that they would lose what they were trying to accomplish. So he felt so he believed so much in winning this war that he literally burned the ships. So he gave his army no choice to be able to run or retreat, that we have to conquer or we die here. So back in 1519, this was one of the scenes that may have took place. So the other premise of this particular piece is called baggage. And so there's some things that we have in our life that are negative things that have happened to us, serious things, other things that happen with family, or losing a loved one, or someone telling us something negative that we haven't been able to ever let go. And we hold on to those things and we haven't been able to move forward, even forgiving someone. I tell people, I said, even forgiving that person is for you mainly, and not just for them, but for you to say, I can let this stuff go and I can move forward so I can go into my future, and be able to have a successful present and future as I go on with my life, instead of continue to dwell with the things in the past that we have no control over. These things are just going to continuously badger us and be like a bag of what am I trying to say? A bag of baggage that continues to stay upon us. So this is one of these pieces. So burning is a purification. And so when you burn things and you let things go, and maybe not saying in a literal way to do that to some of your things that you have of materials, but just mentally letting those things go, praying over that stuff, getting it out of your way so you can move forward to your better life and your better future that you have. So that is the premise of this particular piece. So burn the ships. This is $2,500 for this particular piece. The size is 24 by 48 plus it's framed, and the frame is probably about 4 inches around. It would look lovely on any wall, and it would definitely be a talking piece of something that you can really get into, and then also draw inspiration, because I like my pieces to have an inspiring message to them, that they can give you some encouragement. Every day you could say, I'm gonna burn my ships from yesterday, from all the negative stuff that I dealt with before, or the conversations that I have with my wife or my husband or my kids, and say that, I apologize for those types of things, or the things that you had on me to hurt me. I'm gonna burn those ships and I'm gonna leave that stuff in the past. Not to say that you're forgetting those things, but maybe forgiving and moving on to having a better future, or just to have a better day. So that's my piece, Burn the Ships. And if anyone has any questions about the techniques or how I come up with these images, please feel free to let me know, and I can talk a little bit about those too. Also, I'm not quite sure how to actually blow this image up, but if you do, when you get on the site, I think you can actually blow the image up. And to the far right, there is a man who's sitting on the rock, and he has a bow and arrow, and he's launching an arrow into the ships that is set on fire. So he's setting these ships on fire, I believe, before they're going into war. All right. So right now I'm just going to show a quick 30-second video of some of my work, one of my pieces that is in the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts Show. So give me just a second so I can get that queued up for you.
The pain of injustice, the countless lives, the heartache, the unkept promises. But nevertheless, through it all, he had hope for our future. My name is Thomas Lockhart. Please visit my website to find that special piece that brings life to anyone.
All right, so I'm going to bring my next piece up here on the site. And the next piece we're going to be talking about is crowns in rotation. All right, let me see if I can make that bigger. Oh, absolutely. Great. All right, so that's just let me see if I can make it a little bit smaller. There we go. Okay, here we go. Awesome. So this piece, Crowns in Rotation. I have a fine art G clay that is a part of the Beauty of Blackness fine art show. This piece is in there. It's actually framed, black framed, really nice image. And the premise of this particular piece, many people ask, how do I come up with my inspiration for my art? And my inspiration comes from many things. It can come from a conversation that I have with someone. It can come from music that I'm listening to. It can come from things that are going on today in our society, or something about history that I was really interested in. I've been liking to do a lot of history and research on my artwork, so it has a little bit more of a meaning to it. But in this particular piece, Crowns in Rotation, I saw a play called Colorism a couple years ago. And I also was listening to a song from the Wakanda soundtrack. Kendrick Lamar had mentioned something about crowns in rotation, and just that line brought this piece together. And so in this particular piece, and the colorism aspect of things that were taught to us as a culture in the past, dealing with enslavement, that we were not to trust each other, and especially dealing with our color scheme and our beautiful color aspect. So when we first came over to America, they called us Hebos, a mixture of Hebrew and Negro. And then it turned into a term that people use now, the NIGGA term. And then from there, we were called color people. And then from color people, we went to Black, and then we went to African American. And then now, hopefully, we really understanding about who we are, that we are actually Negroes. All right. So in this particular piece, I have 6 men. 6 biblically is a number of men. I really like numbers because they have a lot of meaning to them too as well. And so 6 is a number of men, and there's 6 men here. And we have hues of us. As you know that word, the term human comes from the word hue. So you know, if that is the fact, then we're looking at the first people and where the term would come from, human. So the first man to the right, to the left, far left, he's the darkest on this particular chart. And then we flow all the way through the different actualities of what we look like, from our eye color to our hair color to our skin tone to the color of our hair. We range from many different things. They say the darkest person in the world is Black, and the lightest person in the world being I forgot what that term is, but they are very light skinned. I can't remember the name of the term of it. It's when the pigment is completely gone out of their skin. So anyway, with this particular piece, there's 6 men and there's 6 crowns. So what I took from that is 6 and 6 equals 12. And so I now make these men disciples. So these men are learning from the older generation, and then they are teaching the younger generation that they're kings, not just in physical royalty aspect, but in the mindset too as well. And why the crowns are not sitting on their heads, because they're in rotation. So they're not keeping them so they could say that this is mine. No, I'm willing to share this with my brother, to show him or show her, hey, that you're a queen, that you are a king. And so these crowns are in rotation. So the term of the piece, crowns in rotation. So each one teach one. And then at the bottom, it's dripping in Black excellence. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate Tracy Williams. And so that's the term of this particular piece. So this piece is on the site. The size of this piece, I believe, is 24 by 48, and it's framed. It has a white border around it, and then the frame is probably, I think, about maybe 2 to 3 inches. So it makes it a little bit larger from the top to bottom. But I think it would be a beautiful piece in anyone's home. So that's the premise of that piece. And so I wanted to go into a little bit about colorism. So the definition of colorism is discrimination. And most of the times, discrimination between within an own ethnical group, where they say dark people, because within the play that I saw, it talked about dark folks, and it talked about light folks too as well on the color spectrum. And the things they had it broken down where there was a man who was really dark skinned, and he talked about how he had got teased by his light skinned friends and how he had to fight and deal with those injustices within his own race. And then you had on the other end, you had a light-skinned woman who talked about how she got beat up by a dark-skinned woman who thought she was trying to take her boyfriend, and how she beat her so bad that she broke her bones in her face and all these other different types of things because she was jealous at the time of her because of her skin. You know, we're dealing with our hair and we're talking about our hair and our skin, finding out how wonderful our hair is. Something that I found out yesterday that I talked about in one of my pieces, Hair Towards the Sun, that our hair is so unique from many other different cultures that the reason why, you know, say for instance, a woman will go out in a humid aspect and her hair will get all big and kind of blow up a little bit, you know, would be because what happens when it gets hot, because the region where we come from, it becomes a coolant. So our pores open up and it helps to let a breeze into our hair. And so that's why our hair is that, and it's able to soak up the sun to not be a pressure cooker on us dealing in those particular high climates. So that was so awesome and interesting to know. So looking out the race these days, and I like to kind of take out the word race because people like to use it, but because we're all a part of the human race. But I'd kind of categorize us in different cultures, because there's different cultures and different ethnic groups and different types of ways that we do certain things. And I believed if we were able to just take the time to understand about each other, but it seems like everybody's moving so fast that they don't even have time to even get to know who they are individually, let alone try to learn who someone else is. But I believe if we were able to do that and understand each other's culture, we would have a lot less prejudice and a lot less racism, because prejudice and racism are two different things. You can really only be racist to someone if you have power over them, money over them, influence, the ability to change times, things with money and attitudes that the people below that don't have that same aspect. That's the only way you could be racist against somebody. Prejudice is something that can happen within in your own race. And it's because you just don't know or understand about that person. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the very next piece. All right. All right, hey, come on in. So I'm going to move on to my next piece right here. So my next piece is Passing Generations. I'm going to see if I can enlarge this one. All right. Well,
Thomas, if you want to enlarge it, go back and then click on the actual image and then go in and click on the image again. So click on the image.
Let me try this again.
Not this one. Don't click on the pop-up image. Click on the image. Yeah.
Image.
And then click on the image again. And then
there we go.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you so much for being patient with me. I appreciate it. All right. Good to see you. All right. So this is going to be my last piece that I'm going to talk about. And I really love this piece when I created it, because it had so many different meanings to it. The piece called Passing Generations. And the different concept of this particular piece, it represented African Americans, and it represented Africans passing through these different times that we went through the Middle Passage to, and the children, which the sign that's wrapped around the young baby at the top says future. And so in this particular piece, you have over starting to the left-hand side, there is a sculpture or a mask, an African mask, just representing parts of Africa. And then moving over, as you see this whip, which represents the enslaved time that we had went through here in America. But the mask does not start from where we came from. That's just a segment of the different things that we did coming from Africa and from the other parts of the world, because Africa was really a whole lot bigger than what they show it as now. It actually went up into Europe. It went into Asia. It still connects with Israel, from what people don't tell you, that Israel and Africa are on the same continent as well. And then moving over to the breaking of the chains, the ending of slavery. And as people say that slavery ended in 1865 in Texas. In actuality, Delaware did not let their slaves go into the 1900s, early 1900s. So slavery in an aspect was probably less than 100 years ago, just the ending of it here in the United States, just for that particular segment. Because when we went into Reconstruction, then Reconstruction moved us into the prison system. So then we had another force of slavery. So those slaves who got caught disobeying the laws that were put into the land went into slavery and literally worked until they died. And so those slaves were rented out to plantation owners who no longer had slaves and had no vested interest in those people. So they would just work them because they knew they didn't have to feed them or take care of them, that they were now owned by the prison system. And for something as little as counting your money in front of a white man, you can go to jail for. Not crossing the street on the sidewalk when someone was walking down the street, looking at a white woman, and just really small things like that. Gathering too many people in one place, like more than 2 people in one place, could get you thrown in jail. So those particular things, they call that laundering, or even solicitation sometimes. And in different states that we have different laws. So you can go from California to New York and end up in jail for something that's different in every state, that is not a law or legal in the state that you previously entered into. And those are different types of things that, of course, we have to be abreast and looking at those things. And so the next part of the piece, over to the far right, it says, I am a man. And those are going into the civil rights times. And civil rights, was in the 70s. And in the 70s, we then actually got away from the 3/5 of a man, because they still didn't consider us a full man for men and women until the Civil Rights Act came into place. Even after the 14th Amendment, because that wasn't obeyed by all the states, they considered it to be a law that was for the governing aspect. But each state said, we have our own laws, so we don't have to abide by those particular things. And then finally moving into the presidency. So we had Barack Obama, and then now we have Kamala Harris. So in this particular piece, we have a movement and a passing of generations between the African and the African American, creating this future child. And at the bottom, we have water and we have fire. And it says, I say in this particular piece, that we've been through the water and we also been through the fire. So we've been tried and true. We've been tested as a culture in America more than any other continent has been. And we've still been able to rise to the top. So those are the concepts and aspects of this particular piece, having some African colors, the yellow, the green, the red, the American flag in representation of this country with the stars and the stripes. And 1776, I am born in 1976, so I'm a centennial baby. So 200 years before that, we had the breaking of Great Britain from America. But as you may have heard, that Frederick Douglass says, what does 1776 mean to us? Because being citizens of the United States, we still don't have the same rights as everybody else. For immigrants that are coming into the country, still coming into the country here in 2021, are having more rights and being able to do more things than we've been, even after hundreds of years. And so those are different things. So in this particular piece is kind of one of those things to kind of make you think, not to get angry, but as we look at working together to have a really perfect union, and understanding that we have to work together because we may not get what we've been asking for all the time, but we are due so many different things. So in this particular these pieces that I have, I want them to be inspiration and also a mark of history and a learning aspect and a segment. And hopefully people also consider that these images to be beautiful as well, that they would like them enough to be a part of a collection of in their home, and something that they can use as an investment as time goes on. I've been very blessed over the last couple of years to be able to do pieces. I got commissioned back in 2019 to do artwork for Tyler Perry for his 50th birthday. I've done work for Marquise Pouncey, plays for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I've done about 5 pieces for him just this year, the largest being a 7-foot by 12-foot piece. I've been blessed to be on the cover of a couple magazines here in Colorado, all the way to Martha's Vineyard and to Boulder and other places out of the state. And just very thankful for the recognition for my work. And I'm just very humbled, and say that I'm going to continue to keep learning and keep growing with my artwork, that I can just learn in myself to be a better person. As I say, striving for success, but in more aspects, striving for value, so I can be a valuable person in my life. And that when I leave, that I leave empty, that everything that's inside of me that is poised to be created from me will be an instrument of something that is going to be inspiration to somebody else's life. And even when I make mistakes, that I'm able to find ways to correct those and get over obstacles quick. That obstacles and those other particular types of things are just stepping stones. They're what they call opportunities to make myself better and help make other people better, and not to bring hatred or to bring hurt or to open wounds from the past, but to just bring history to let people know that it's truly important for you to understand where you come from and who you are, and for other people to understand about you, but more so to understand about themselves. Because so many people say, how can I spend time trying to find out about you if I don't spend the time trying to find out about myself? So that's what I want to do, is be able to people to be open up and be willing and to be honest about who they truly are. And then if they need to be fixed, they could say, hey, I need to be able to be in a position to fix and heal myself. And then I can go out and help and fix in some form or fashion way to heal and be a blessing to somebody else. Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you so much. We always get such a lesson from you. We always get such a history lesson and learn so much from you. I had to cut off because we were approaching that hour, because Facebook only lets you do 8 hours, and so I didn't want you getting cut off on Facebook.
No.
But I just wanted to say thank you so much. We have neared our 8 hours on Facebook, and I just wanted to chime out and say, hey guys, Thomas's work is on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Definitely go and click on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show and purchase some of Thomas's work. He has some absolute phenomenal work that speaks volumes. It's not just, tiddly widdly stuff. This Thomas work speaks volumes. I always tell people Thomas does a lot of he just has huge messages, lots of messages in his work. Sometimes people think it's very deep, but I tell you, if you want something to talk about, put one of Thomas's pieces on your wall. It'll stir up all kinds of conversation. How do I know this? Because it does it at the gallery. I had to call Thomas. Thomas, what do these flaming boats mean? And so definitely I just want to thank you guys for tuning in today with the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Craig said great insight and very informative. Thank you so much, Craig. That was for you, Thomas, not for me.
Yes, thank you, Craig. I appreciate it.
I also want to say thank you so much for bringing voice to issues that plague us as a culture.
Yes.
Then and still now. So you're raising the voice to that in art, and it's good because it makes us aware of how we're thinking and what our consciousness is. So I appreciate your artwork, and I appreciate you bringing history and culture to the forefront for everyone to self-check, right? I like what you said about we have to understand and know ourselves and fix ourselves before we try to fix others.
Yeah.
So I appreciate your art and the history that it brings.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Thank you, Deborah. All right, so we're going to get out of here. We're going to thank you guys. Corinthia and I holding it down today. We're going to thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for everybody that came and shared with us and hung out with us. We're going to leave you with some of our artists, and we're just going to get to going. Remember, hit the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Hit the store. Buy some art. Or go this way, Corinthia.
Oh, that way.